Greetings! Boom, 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 boom. I need to hit the reset button. Well, there we go. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing a World of Warcraft thing today. Well, not just World of Warcraft, kind of the whole Warcraft universe. Getting caught up on the lore. Let's do that WoW adventure. Yes. I'm gonna go over a couple of things. First off, I'm gonna say I just posted some cat pictures in the Discord. So if you like cute cat pictures, Morris was being cute on my bed, all curled up into a ball. So I went over to take a picture of him, and then he woke up and looked annoyed at me. And so I took a picture of him looking annoyed. And then he walked across the bed, because my bed is right behind my desk, and there's a little hole under my monitor. And he walked up there and he sat down on my mouse. So, yeah. Pictures in the Discord of me disturbing the floof, and then the floof retaliating by disturbing my desk. He wouldn't leave until I gave him pets. I've got two different flavors of hydration on my desk today. As well he shouldn't. Yes. He does not look pleased in either of the pictures that I took of him. That's what you get. I
was frozen today.
I'm frozen. I'm frozen. Okay, so while I am frozen, I will talk about what started me down the path of getting reacclimated into World of Warcraft. I've been keeping up to date on what's been happening inside of WoW, and I went back in Dragonflight and I streamed it on stream, and I was not impressed with the state of the game in Dragonflight. It wasn't enough to get me to come back and play it again. You can go back and watch those VODs if you want, but I was not impressed with Dragonflight enough to want to come back and get back in the game. And then right after that, they announced that Chris Metzen was coming back, which of course made like my ears perk up. Like, Metzen? What? Metzen? Metzen is coming back? Oh. The reason that's interesting is because Chris Metzen was the primary, like, brain power behind the original Warcraft lore, what kicked everything off, and StarCraft as well. The games that made me fall in love with the Warcraft lore were written by Chris Metzen primarily. And when Metzen left, the guy who was like the associate for the lore team at WoW became the director of that. This guy has some big merits all on his own. He is the guy that's responsible for the lore behind the game Kingdoms of Amalur and Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, right? He made that lore. The problem is the dude is kind of a one-trick pony. Like, he's got that lore, and that's the only lore that he knows how to write. So he kind of copied it wholesale from Kingdoms of Amalur and shoved it into World of Warcraft. And this video, we're gonna stop the music here. Because first I'll show you this video by Bellular.
Okay, everyone, this is the big one. I think this is the video that's got answers to a lot of questions I know you guys have had. Warcraft's lore has felt kind of wrong since back.
So we're gonna watch this.
Figured out pretty much why.
First.
But simply, a lot of that lore wasn't built for Azeroth. It was actually built for a different game. Check this out. This is a Haranir, a member of WoW's newest allied race and central to Midnight's plot. They're effectively elves whose mission it is to defend world trees. Now take a look at this. This is a Haranir, an elf whose mission it is to defend the world trees. just in the 2012 role-playing game Kingdoms of Amalur. And there is a connection between these two games. The connection is WoW's ex-narrative director, Steve Denuser, who was head of intellectual property at Amalur. Basically, he was their lore guy. He then moved to Blizzard as a senior narrative designer, and then when Chris Metzen left, he became narrative director. He became WoW's lore guy. Now, always in a video like this, there's a bit of responsibility, right? So, to be very clear, a person is being talked about and these connections are being made because of the title director, right? That's basically the point. When you are a director, yeah, I think it is fair to talk about work in public. I understand not everyone may agree with that, but those are my own personal standards. This is my channel, and it's totally fine if that's not okay with you. But
I do agree with him on this point. Yeah, I think it's fine to talk, especially since the things that he's going to get into in this video are so blatant here, and this is a dude that was in a public space as like the director of narrative, which is the lore guy. Yeah, so I agree with him on that, and it's fine if you don't agree on that, but
I do think this is
yeah.
relevant, and I do think this helps put things in context for people. So based on all this, we went deep into Amalur's lore. We found some other connections, and it quickly became clear. There were many lore beats lifted near wholesale from one setting and transplanted into the other. And that's when it struck us. Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and now part of the World Soul Saga don't feel wrong because they're bad. I think they feel a little bit wrong because they were molded in another game, but then baked in Blizzard's oven. Why did Warcraft need a machinery of death? Why were there so many primalists in Dragonflight? Where the hell did they come from? Why were they so powerful? Why is Elune being the Summer Queen something bizarre that makes near zero sense? And
now this is something here. The reason that Elune being the Summer Queen makes zero sense is because she's the goddess of the moon in traditional WoW lore. And then when Shadowlands came around, suddenly she had this new title, the Summer Queen. And people are like, oh, okay, that's weird. How does that connect? We don't know.
Really does not mesh comfortably with prior lore. And what the hell is an Arathi, or should I say, an Irathi, spelt with an E, or another race from Amalur? Well, they are all things that are creations under the directorship of Steve Denuser, and they all predate his work at Blizzard Entertainment. But before we begin, I want to be very clear, this is not a hit piece. Amalur's lore actually goes really hard. Fair play to Steve, actually. The Amalur lore goes hard. I wish we got more of that world and that they actually got to make the MMO that they always dreamed of making. It's a game that many love, even so much so that it actually did get a remaster. It's fairly excellent, has a phenomenal backstory. What I'm saying, though, is I think we now know why a lot of this lore doesn't really fit in World of Warcraft. It wasn't built to fit in World of Warcraft.
Now, I agree with that. Looking at the storylines now and the points that he's about to make in this video, because I've watched this video before, I don't think that the lore is bad. I think it's bad for World of Warcraft because it changes too many things. But now, like, and I went back and I looked at a lot of the things that he's about to make, the point that he's about to make in this video, and verified a lot of this. And it looks like he's right.
In great part from somewhere else. So, let's get stuck in, and let's see just how much of Amalur wound up in World of Warcraft. Now, there is one other thing, and it's more important if you're, say, a Discord user, because Discord got...
Skip this.
Denuser worked on World of Warcraft from 2015 to 2024. That is, the Legion expansion through to the pre-production of The War Within. And during that time, he replaced Chris Metzen and became the lead narrative designer. Big job, big responsibility, and here's how he earned that.
And that happened in Battle for Azeroth.
Sony Online Entertainment, and
turn on caption.
The EverQuest 2 community from the ground up.
There we go.
Lore was always
good?
his strength, and he eventually transitioned towards game design, heading story creation for adventure packs and for expansions. but his big break was 38 Studios' Kingdom of Amalur. It had some huge names attached. Ken Rawlinson, lead designer on Morrowind and Oblivion, R.A.
Nice.
Salvatore, a veteran fantasy author, and art design from Todd McFarlane, who is
R.A. Salvatore, very famous for writing the D&D stories that involve Dritz Durden.
founder of Image Comics and the creator of Spawn. All of those huge lore names, and Steve was their lore guy, the one tying it all together. He created that game's immense backstory and timeline, building out enough content to actually support several games in the same franchise, because 38 Studios was always trying to get toward building a massive MMO. Of course, only one of those games was ever released, and it seems the rest was stuck in Steve's head. That is, until he joined Blizzard, and that's where we begin to see some timelines bleeding into each other. But to be clear, he did not join Blizzard at a easy time. It was a company in flux with deep personnel problems.
Yes. This was when they were going through all of the...
Chris is no longer at the company. He had retired, and apparently the last thing he worked on was the Battle for Azeroth cinematic. And in fairness, had the expansion felt like that cinematic, it probably would have been.
We will be viewing
Now,
this
the man who
cinematic in
replaced him
a
wasn't
little
Steve
bit.
Kneuser. It was Alex Afrasabi, and he was building one of the most controversial storylines in
Alex
World of
Afrasabi
Warcraft
is a
history
controversial
ever.
person
This truly is
himself, because a lot of the allegations of sexual assault were around...
named in the big Activision Blizzard lawsuit that
Yeah.
just kicked off the entire chain of events that led to a lot of changes at Blizzard, but also
That lawsuit that he's referencing here was a lawsuit of sexual abuse in the workplace, and the person that was named, it was multiple people that brought this lawsuit against Blizzard, and the two people that were named most were the head of Activision Blizzard at the time. What's his name? Let me former this guy. Here's a picture of him. I know his name is Bobby. I can't remember his last name. Bobby Kotick, yes. So, yeah, Boop and boop. Bobby Kotick, or Bobby Kotick, was named, and then Alex Afrasabi was named, and pictures and text messages were released showing a lot of the stuff that was happening from these guys, like things that were happening at like the BlizzCon events. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that. You feel free to look it up on the internet if it's interesting. But a lot of people got fired. The head of Activision, the head of Blizzard, Alex Afrasabi himself, a lot of the other people at Blizzard, a lot of the old school Blizzard people, like the people that I keep talking to that made Thunderfolk, they left right before all of this stuff started to get out. They didn't want to be at the company when this particular pile of shit hit the fan, and they all bolted before that. Metzen left before all of them, and he retired and he was doing other things. He actually made a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition campaign, which I have. It's called Ouroboros. So, yeah.
So basically facilitated the acquisition, right? Now, he was really running things into the ground. And from what we understand, substance abuse issues were also present around the time that lore decisions started getting more and more and more crazy. There was a rather infamous interview about Sylvanas' motivations essentially being retconned for the Wrathgate cinematic. You may remember that if you were terminally online in WoW Spaces back then, as I was. Now, by Sylvanas' side,
I remember the Wrathgate.
who the community have widely read as Steve Denuser's Dark Mirror self-insert. Of course, some of that is some community banter, some of that does go too far, but we didn't really know it at the time. What would happen is that storyline ended up barreling towards the Shadowlands, and that's really when Steve got his first opportunity to lay down the lore. And before we go into this, you need to remember that a lot of the decisions being made in situations like this happen way before you actually see the content. And it was relatively shortly after the Battle for Azeroth expansion came out that Alex quietly left the company. And rather obviously, we kind of know where that was all leading. Now, around that time, well, Shadowlands pre-production
We know more
starts,
about that
and we start
exit
seeing
now.
Azeroth stuff move in the Shadowlandsy direction. Now, we turned up in the Shadowlands, and what did we find? We found that the machinery of death was broken. I suppose we didn't even know that there was a machinery of death, but here it was. And with it being broken, so too was fate itself. We were hailed as the Mawwalker, the coolest title a fantasy game has ever made. You're the Mawwalker, foretold, or not, by the first ones to defeat the Jailer, who may or may not have been part of their plans. It was all a lot. It was all a bit strange. And this is the first time we are going to cut to Kingdoms of Amalur. In Kingdoms of
I'm
Amalur,
sure in some
Bilbo
places it probably is.
resurrected. That corpse is you. And we find ourselves in the middle of the Crystal Wars, where the immortal Fae are absolutely trouncing the mortals. Why are they winning? Well, they're winning because the Fae can resurrect themselves through the machinery of death, and the rest of Amalur can't. So, some gnomes then destroy the machinery of death, and in doing so, break fate itself. Does rather sound Shadowlandsy, doesn't it? I mean, the framing for Amalur and Shadowlands are just remarkably similar. But why did this feel odd in World of Warcraft?
I'm saying it the generally acceptable way. I try to pronounce things in the way that they should be pronounced. But then sometimes I just mispronounce things on purpose because it's funny, like tomato.
The tide turns against the immortal Fae. I think it's actually a great conceit at the heart of that game. You can fight gods because your mere presence messes with their powers. But then we're told in World of Warcraft that we've also got this special essence that means no one in the Shadowlands can predict our next move, and somehow ties our connection to Azeroth. It's a whole new dimension to our powers that we've never really heard of, and it doesn't end up making sense.
So the connection that he just made there was that in Kingdoms of Amalur, there's a war between the humans and the Fae. And the Fae can resurrect themselves through the machinery of death, so the gnomes break the machinery of death, and then you can go around killing everybody because you're protected with the special essence. And then the Shadowlands story is, oh, somebody broke the machinery of death, and now the ghosts in the Shadowlands can't keep resurrecting themselves, but you can go into the Shadowlands now and start killing off all the god people because you have a special essence about you that's never been mentioned in any WoW lore previous to this. So the parallel between the story in Kingdoms of Amalur and the story in Shadowlands is near 1-to-1. And like, this is true. I went back and fact checked this. He's not wrong.
The Tearsguard heist on Elisond in the Nightwell, she tells us that we've got some special fate-breaking power, which rather came out of nowhere. But that's just the beginning. To really hit things, let's go to Ardenweald, because they put Irish people in World of Warcraft. And guess what? Most of us in this team are from Ireland. So yeah, we can talk about this bit for sure.
They already had Scottish people. The dwarves were Scottish.
Takes High King Mathron's crown as a joke, but instead of returning it, he actually kills the king, and then his court becomes the leader of the Winter Fae. He names his army the Tunadon, and then they go to war with the mortals. Why? Well, because Gadflo worships a dragon buried deep in the mountains, and he intends to free him. Hello there, Kurog Grimtotem. Nice to meet you. But let's stick to the Shadowlands for now. In Amalur, the immortal Fae are split between winter and summer courts. We arrive in Ardenweald to find the Winter Queen, who is based on an Irish goddess called Calia. Now, there's many similarities, but it was when Elune entered this story that things just got strange for World of Warcraft, and it stopped feeling like it fit. Elune, a mysterious goddess linked to the world of Azeroth itself, the Emerald Dream, and the Light, many other sources, was finally given a definitive role in the cosmos. She was, apparently now, the Summer Queen, sister to Ardenweald's Winter Queen. Now, I'll set aside the implication that Elune is a robot like the other Eternal ones. Suffice to say, people didn't really like that. But the point is this. In Amuler's background lore, there was a fundamental split between the Winter and Summer courts, one broadly based on Irish mythology. That framework was transplanted into Azeroth as an explanation for Elune. It's really no wonder that a lot of people who loved Elune up to that point...
The subtitles keep saying Elune. Her name is Elune, spelled like this, and it has a little accent mark over the last E.
Maybe your good old friend Zoval the Jailer. So the Jailer might be from EverQuest.
I don't remember how to do the accent mark.
But it's just so juicy and almost speaks for itself that I thought we should include it. This is the oddly named Zabuxaruk. He's got blue eyes, his nips are out, and he's covered in chains, which may sound a little bit familiar.
I think this is a little bit of a stretch.
For eternity by their peers. In the case of poor old Zabuxaruk, he was locked in the plane of time for giving mortals knowledge that could challenge the gods. I guess a bit of a Prometheus thing. Now, the Jailer, of course, was locked in the maw for deciding that he should kind of run the universe. Both are characters who peer into forbidden knowledge, Zabuxaruk through infinite timelines and the Jailer through infinite souls, and both basically see the same thing, that something bad is coming, that there is a cosmic threat that will sweep everything aside. And in both cases, that threat never actually pays off. Zabuxaruk warns Norath, and then that plotline just goes nowhere. The Jailer warns us about, rather infamously, what is to come, and we're still waiting. The connection is that Steve worked in EverQuest 2's deep lore before moving to Amuler. Some of these ideas may have been in his head for a very long time then, but for the actual very clear evidence and to move us away from this little Zoval aside, we have to look at Dragonflight. Okay then, Dragonflight parallels. To do this properly, I need to first...
Now, I don't know a lot about this lore from the Warcraft side.
Named Tirnoch, who's been imprisoned
this is part of the lore that we're going to be getting into a little bit later with some of the other videos that we're going to watch.
Gadflo, who of course conquered the Winter Court, and that's what kicked off Amuler's entire in-game story. And with that, suddenly, well, Tirnoch, the dragon, had a big army, and they are an army fighting for her freedom. Cut to Dragonflight. We find 3 dragons trapped under a mountain. They have a whole army trying to break them out. Of course, Kurog and the Primalists. But these guys weren't just like evil Earthen Ring shamans. They weren't remnants of, say, Garrosh's dark shamans. In fact, they had no connection to anything going on outside the Dragon Isles. They just appeared one day, super coordinated, super powerful.
Fucking spell is spelled like this.
And it felt
I'm correcting the subtitles on names. It's Garrosh Hellscream.
They were just this pre-baked army. Where did they come from? Seemingly nowhere in the lore that we knew. And that's kind of because they didn't come from our lore. They kind of came from something else. But the thing that sticks out the most is Tirnoch's title, the Unborn God. Because with that, it seems everything's coming full circle. In Midnight, we will soon discover that the Haranir zone, Harandar, is built around the Cradle of Aln. That Azeroth's true name is Aln, and that she is an unborn goddess. Now, this narrative was building under the directorship of Steve Denuser.
A note on that narrative was actually building a little bit before Steve Denuser. We found out that Azeroth was an unborn goddess in Legion when Kil'jaeden tried to kill her. We'll be covering that later.
Obviously, not just him, because at around this period of time, the quantity, just the number of narrative designers at the company, just increased big time. Now, the modern...
I think the major point that he's making here
she is an unborn goddess.
Is that this guy, Steve Denuser, didn't make it up as he went along. He went back to his work on EverQuest and his work on Kingdoms of Amalur, and he just copied all of that into World of Warcraft instead of working with the Warcraft lore. He was like, oh, I made this jailer character for EverQuest. Let's just copy that and put that in the World of Warcraft. Oh, I made all this lore for Kingdoms of Amalur. Let's just grab all of that and shove that into World of Warcraft too. So instead of making a new story that follows along from the lore that was already established in WoW, and there is a lot of WoW lore that he could have drawn from, he instead went back to things that he had already made for other games and just made it again in World of Warcraft. But kudos on him for making it the first time, but because the lore is not bad, but the lore is not for Warcraft. The lore was for EverQuest and Kingdoms of Amalur. And he's proven that he only has one trick in his bag by having to go back and take the story that you already wrote and then write it again in a new universe, instead of writing a story that makes sense for that universe. This guy is no longer with Blizzard. I don't know if he got fired or if he quit, but I know he's no longer. He might still be with the company, but he's no longer in the director of narration. He's no longer the lore guy here. I think he left the company. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know he's been replaced. Yes, it would very much be like trying to take the Harry Potter story and shove it into Lord of the Rings. That's essentially what he did. And the reason that those parts of the story felt so bad, like using the Harry Potter Lord of the Rings analogy, is not because Harry Potter is a bad story. It's a great story. It's a bad story for Lord of the Rings, because they don't fit together at all. They're both great stories on their own, but if all you can write is Harry Potter, and then you write Harry Potter in Lord of the Rings, you write Harry Potter in Star Wars, you write Harry Potter in the Marvel universe, you're proving yourself then to be just a one-trick pony who only knows how to do one thing, and outside of the original context of that one thing, it doesn't work anywhere else. So yeah, I don't know if we need to get into the rest of this, because the rest of this starts talking about Midnight, but that's the basic idea of what went wrong with the story in World of Warcraft. Why so many people were so unhappy with it. So this video and a couple of other videos actually got me interested. This is another history video. So this is the big video here that we're going to watch, and then this is another video that we're going to watch after that one. And watching Bellular's videos made me want to go back and check out what's happening in World of Warcraft right now, which I'm in the unique position of being able to do. So a couple of days ago, I think on the 5th, for the 21st anniversary, I reactivated my WoW account. And you may ask, how did you reactivate your WoW account if you don't have any money? Well, I am going to explain that exact thing right now. I've had this WoW account for 19 years, I think. Let's take a look. Got people materializing in front of my camera. I am in Orgrimmar, right outside of the bank, which is what that is. If we take a look at my feats of strength events, there are these anniversary markers here. Now, the achievement system was added into World of Warcraft in 2008. So that was WoW's for, you see I have the 11th anniversary, the 8th anniversary, the 7th anniversary. There's the 6th anniversary, that was 2010. There's the 5th, that was 2009. You see, I'm missing a lot of them. There's the 21st, when I logged in just a couple days ago. And there's the first one right there. WoW's 4th anniversary, 2008. So that was 17 years ago. And I had this account for about a year or so, or maybe 2 years before that. Because I created this character, Narishm, in the middle of the Burning Crusade expansion, because I wanted to have a level 70 character ready to go when Wrath of the Lich King launched. Because I was really excited for Wrath of the Lich King. Because it was tying up the Arthas storyline from Warcraft 3. I was hugely excited for that. I figured if there's ever a time for me to come back to WoW, I'll come back doing Wrath of the Lich King. Because I played in the original vanilla, but I played on an EU server then. I didn't really want to pay the fee at the time to transfer the character from EU over to the NA servers. I don't even know if you could transfer it across data centers at the time. So I got a new copy of the game, and I created a new character during the Burning Crusade, and I leveled so that I would have it at level 70 when Wrath of the Lich King launched. And I remember I dinged level 70 the week that the Sunwell raid was released in the Burning Crusade, which was the last raid that was released. And so that would have been right around the 3rd anniversary of WoW. So that would be like 2 years before this. So yeah, about 19 years I've had this character. So yeah, and like here's the oldest. There aren't any achievements that go back to 2007 because the achievement system wasn't added until 2008. But that's proof of the age of my account that I have an achievement from the year that this was the achievements were added to the game in 08. Okay, that being said, they've added a store to the game, the WoW shop. And one of the things, they sell a whole bunch of stuff in here. You can buy like the expansions, like transmog stuff. This looks cool. Wings and Wisdom back. Is that just my character wearing my armor? Is it just the birds? That might make sense, being just the birds and maybe the hood there. Okay. Yeah, it looked cool because it's already... Anyway, this thing here, the WoW token. The WoW token will give you a month of game time. You can buy it with $20 real money, or with 298,749 in-game gold. I have that much money on my World of Warcraft account. I've had the account for 19 years. I've got gold.
Yeah, what do you want?
If you look at my Warband bank right now, there's 216,000 gold in my Warband bank. There's 37,000 gold on Narishm right here, and there's 216,000 in my Warband. That's almost enough to buy another WoW token. And each of these characters, Ishtari, Soares, Mishran, Ember, Liliana, Sarai, and Frayne, each have about 10,000 gold themselves. So if your account is offline and you have enough gold on your characters, there's a little reactivation button that you can click right here, and you can buy a WoW token with the gold that's on your characters in the account and reactivate it. Once you have it reactivated and you try to buy it, it tells you have to log in to purchase a WoW token with a character. But if your account is actually offline and you have the gold to purchase it, you can pull the gold from among your characters. I had over 400,000 gold on Narishm at the time. So I just bought a WoW token and turned my account back on for a month. And I have enough to buy another token. And if I make up more gold, and I can sell a bunch of stuff on my account that I don't use, because I made a lot of that gold by collecting and selling rare pets and stuff in the auction house. Yes, the gold gets deducted from the characters. Because you go into the auction house and you buy it from the auction house, and so it takes the gold out of your thing and it gives you the WoW token. And then when your game time runs out, the WoW token disappears and you get another month of game time. So the question for how I reactivated my WoW account, I reactivated it with in-game gold. And I have enough gold to do it again. So, I was also playing around with something really interesting. Because WoW doesn't have native controller support. But Final Fantasy XIV does. And you may have noticed that the action bar at the bottom looks a lot like it does in Final Fantasy XIV. I'm actually controlling WoW with a controller right now. You can see my controller inputs down at the bottom of the screen. I'm moving the camera around. I'm moving the character around. I can mount. We can fly around. This particular, let's fly over here to the target dummies. So this particular add-on allows me to play the game with a controller. This is really cool, because this is how I play Final Fantasy XIV. I'm like, wow, I get to play the game with a controller. That's awesome. So yeah, this is my rotation, and I summon other demons to do like attacks and stuff. But yeah, into that. How did I do the, yes, stop attacking things, little demon. So yeah, I've been playing around, and one thing that I've been looking at is the catch-up feature that they've been putting in here, because what actually got me to turn this back on and give it another chance were some of the new features. I'm gonna go back to mouse here. They've added this adventurer's guide, which has like tutorials. So there's a catch-up mode for players who've been away from the game for a while. I actually went through this with this character. I didn't need it for this character because this character is in like quest greens from like the end of expansion, because I'm max level. I'm level 80. I was level 80 on this character before I stopped playing. So, and I've got basic gear. I'm geared enough to start running dungeons and getting the basic gear to start raiding. I think I'm still in my raiding guild. Yeah, I'm part of a raiding guild called One, which is we have a really cool guild leader named Metro. Here he is, Metro Law. He has a YouTube channel himself. He talks about a lot of the other like more high-end raiding stuff for a while. I have not actually done anything with the guild since Legion. The last time I raided with these guys was during Legion. I've mentioned Jesse Cox several times on the channel. This is how one of the ways that I know him. This is Jesse Cox's character in World of Warcraft, Mojo Maker. Jesse, yeah. We're in the same guild in World of Warcraft. Yeah. Anyway. So I was looking at a lot of the stuff that they're doing here. The winter event is happening. I need to do that. I looked at the revamp starting zone. I took the warrior that's out on the title screen in my warband, Ishtadi, this guy. I had a warrior already that was like level 40, and so I deleted that character because I wasn't really vibing with him because he was a little fox dude, and I ultimately didn't really like the little fox people after I made them. Why is my mouse being strange? Okay, we will do that to unstrangeable. Yes, WoW has a lot of really cool lore, and I'm going to be going through like the backstory and getting caught up on a lot of that in the stream. I don't know why my mouse was being strange. It probably has something to do with the controller. That add-on isn't perfect, especially here in the screen, but I recreated this guy. He's wearing heirloom armor right now. This guy is also wearing heirloom armor. I also recreated the Death Knight because my Death Knight was originally on the Horde, and you know, I figured I want some characters on the Alliance side. This guy is actually Mission here is actually Alliance side, and he is an exact duplicate of my Horde character. Like, I'm working to try and get them the exact same outfit. I really like this outfit, but the shoulder pads, arm guards, and belt are Blood Elf only. So I can't get those on the Alliance. So I'm trying to get a compromise between these two, so I can have the exact same character on the Horde side and the exact same character on the Alliance, because Firetree is a PvP server, and if I get ganked by some guys and they're like camping my body, which happens a lot, I want to be able to log in on the other faction, go to where they are, and yell at them for camping my body. That is the entire reason. And Mission is basically Narishm spelled backwards. I swapped the I and the S to make it more pronounceable. But yeah, I have an exact duplicate of my Horde character on the Alliance side. Just so I can go yell at people that were ganking my Horde character. I'm like, knock it off! Like I'm just trying to quest.
Never give up, never surrender.
Yes. I haven't even got this guy all the way to level 80. I need to put more love into my Alliance counterpart to get him all the way up. To get him all the way up to 80. But yeah, that's the story behind Mission. That's why he's also a warlock when my main guy is a warlock. But yeah, and then this is a second warband with other characters. So I got my main warband, I got my secondary warband. My secondary warband is supposed to be at this campsite. You can see that there. These are characters that I know I'm going to play. My entire time with World of Warcraft, I stuck with a warlock, so I was a ranged caster the entire time. My entire time with Final Fantasy XIV, I've been basically a dragoon and now a viper, so I've been melee the entire time. I've never tried a melee class in World of Warcraft, so I've got two others here that are really interesting to me that I want to try out. A warrior and a death knight. And then I've always wanted to try the mage, and this mage is in heirloom gear. The demon hunter and evoker are two other hero classes, so I want to try those out. And I've always wanted to try out the rogue. And I think my time in Final Fantasy with my melee classes over there have prepared me enough to to try melee classes in WoW. And then, of course, I have a Pandaren Monk. Monk seems interesting. But I don't much have a desire to play a monk. I'm just holding the name right now. In case I want to make another character, I have the name Serena already like reserved. Nobody else can use that name because it's my name now because I have it on this character. Yeah. So yeah, there's a I'm looking into getting back into World of Warcraft if the story holds true. Yeah, so right now I'm testing the waters, I'm testing the different story elements, and we're going to be getting caught up on the story today. So right now I'm going to take a quick little break, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to start on the lore recap. Yeah. Alrighty. So to answer your question there, what if the camper wants to fight? Well, in World of Warcraft, you can duel other players. And one of the duels that you can do is called a mock Gora, as you can see right here. Mock Gora. Spelled like this. Mock Gora. I can actually use this clip to do two different things at once. With going back up, there was a Warcraft movie that came out in 2016. The Warcraft movie is a fairly decent movie. Like, it introduces you to the Warcraft lore. It's done really well. I like it. The lore in the movie is incorrect in a lot of ways. But this is a scene near the end of the movie where Anduin Lothar, which is this guy right here, duels Blackhand, who's an orc, in a mock Gura. Now, a mock Gura is a traditional orc fight to the death. And it's considered very honorable. And like the winner of the mock Gura, if they win fairly, they get honored. Now, this was at the end of the war between the humans and the orcs, and the humans lost this conflict, and he got captured. But instead of getting killed, Blackhand, who was the leader of the orcs at the time, challenged him to a mock Gura because he was one of the greatest fighters on the human side. So I'm going to kind of show this scene here. This is probably going to get flagged, but it's going to show you what a mock Gura is. And this is Blackhand. That's why he's called Blackhand, because he had his hand cut off and he replaced it with a huge black, like, claw. But I want to note, this duel never happened in the original Warcraft lore. Blackhand was killed by his second in command, Okram Doomhammer, because Doomhammer thought Blackhand was leading the orcish horde to ruin. In the movie, Lothar, which is this guy, his son was killed by Blackhand. So this is about revenge for Lothar. He's happy to get the one-on-one with Blackhand here. And he kills him in, like, very quick fashion. That is not how Blackhand dies in the original Warcraft lore. He's killed by Okram Doomhammer
For my son.
originally. So now they let him leave. This is a couple of interesting things here. This is Garona Half-Orcan. She is a character in Warcraft lore, but in the movie, they very strongly hint that she's the daughter of Medivh. That's not how it was in the original Warcraft lore. She was Medivh's lover in the original Warcraft lore, and she was half-orc, half-Draenei originally. She's half-orc, half-human in the movie, which is a huge change. This guy, Gul'dan, I want to point out the robes that he's wearing right here, the orange with the glyphs around the hood and on the shoulders right there. That was the max raid gear set for warlocks in Wrath of the Lich King. I have that set on my World of Warcraft character. I will show you that in a moment. But Gul'dan is working for the demons. Gul'dan. She's right. The Makara is sacred.
Let your warriors honor their tradition.
I will not be disobeyed. What are you waiting?
One thing about the orcs is, yeah, they're brutes and they want to like destroy and everything, but they're honorable.
Do as I say.
I'm back up right here. I recognize this character.
Do as I say.
This is Grom Hellscream. We will be we will be seeing this character in lore coming up very shortly. But yeah, that's Grom Hellscream right there. I don't know who this is. But like he won the Makara fairly.
Who will obey you? If you go to war,
It was Grom
you
again.
won't. If you do this, you will lose the horde.
She is right. They will straight up kill him if he attacks Lothar after winning a Makara. Like, yeah. So that's what a Makara is, and that's why I'm not going to be covering the lore of the Warcraft movie in this, because the movie lore deviates from the game's lore. The movie is a nice like aside, like a what if. But yeah. Now the reason that I introduced you to the concept of a Makara is because you can challenge another player to a duel in the game. Yeah, it was kind of like a soft reboot. I need a transmogrifier. There's a transmogrification guy over here, I think. Sets. Yeah, this is a blue version, but that's a version of what Gul'dan was wearing. I have the actual version here somewhere. There are many, many pages of like transmog stuff. I don't know where it is, but yeah, it's like, it's basically this. This is a slightly different version of what Gul'dan was wearing right there. But I think it's really interesting that in the movie they actually put him in the robes from the game. Cause I think it's called Gul'dan's Regalia. Cause Gul'dan was a warlock, and my character is a warlock. So it was cool for me to see one of the warlock raid tier sets in the movie being worn by Gul'dan. Especially a set from the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, which was the first expansion that I actually hardcore raided in. So I had that set. That was really cool. But yeah, you can challenge characters if you right click on a character. Get closer to this Tauren here. Right click, yeah. I can challenge them to a duel or to a pet battle duel. And I'm not going to actually challenge this guy to a duel. With a duel, there are two ways that you can challenge someone. You can challenge them to a duel where when you get the 1 health, the duel's over. Or you can challenge them to a Makara, which is a duel to the death, and it ends when one of you two die. So if my griefers wanted to duel me after I switched to my other character, like we could duel being on the same faction. I could challenge them to a Makara and like straight up kill them. Now one of the interesting things, we're gonna straight up exit the game. There's a classic mode of World of Warcraft, which is World of Warcraft as it existed in 2004 when the game launched, like the original World of Warcraft. And one of the cool things that they've done is they've got different versions, but they've got hardcore servers. Like, I went to the anniversary on the hardcore normal server there. And I've been seeing a lot of people do this. So I have an alliance warrior here who is self-found. And the thing about the hardcore server is once you die, that's it. Your character is deleted, you have to start over. And a lot of people have been doing runs of the original Warcraft on hardcore characters to see if they can get all the way to level 60 and then to start raiding and see if they can clear all of the raid stuff on a character where if you die, that's it. You start over. That idea is actually really intriguing. Like I kind of like the idea of maybe doing that. Sounds masochistic. Iron Man, this mode has been called Iron Man, and it's actually in a lot of games. And it fundamentally changed. Man, I forgot how good the music was. It fundamentally changes the way that you play the game, because now instead of figuring out how can I do things the fastest, you have to think about how can I do things the safest. Because if you die, that's it. You're starting over. So one missed pull, one accidentally backing into a mob or going AFK at the wrong spot, and you come back and you're dead. You lag out in the middle of a fight, you're dead. Like, and you're starting over. So, or accidentally falling off a cliff. Yes, I have seen hardcore players die in all of these ways. I have seen hardcore players talking with their chat, watching videos of other people dying in hardcore in stupid ways, and while they are watching the video, they die in the game. Because they weren't watching the game, they were talking to their chat, and they were watching a video about other people dying stupidly, and then they stupidly die in the game. And then they're in the next compilation of stupid ways that people die. Yeah, so this is something that I'm looking at potentially, like maybe trying. So yeah, but that's not for today. Today we're going over the cinematics. This video here is 8.5 hours long. So it's gonna be more than one stream. It's gonna be at least today and tomorrow, maybe a stream over the weekend or on Monday to get through everything. And this, I think, is gonna start with Warcraft 3, with a lot of the cinematics and stuff in Warcraft 3. And then we're gonna move into the cinematics. And it's really gonna be like basic cinematics until we get the Wrath of the Lich King, and then we're gonna start seeing some in-game stuff. So we're gonna go through like the first parts like fairly quickly, I think. Is that a little too loud? It's a little loud in my ears. So I'm gonna turn it down. These are Warcraft 3 cinematics right here.
Beyond the gates of mighty kingdoms.
Can we skip to the actual? Yeah, okay. This is the Warcraft 3. Oh yeah, I turned it down in my headset. This is the Warcraft 3, that video right there was this one right here. Is the promo video.
Heed to the ancient prophecies. Like fools, we clung to the
This is
old
Medivh talking.
and fought as we had for generations.
You wanna know how awesome Blizzard is at cinematics? This cinematic was 1999.
Until the day the sky rained fire, and the new enemy came among us.
Okay. So this is a demon of the Burning Legion. So to get you guys kind of caught up to the story up to Warcraft 3, I can explain a lot of this. We're on a planet called Azeroth. The humans are from this planet. The orcs are not. The orcs are from another planet called Draenor. And out in space, there's an evil god called Sargeras who's in charge of a group of enemies called the Burning Legion. Draenor. If I spell it correctly with an E. Draenor. And then our planet is called Azeroth. Bam. So the orcs are from Draenor. The guy in the no chill. Not in the Burning Legion. So on Draenor, there's an orc named Ner'zhul. Ner'zhul, who got in he was a shaman. Let me hydrate a little bit there. So Ner'zhul was a shaman who thought he was talking to one of the shamans deal with the elements. They talk with the elements on their planet, right? And a lot of the orcs are shamanistic. Ner'zhul was a shaman who thought he was talking with one of the elements. What he was actually speaking with was one of the lieutenants of the Burning Legion, who was pretending to be an element. During this conversation, Ner'zhul and his apprentice Gul'dan, we've already met Gul'dan. He was the orc that we saw wearing the robes that I was talking about. Ner'zhul and his apprentice Gul'dan became corrupted by the Burning Legion. They were speaking with a demon called Manarov, who we will see coming up, and another demon called Kil'jaeden. So they were in communication with a demon called Manaroth and a demon called Kil'jaeden. And they got corrupted by the Burning Legion. And the Burning Legion wanted them to build something called the Dark Portal. The thing is, he wasn't an imposter. Both Ner'zhul and Gul'dan were actually shamans before they became warlocks. So, and Ner'zhul was a very well-respected shaman. Like, he was the real deal. Nobody noticed what was going on until it was too late. There probably were signs. I am not well enough acquainted with that part of the lore to know exactly what the signs would have been. But eventually Ner'zhul did notice that he was not talking with the elements. Because the being that he was talking to, after he started conversing with that being regularly, the other elements stopped talking to him. So because he was conversing with a demon, the other elements wouldn't speak to him anymore. And he took that as a sign that the planet was dying, which is what this other new element was telling him, that his planet was about to die that they need to get off of that planet because bad things are coming. And because he was talking with a demon, the other elements stopped talking to him, but that only reinforced in his head the idea that the planet was dying because now the other elements aren't there anymore. And the magic that the Burning Legion uses called Fel magic. That is this green fire that you see right here. This is called Fel fire. Anytime you see the color green with magic in Warcraft, it's associated with the Fel. And Fel is the demon energy of the Burning Legion. If you notice, all the warlock attacks that my warlock were doing was green fire, because my warlock uses demon magic, Fel magic. And there's actually a quest in WoW to turn all of your fire green. Normally it's like normal fire, but if you're an extra evil warlock, you can do a quest to get the demon fire and everything, which I like green, so I'm like, yes, green fire everywhere. But green indicates Fel magic. Fel magic destroys life. So when in that Makara sequence, when Black Hand held up his hand and it was covered with all the like green like lines and stuff, that's Fel magic. You notice that the orcs all had green skin. That's also Fel magic. When Ner'zhul realized that he was talking with a demon, he wanted none of it. He's like, that's it. I'm out. I'm done. I'm going to go tell everybody that I was wrong, what I've been doing, and we're going to get away from this because obviously demons are bad and they're going to kill us all. Gul'dan didn't like that his master was now like trying to turn his back on the demons. So Gul'dan tries to kill Ner'zhul, but ultimately they just end up turning Ner'zhul over to the demons. And once the Burning Legion had their hands on Ner'zhul, they locked him in a prison that was outside of like space-time for 10,000 years. It just locked him in there. And they tortured him every day. For 10,000 years he was tortured. Eventually he died. So they took his soul and they bound it into a suit of armor. And then they started torturing the armor. So that was Ner'zhul's like life after he was captured by the Burning Legion. So all of that's happening to Ner'zhul. Eventually Ner'zhul breaks. It sounds like a lot of effort. Well, they did eventually break Ner'zhul, and he came around to say that he would work for the Burning Legion once again. What they didn't realize is that when he died and they bound his soul into that armor, that his power, his magic power and mental capacity increased exponentially. So he became far more powerful being bound into the armor than he ever was as an orc warlock shaman. That's important because that armor is going to come into play a little bit later. So what Gul'dan does, Gul'dan builds this dark portal for the Burning Legion. And that's happening on Draenor. On Azeroth, yes, both Ner'zhul and Gul'dan are evil. They're different kinds of evil. Ner'zhul is more of a neutral evil. Like he's not on the good guy's side anymore, but he really could care less about either side, as from what I know about Ner'zhul. Like he doesn't care if people live or die or whatever. Like he's very much done with the whole thing. Yeah, he's a very neutral evil. Gul'dan is a very... I would say Gul'dan is lawful evil. I don't know. Because Gul'dan doesn't really care about the laws, but he's not exactly chaotic either. But he's definitely evil. he cares about doing what the Burning Legion tells him to do, because the Burning Legion gives him power, and all he wants is more and more power. So Gul'dan starts building the Dark Portal on Draenor. On Azeroth, the Burning Legion has been trying to get to Azeroth for a long time. Because there's something very special about Azeroth, and the Burning Legion want it. And there are other beings out there called the Dark Ones, or the Dark Gods. Cthulhu and Yogg-Saron, and there's two more, Yasharj, and there's another one I can't remember his name at the moment, but they're looking for like the creators of the universe, the Titans, and eventually their gaze falls upon Azeroth, and all four of the old gods go to Azeroth, and they want to start corrupting things. And Kil'jaeden takes note of this. Kil'jaeden was one of the Titans, and he takes note that the old gods went there, and he goes and he rips one of them out of Azeroth. I think it was Yasharj, and just throws her into space. We don't really know what the old gods were looking for, at least at the time. This may have been revealed in some of the lore that I'm going to learn through these videos, but at the time we didn't really know what the old gods were looking for. But we know that all four of them went to Azeroth. That Kil'jaeden then goes to Azeroth and rips one of them. I think it was Kil'jaeden. It might have been one of the other Titans, but they rip one of the old gods out of Azeroth and just like throw her into space, and that's Yasharj. But doing so, they tear a hole in like the egg, basically, of Azeroth, because there's a baby Titan inside of Azeroth, and Azeroth is like the egg. And when when they pulled one of the old gods out, they found out that they were rooted so deep that if they were to yank all of them out, they would completely destroy Azeroth. They left a giant gaping hole in the planet by removing hold on. By removing just the one. And that hole became what was called the Moonwell. And then Azeroth was considered off limits, and the Burning Legion originally came to Azeroth through the energy of that portal, the Moonwell. They used it and they started coming through, and then a race called the Night Elves defended, and they beat back the Burning Legion. And there was a Night Elf named Illidan who made a deal with Kil'jaeden for power to see what the Burning Legion was going to do. And like Illidan was a Night Elf, and he had golden eyes, and golden eyes of Night Elf is considered sacred, and he was going to do great things. What Illidan gave up in this deal with the Burning Legion was his eyes. Kil'jaeden burned out both of his eyes in exchange for letting him see what the Legion was about to do and become his agent on Azeroth. Illidan betrayed him and ended up destroying the Moonwell itself. He destroyed it. Now, the Night Elves were immortal because of the energies coming out of this well. Illidan just, with the help of like 5 or 6 other Night Elves, they destroy the thing. And in destroying it, they blow the continents apart, and now there's a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean, where the Moonwell used to be, where that hole in Azeroth basically still is. But now the Burning Legion can't get back to Azeroth because they don't have a way to get there. The other part of where the moon well used to be on land, because remember it blew the continents apart. So part of where the moon well used to be is now on either continent. On one continent, the night elves plant something called the World Tree, Yggdrasil, on top of that spot in Kalimdor. And another group of elves, who were called the High Elves, the Sindarai, make what they call the Sunwell in the Eastern Kingdoms around, and build Silvermoon City around it. So the remnants of this is still there. And it's still powering the elves. But both the Sunwell and the remnants of the Moonwell are locked by the elves, so the Burning Legion can't get through it. So Kil'jaeden tries a new tact. In the Eastern Kingdom, in Tirisfal Glades, there's a being known as the Guardian. And there was a woman, I forget what her name was exactly, it was Medivh's mother. But, not Kil'jaeden, it's Sargeras. It's the person I should be talking about. I've been saying Kil'jaeden when I should be saying Sargeras. If I spell his name right, Sargeras. Sargeras sends an avatar in human form, and he seduces Eowyn. If I remember, I think that's how you spell her name. Who was the guardian of Tirisfal, and he gets her pregnant. And then she finds out who he is. Like, oh, you're the leader of the Burning Legion. You're not supposed to be here. And she is such a powerful mage that she fights the god of the demons one-on-one. And she wins and kicks him off of Azeroth and banishes him where he can't come back. So now, like, Sargeras, like, can't teleport to Azeroth. Now, the problem he's facing now, he doesn't know where the planet is, because he's only ever been there through portals. So he doesn't know where to go looking to actually find Azeroth. So, he uses her child. Her child is Medivh. And when Medivh is born, Medivh eventually becomes the guardian of Tirisfal. Because Medivh is a very powerful mage in his own right. What no one knew at the time was that there was a piece of Sargeras inside of Medivh, corrupting him from the inside. And that corruption eventually does take over Medivh around his 18th or 19th birthday. He goes into a coma for several years, and then he comes back and he goes and he builds a tower called Karazhan in Deadwind Pass. And unbeknownst to anybody else, he starts building a dark portal here on Azeroth, a mirror to the one being built on Draenor. And eventually Medivh realizes that he is being controlled by a demon, and he tries to fix the problem himself, and it doesn't work. And then ultimately, several of the heroes that we saw in the Warcraft film, his apprentice Khadgar enlists the help of Garona Half-Orc, the woman that I pointed out in the trailer, and Anduin Lothar, the guy who was dueling Blackhand. And we'll meet Khadgar a little bit later. Khadgar gets those two, and all three of them confront Medivh, and they kill Medivh because he's being controlled by demons. Then they find out about the Dark Portal, and they get to the Dark Portal in time to see the Dark Portal open, and then hordes and hordes of orcs rush out, and then the first war happens between the orcs and the humans. And that's where the game Warcraft 1 takes place. The orcs and the humans war against each other. And I think the orcs win the first war. And they beat the humans back into Stormwind. And they take over that whole like southern region down there around Black Rock Mountain. And they capture one of the dragonflights. Now, there's 5 different dragonflights that are on Azeroth. They capture Alexstrasza, the leader of the red dragonflight. And with her captured, they're able to enslave her brood and make themselves dragon riders. That happens in Warcraft 2. And so the leader of the black dragonflight, Netharian, and the leader of the red dragonflights are discussed heavily in Warcraft 2. Because the black dragonflight openly starts working with the Horde, and the red dragonflight is enslaved by the Horde. And one of the missions in Warcraft 2 is to save the red dragonflight from the Horde. So one of the missions, you go in there and you free Alexstrasza and her brood and take them away from the Horde. So they only have black dragons from like that point out. And then the second campaign of Warcraft 2 is called Beyond the Dark Portal, where they have to shut down the portal to stop the orcs from coming from Draenor to Azeroth. To do that, they need to destroy the Dark Portal on both sides. They can't destroy the portal itself, so they need to basically take it offline. So they send 2 of their heroes, an elf called Alleria Windrunner, and a human called oh my god, what was his name? He becomes Alleria's lover. I'm gonna have to Google. Human who went through, I think his name was Terralion. Yeah, Terralion. Okay, yeah, so Terralion went through with Alleria Windrunner to close the portal on the Draenor side. And they knew that they were going to be stuck over there when they did that. So they went on a suicide mission because they were going to be stuck over there with what was left of the Horde when they closed the portal. So they closed the portal from that side. We closed the portal from this side with Khadgar. Khadgar. I'm just putting all the names in the chat. And that's the end of Warcraft 2. Okay, now we're caught up. Orcs and humans are still fighting over here. And then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, here come the Burning Legion again to Azeroth. And, like, how'd they get here? We don't know, but they're here. That's what this video is about. Okay, boom. We're basically caught up to Warcraft 3. Now we can start watching the videos. There's one other thing that I forgot to mention. In order to ensure that the orcs do what the Burning Legion wants, Manaroth told Gul'dan to make them all drink his blood. That's why they have green skin. Orcs were originally brown and red skinned, but all the orcs with green skin are either the children of orcs that drank the blood of Manaroth, the demon, or they drank it themselves.
Stand now upon the brink of destruction. For the reign of chaos has come.
Reign of Chaos is what Warcraft 3 was called. Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos. This video here was the preview video for Warcraft 3. before Warcraft 3 launched. This is the opening video for Warcraft 3. I've seen all these videos. I remember these videos. When I first saw this video, I had no idea the implications of this raven. Because I wasn't as well versed in Warcraft 4 back then. I didn't really know the lore from Warcraft 1.
We've received
and
that the orcs
this
are
character is
moving.
not mentioned in Warcraft 2.
Certainly the recent attacks against the internment camps are evidence enough. Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Ooh, there's a plague in the north. This is King Tyrannus Menethil. He is the king of Lordaeron, the northern human kingdom. And this
Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this
is a weird raven that just landed in there. The prophet, as he's called.
It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin Tor are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Magic bird is doing magic. Remember what I said about the color green.
Yet prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink
Oh,
of war.
there's a bot.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this madman.
Hear me. The only hope
Man.
for people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalandor.
Now he mentioned Tides of Darkness. Tides of Darkness was the name of Warcraft 2.
Who you are or what you
Warcraft 2,
believe.
Tides of Darkness.
But this is not the time for wrangling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict. But it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone.
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again.
Any idea who this guy
If you
is?
cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
That staff that he's carrying was a legendary in World of Warcraft. It was called Atiesh.
A warning has been given.
I say was because it's no longer available
Fate is
in the
now
game.
their own.
Warning has been given. Okay. They skipped Nuzul? No, it is not Nuzul. After that prophet went to King Tyrannus, he then went to the young war chief of the Orcish Horde, Thrall, and he made him the same offer. And Thrall was originally skeptical, and then he was like, why should I believe you, human? And he looks at him and he laughs. He's like, human? I left my humanity behind a long time ago. That's a weird thing to say, prophet, to say that you're not human when you clearly look human, but yeah. That cutscene is not here. Maybe I can find that cutscene on YouTube. It was an in-game cutscene, that's why.
What kind of nightmare was that?
It was not a nightmare, young war chief, but a vision.
Okay, so there's that.
The sands of time.
Yeah, this is it. So we'll watch this cutscene here. This was the beginning of the prologue campaign, which happens between that first cutscene and the second cutscene I was about to play.
Time have run out, son of Duratan.
Son of Duratan. That's Thrall. His father's name was Duratan.
The cries of war echo upon the winds.
Cries of war echo upon the winds.
The remnants of the past scar the land.
There aren't any subtitles for this video. You can see the birds in this one too.
Which is besieged once again by conflict.
I don't know why this video wasn't included. Maybe they were just trying to like curate everything and like only put in like some of the more needed things. Nevermore. I love that poem.
Heroes arise to challenge fate.
This human knight here on top of the rock holding sword was one of the first icons that I had as like my character in my social media online back in like 2001.
The burning shadow.
This is Thrall.
Consume us all.
The burning shadow is coming to consume us all. Like while you fight meaningless wars, the burning shadow is coming.
You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destinies.
And then Thrall wakes up. And then that's where this actually picks up. He wakes up and he goes outside and he talks to the bird.
It was not a nightmare, young war chief, but a vision. Follow me, and I will reveal what your future holds.
And then you have this like little tutorial campaign to learn how to play Warcraft 3.
But I'll play along.
And then you have this scene.
Greetings, son of Duratan. I knew you'd find your way.
It was you I saw in the vision. Who are you? How do you know me?
I know many things, young war chief, about you and your people. My identity at this time is unimportant. What is important is that you rally your people and
I'm not going to
leave
give away
these
that
shores
secret until it
immediately.
comes up.
Leave? What's this all about, human?
Human? I left my humanity behind long ago. I am something different now. Know that I have seen the future and beheld the great burning shadow that is coming to consume this world.
Dude took a screenshot.
You sense it as well, don't you?
The demons are returning.
Yes, and only by leading your people across the sea to the distant lands of Kalimdor will you have a chance to stand against them.
But how can we...
I will answer all of your questions in time, young war chief. For now, rally your warriors and prepare to leave this land. We will speak again.
And then he turns into a bird and flies off. So that's what he was trying to get King Tyrannus to do as well. He wants everybody to go to Kalimdor, because he's telling them that the only way you can fight this evil is through what's happening at Kalimdor. Now, are we really going into the Arthas scene here? I guess we are. Okay, so this scene needs to be explained a little bit more. I guess he's just throwing the World of Warcraft scenes in here, basically how they go. But this is the king's son, Arthas Menethil. Arthas is a paladin, and he was sent to the north to find out what was going on with that plague that's been going on up there. And he found out that it's a plague of undeath. The grain has been poisoned by a necromancer called Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad, and that is Arthas. So this necromancer Kel'Thuzad poisoned the grain so that anybody who eats it would die and then turn into an undead zombie. And then they would be working for Ner'zhul, because Ner'zhul was controlling all of them. And Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad said that he was working for a master, but didn't really tell Arthas anything about it. So Arthas kills Kel'Thuzad, who said that he was a necromancer. And then he gets to the city of Strathholm, and he finds out that the poisoned grain has already been distributed amongst all the people, and they've already eaten it. So it's only a matter of time before this entire city turns into undead. But right now, they're still very much human. So Arthas makes a decision that is called the Culling of Strathholm. His answer to this, since there's no way to reverse this, he's going to burn down the entire city and kill all of the people before they have a chance to turn into the undead. That's his answer to this situation. Like, we can't fix this. They're about to become an army of undead monsters rampaging through this whole area. I'm gonna burn the entire city down and kill all the people. That way they don't turn into undead. His mentor, Uther the Lightbringer, is dead against this. He's like, Arthas, you are a paladin. You cannot kill innocent people. They have not done anything. And Arthas is like, they are about to become undead. Once they do, we won't be able to fix this situation. So I'm going to fix it right now before it becomes a situation. And they have a fight. And Uther's like, Arthas, if you do this, I can't back you. And Uther leaves him. Right? And Arthas, he does it. He kills everybody in the city and burns the city down. This becomes very much a black mark on Arthas' soul now. Now that he has killed these innocent people before they did anything. He takes that. Yeah, he takes that lesson to heart. He's like, I have to root out this evil before it really becomes a problem. Kel'Thuzad said he was working for a demon named Mal'Ganis, right? Mal'Ganis is in this other continent called Northrend. I'm going to go to Northrend and kill Mal'Ganis and rid us of this whole undead problem right now. So that's what he does. He gets his little group of men, he goes to Northrend, and he finds Mal'Ganis. And his initial fight with Mal'Ganis doesn't go well. Mal'Ganis teases him. He's like, at the frozen roof of the world, we face off or something like that. I forget exactly what he says. But Arthas needs more power in order to actually take care of Mal'Ganis. So he learns of a sword called Frostmourne that is there in Northrend. If he can get his hands on Frostmourne, he will have the power he needs to kill the demons. So he goes out looking for it with his friend Muradin Bronzebeard, who's a dwarven paladin. When they find the sword, it's enshrined in a block of ice, and Muradin reads the pedestal that Frostmourne is enshrined upon, and discovers that Frostmourne is a soul-stealing sword. And the whispers that Arthas has been hearing have actually been coming from Frostmourne. The sword was telling Arthas where to go to find it. And Muradin's like, well, obviously we can't use this. It's quite clearly cursed. That's why it's locked up here in this gigantic block of ice. And Arthas is like, no, I need this to kill the demon. So Arthas breaks it out of the block of ice, and the first thing that he does with it, when Muradin tries to stop him, he turns around and he slashes Muradin with the sword and leaves him there to die in that frozen cave. And then he takes the sword and he goes and he kills the demon Mal'Ganis with it. And then he comes back home to Lordaeron, which is what this scene is right here. This is his return to Lordaeron after going to Northrend, finding the sword, stabbing his best friend with it and leaving him to die up there, killing the demon that's responsible for like the whole plague thing, and then coming back to Azeroth with this cursed soul-stealing sword. Okay. And then we got this video. But I'm going to take a quick little break, and then I will be back and we will go into this video and discuss what's happening from here. Be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Oh, I need to hit the button. There we go. So, classic period. Oh, it's a lot darker. A lot darker. This scene here, what I just described to you was basically the first campaign, the human campaign of Warcraft 3. And this scene here let us know exactly what kind of story we were in for the rest of Warcraft 3. Arthas comes back as a hero, right? Because he solved the problem of the plague. His skin's got kind of a whitish tone to it now. Oh, skull armor. That can't be. That's not good for a paladin, right? This is Frostmourne.
Ah, my son.
If you know anything about Warcraft lore or seen like videos,
Sacrifice for your people.
you've seen this sword.
No longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. This sword is very famous in Warcraft lore.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
That line. What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you. And he kills his father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
I don't think Arthas is quite on the side of the good guys anymore. And then we skip to this. Okay, so this is the end of Warcraft. So, let me explain very quickly the rest of Warcraft 3. After that scene where Arthas kills his father, we move into the Undead campaign, where we once again play as Arthas. But now, Arthas is a Death Knight. He was corrupted by the sword. And now he's working for the voice inside the sword that's giving him rules and whatnot. And the first thing that the voice inside the sword does is say, hey, you know, you killed the last guy that was working for me, but he's actually kind of important. I need him back. So can you go get his body and we can resurrect him as a lich? And Arthas is like, yeah, sure. Who is it? Kel'Thuzad. You're like, really? Yeah, and then it puts him in touch with Kel'Thuzad's ghost. And he's like, really, young paladin? I told you we would meet again. And I'm like, okay, so the necromancer I killed in the human campaign, I now have to go resurrect as a lich in the undead campaign, and he's going to be like my first lieutenant. And then it turns out that Mal'Ganis, although was a demon, yes, was not the guy that Kel'Thuzad was taking orders from. Kel'Thuzad was taking orders from the voice that is giving Arthas orders from inside of that sword. But still doesn't really tell Arthas who is inside the sword, like at any point. But over the course of the Undead campaign, you resurrect Kel'Thuzad, and Kel'Thuzad's like, right, now we have to go back to Northrend. There's a place called Icecrown, where that sword has a whole set of armor that goes with it. And you need to go get that armor. So we're going to go back to Icecrown and you're going to go get that armor. And that's where the Undead campaign kind of ends off. With Arthas up in Icecrown, he finds the armor and he takes the armor. Let me see. This guy has a bunch of videos. Does he have? Yeah, there's a Warcraft 3 one here. Oh, this has a lot of stuff. Okay.
As I suspected.
It gets worse. They're preparing to attack the nearby village of Strombrad. As far as we know, the village is completely
Okay, we can skip that. The Culling of Strathholm. This is the one I was telling you about.
I'm sorry for concealing myself, Arthas.
This is Jaina. She's a mage, a very powerful mage. And she's Arthas's friend. And this is what Arthas looked like before he was corrupted.
I just wanted to...
Don't say it.
I sense tremendous power about him, Arthas. Maybe he's right. Maybe he does know what will happen.
Oh, yes,
Nothing you can say will make me abandon my homeland, Jaina. I don't care if that madman has seen the future. Let's go.
The Raven prophet guy just came and asked Arthas to go to Kalimdor, and Arthas is like, no. And Jaina's like, he's actually really powerful. Maybe you should listen to him. And Arthas is like, no, I must save everybody. And then they get to Strathholm.
Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead. This entire city must be purged.
What? How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city.
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done. Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me. The rest of you, get out of my sight.
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
That's Mal'Ganis.
Young prince, I am Mal'Ganis. As you can see, your people are now mine. I will now turn this city household by household until the flame of life has been snuffed out forever.
I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis. Better that these people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death. We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me.
Brave words. Unfortunately for you, it won't end here. Your journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny will unfold.
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth!
Okay. And then burn down Strathholm. Yeah.
So much death. I can't believe Arthas could have done this.
Technically, it was Arthas and Mal'Ganis that were fighting over the city.
Jaina! Jaina Proudmoore!
Lord Uther?
Ah, Jaina. I thought I might find you here. Where has he gone, girl?
Where has Arthas taken the fleet?
He came to me before he left. I pleaded with him not to go. I told him it sounded like a trap.
Where?
Northrend. He's gone to Northrend to hunt Morganis.
Damn that boy. I've got to inform King Tyrannus. Don't be too hard on yourself, girl. You had nothing to do with this.
In this land might lie.
Yeah. Okay, and then when he leaves,
The
Medivh
dead in this land
Prophet
might
arrives.
lie still for the time being. But don't be fooled.
Your young prince.
Your young prince will find only death.
I
in the
forgot
cold
he
north.
told her this.
This is a light forsaken land, isn't it?
And this is
You can
Northrend.
barely even see the sun. This howling wind cuts to the bone and you're not even shaking. My lord, are you all right?
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you.
So, Muradin, this is Muradin, the little dwarf guy. He got word from Uther that Arthas is supposed to turn around and go back to the Eastern Kingdoms and not pursue Mal'Ganis into Northrend. So Arthas goes and hires a bunch of mercenaries that live here in Northrend and sends them to go burn the ships so that his troops couldn't go back. And then, when they get caught burning all the ships down, he tells his men, look, these natives have attacked our ships. We should destroy them because they destroy our ships. And then his men kill the mercenaries. And this is what Muradin is yelling at him about. You betrayed the mercenaries.
What's
and lied
happening
to
to
your
you,
men.
Arthas? Is vengeance all that's important to you?
Oh, spare me, Muradin. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland.
And this is the sword.
Behold, Muradin, our salvation. Frostmourne.
Halt, lad. There's an inscription on the dais. It's a warning. It says, whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit. Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Oh, leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price, if only you will help me save my people.
Oh, so the blade decided for Muradin. That was the price.
Prince Arthas, where is Muradin? We can't hold out for much longer.
Muradin is dead. But take heart, Captain. The enemy will not stand long against the might of
See,
Frostmourne.
Arthas' face is different over here.
So, you've taken up Frostmourne at the expense of your comrades' lives, just as the Dark Lord said you would.
Ooh, the Dark
Stronger
Lord.
than I thought.
You waste your breath, Mal'Ganis. I heed only the voice of Frostmourne now.
You hear the voice of the Dark Lord. He whispers to you through the blade you wield. What does he say, young human? What does the Dark Lord of the Dead tell you now?
He tells me that the time for my vengeance has come.
What?
What? He can't possibly mean to...
Yep. The Dark Lord betrayed you, Mal'Ganis.
It is finished.
And then this is actually the last mission of the human campaign in Warcraft 3. After taking his vengeance upon Mal'Ganis, Prince Arthas wandered off into the frozen wastelands of Northrend. Tormented by Frostmourne's maddening voice, Arthas lost the last vestiges of his sanity. Now driven by the sword's dark will, Arthas plans to return home to Lordaeron and claim his just reward. And that's the cutscene that we saw with him succeeding his father.
My son, I need you to be the no longer need to
So that's the context that other video didn't show us between that first and second cutscene.
I've taken care of everything.
Okay, and we've seen this.
Seating you, Father.
Still such a cold line.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Mal'Ganis! I don't know how you survived, but I will...
Calm yourself, Prince Arthas.
This is Tichondrius.
I am Tichondrius. Like Mal'Ganis, I am a Dreadlord. But I am not your enemy. In truth, I've come to congratulate you.
Congratulate me?
By killing your own father and delivering this land to the Scourge, you have passed your first test. The Lich King is pleased with your enthusiasm.
Now we have a name for the Dark Lord.
Yes. I've damned everyone and everything I've ever loved in his name. And I still feel no remorse, no shame, no pity.
The rune blade that you carry was forged by the Lich King and empowered to steal souls. Yours was the first one it claimed.
Then I'll make do without one.
Yeah, you remember that scene, right? This scene here. We showed it before, but we didn't really have the context. You feel that? You see why they didn't explain all of this? Yes. After he wanders around in Northrend, he comes back to Lordaeron, and this is his return to Lordaeron. And he's treated like a hero because he's the prince, right? He's the paladin prince of Lordaeron, Arthas Menethil. So yeah, they're cheering, and there's like rose petals, and he doesn't care about the rose petals, and you can see his face is all like ashen now. He's not entirely human anymore. It's like he's almost like he's died. And then he's got the skull armor, which, you know, skull motif armor, maybe not something a paladin of the light wears. And then you've got the evil glowy blue sword of destiny.
My son, I need you to be the no longer need to sacrifice for your people.
You no longer need to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
And it was at this point, playing the game, where you're basically 1/4 of the way through the game, that the game shows you exactly how dark this story is gonna get.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, Father.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Oh, you got up and missed this. Oh.
Mal'Ganis! I don't know how you survived, but...
Okay, and then that's the end of the human campaign, and then we go into the undead campaign, the second campaign of Warcraft 3. And once again, we're playing as Arthas, but Arthas is not a paladin now. He's a Death Knight. He's listening to the voice inside the sword, and the voice inside the sword has told him to take Lordaeron and turn it over to the undead scourge. So now he is fighting for the side that he was just trying to eradicate. And that's what this conversation is about.
Yourself, Prince Arthas. I am Tichondrius. Like Mal'Ganis, I am a Dreadlord.
Yep, I've come to congratulate you.
In
Killed
delivering
your father.
this land to the Scourge, you have passed your
And we have a
first
name
test.
for the Dark Lord's voice, the Lich King.
Pleased with your enthusiasm.
Yes. I've damned everyone and everything I've ever loved.
He sacrificed
and I still feel
his humanity
no
to
remorse,
get that sword
no
for his
shame,
revenge.
no pity.
And that sacrifice
The rune
and
blade
sword
that you
is
carry was
now
forged by the Lich
what
King
doomed his
and
people.
empowered to steal souls.
See, it steals souls.
Yours was the first one it claimed.
And the first soul that it took was
Then I'll make
Arthas.
do without one. What is the Lich King's will?
Then I'll make do without
the cult
one.
of the damned must be rallied once again.
Arthas is just
Many of the
ruthless.
acolytes have been in hiding amongst the populace. Once you've rallied them, I will give you further instructions.
This crude contraption will allow you to transport the remains of our master.
Can you not simply raise the remains when we find them?
Pardon, Lord, but a being of Kel'Thuzad's power can only be reanimated at a nexus of powerful ley energies, and there are no such places in this land.
Very well then. Let's move out.
If only you hadn't killed him in the last campaign.
Come along now, Necromancer. The powers that you once served have need of you again.
Told you, my death would mean little.
What the? Am I hearing ghosts now?
It is I, Kel'Thuzad. I was right about you, Prince Arthas.
Okay, so now we have the remains of Kel'Thuzad, the necromancer who caused the plague that we murdered in the last campaign because he was
These
causing the
remains are
plague.
badly decomposed. They will never survive the trip to Quel'Thalas.
Quel'Thalas is where the elves come from.
Yes. Only the energies of the High Elves' Sunwell can bring Kel'Thuzad back to life.
Remember, I mentioned the Sunwell from the Sundering of the World. Oh yeah. The pod will be here for catch up. But I'm going to continue to explain to everyone else. But yeah, earlier I mentioned the Sunwell during the Sundering of the world. That part of the power of the Well of Eternity that was sundered, it was fractured into the Moonwell and the Sunwell. So where Arthas is going is the Sunwell.
Then what must be done?
You must steal a very special urn from the Paladin's keeping. Place the Necromancer's remains within it, and he will be well protected for the journey.
Okay.
As you wish.
Steal the urn.
Your father ruled this land for 70 years, and you've ground it to dust in a matter of days.
Very dramatic, Uther. Give me the urn, and I'll make sure you die quickly.
The urn holds your father's ashes, Arthas. What? I
forgot
Were you
about
hoping
that
to
too.
piss on them one last time before you left his kingdom to rot?
I didn't know what it held. Nor does it matter. I'll take what I came for one way or another.
I dearly hope there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther.
Why put that scene in twice?
I intend to live forever.
Oh, from the Warbringer's animatics. Honestly, I'd forgotten that Arthas kills Uther.
Light, save my soul.
Excellent work. Now your journey to Quel'Thalas can begin.
Tell him nothing. Only you can hear me. The Dreadlords cannot be trusted. They are the Lich King's jailers.
Jailers?
I will tell you all when I walk this world again.
So the Lich King is in jail, and these Dreadlords of the Burning Legion are his jailers. I wonder who the Lich King could be.
Is everything proceeding as planned, Tychondrius? Lord Archimonde demands a report on the Scourge.
The Lich King's young Death Knight has been performing well. Almost too well. I begin to
Oh, they
wonder
name
if
him here.
Ner'zhul has ulterior motives for his
Ner'zhul!
new
We talked about him before. You remember the Orc Warlock who was tortured for 10,000 years, died, bound into armor, and then tortured again until he agreed to work for the
accomplishes what it was created
Burning
to
Legion?
do. Archimonde will have all our
Ooh,
heads
now
if we
he's
don't
on
keep control
Azeroth,
of this
and
situation.
he's the Lich King,
Really,
the voice
brother,
inside the sword.
Neither the Lich King nor his undead lackeys will jeopardize the Legion's return.
See that they do not. Lord Archimonde
So now where
has
he told
little
him to kill
patience for failure.
where he told Arthas to kill Mal'Ganis, right? Because the Burning Legion are the ones who were trapping
Sylvanas
Ner'zhul.
Windrunner was our kingdom's protector. Had she and her rangers not met Arthas with such fierce resistance, our people might no longer exist.
Now,
she paid the ultimate.
I mentioned Alleria Windrunner when I was explaining the basic story of Warcraft 2, that Alleria Windrunner went with Turalian through the Dark Portal to close it from the other side. Alleria is Sylvanas' older sister. They were both Ranger Generals of Silvermoon.
Price, so that enough of us might escape to rebuild our fallen kingdom. When Arthas raised her as a banshee and turned her against Quel'Thalas, it broke all our hearts. I've had my share of disagreements with Sylvanas, but I will never forget her sacrifice. She was the Ranger General of Silvermoon. Nothing will ever change that.
That's Lothar Theron. He's the current leader of the Blood Elves.
The wondrous, eternal Quel'Thalas. I haven't been here since I was a boy.
Be wary. The elves likely wait in ambush.
The frail elves do not concern me, Necromancer. Our forces are strengthened with every foe we slay.
Don't be too overconfident, Death Knight. The elves must not be taken lightly.
Dude.
You are not welcome here. I am Sylvanas Windrunner, Ranger General of Silvermoon. I advise you to turn back now.
It is you who should turn back, Sylvanas. Death itself has come to your land.
Do your worst. The Elf Gate to the Inner Kingdom is protected by our most powerful enchantments. You shall not pass.
You shall not pass!
Fall back to the second gate. Fall
Shindu
back.
Falana.
The Elf Gate
He's
has fallen.
swearing in
Onward,
Elvish.
my warriors. Onward to victory.
So, the Elf Gate that was guarded by the most powerful enchantments didn't last that long.
Fall back to the trees. You've won through this gate, Butcher, but you won't get through the second. The inner gate to Silvermoon can only be opened with a special key, and it shall never be yours.
Oh?
You waste your time, woman. You cannot outrun the inevitable.
You think that I'm running from you? Apparently, you've never fought elves before.
Damn that woman! We must find a way to cross the river.
Finally.
So you find the key and you cross the river.
The gates have been opened. Once
and then you don't use the key at all. You just blow the gate to pieces. Okay.
Damn you monsters! What will it take to drive you back?
The ranger woman is starting to vex me greatly.
You've done well, so far. But the true task still lies before you.
I was wondering when you'd show up.
I am here to ensure that you do your job, little human. Not do it for you.
I will reach the Sunwell on my own, Dreadlord.
Be warned. It is a pool of mystical energy from which the elves draw their immortal powers. They will not give it up easily.
True, they will not.
Do you think he suspects that you've been aiding me, Necromancer?
I'm sure he suspects quite a bit. It is his nature to assume the worst. Now steel yourself. The hour of my rebirth draws near.
This is a little Warcraft 3 base.
Finish it. I deserve a clean death.
Well, you don't get that.
After all you've put me through, woman, the last thing I'll give you is the peace of death.
No, you wouldn't dare.
Now we see the other half of this cinematic.
Take her! Run!
When they died anyway.
Anarala Belore! You will burn for your actions! That is far enough, Prince Arthas. Your march ends here.
You may have been formidable once, but I sense your soul fading. Your life force flickering weakly. A flame I will gladly extinguish.
At least I have a soul, you despicable monster.
I don't remember this part at
Not
all.
for long. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves.
I do remember this. Sunwell or bust.
Citizens of Silvermoon, I have given you ample opportunities to surrender, but you have stubbornly refused. Know that today, your entire race and your ancient heritage will end. Death itself has come to claim the high home of the elves.
And this is
Now
the Sunwell,
arise, Kel'Thuzad,
which I mentioned
and
earlier.
Serve the Lich King once again.
Hail
the Lich
Thuzad.
King has granted me eternal life.
I've upheld my end of the bargain, Lich. Are you ready to tell me about the Dreadlords now?
Certainly, but not here. They have eyes and ears everywhere. We'll talk where it's safe.
So, you're not upset about me killing you that one time?
Don't be foolish. The Lich King told me how our encounter would end.
Oh,
the Lich King knew that I would kill you?
Of course. He chose you to be his champion long before the Scourge even began.
If he's so all-knowing, then how can the Dreadlords control him like they do?
They are agents of the ones who created our master, the fiery lords of the Burning Legion.
What is this Legion?
It is a vast demonic army that has consumed countless worlds beyond our own. Now it comes to set this world to the flame. Our master was created to pave the way for its arrival. The Dreadlords were sent to make sure that he succeeded.
Oh, that's a dark portal.
So the Plague in Lordaeron, the citadels in Northrend, the slaughtering of the elves, it was all just to prepare for some huge demonic invasion?
Yes. In time, you will find that our entire history has been shaped by the coming conflict. Now come, we have much work to do.
Isn't it time you told me about the second phase of the plan, Lich?
Certainly. The first phase of the Lich King's plan was to engineer the Scourge, which would eradicate any group that might resist the Legion's arrival.
Like the forces of Lordaeron and the High Elves.
Exactly. The second phase is to actually summon the Demon Lord, who will spark the invasion.
So where are we going now?
To summon the Demon Lord.
There is a nearby encampment of Blackrock orcs who maintain a functional demon gate. I must use the gate to commune with the Demon Lord and receive his instructions. I call upon thee, Archimonde. Your
Archimonde.
humble servant seeks an audience.
You called my name, puny Lich, and I have come. You are Kel'Thuzad, are you not?
Yes, Great One. I am the summoner.
Very well then. There is a special tome you must find. The only remaining spellbook of Medivh. The last
we know
guardian.
Medivh.
Only his lost incantations are powerful enough to bring me into your world.
Which makes sense because he built
Where
the
should we
first.
search for it, Great One?
Seek out the mortal city of
He built the first dark
It is there
portal.
that the tome is kept. At twilight, 3 days from now, you will begin the summoning.
Wizards of the Kirin Tor, I am Arthas, first of the Lich King's Death Knights. I demand that you open your gates and surrender to the might of the Scourge.
Oh.
Greetings, Prince
Antonidas.
Arthas. How fares your noble father?
Lord Antonidas. There's no need to be snide.
Oh yeah, he knows.
We've prepared for your coming, Arthas. My brethren and I have erected auras that will destroy any undead that pass through them.
Your petty magics will not stop me, Antonidas.
Pull your troops back, or we will be forced to unleash our full powers against you. Make your choice, Death Knight. It pains me to even look at you, Arthas.
I'll be happy to end your torment, old man. I told you that your magics could not stop me. Let's take it and leave before the wizards amass for their final attack.
Indeed. I will begin summoning Lord Archimonde at sunset.
Oh yeah, and he summons him here.
The Circle of Power has been prepared for your instructions, Lich. Are you ready to begin the summoning?
Nearly. I've been reading through Medivh's spellbook. His knowledge of demons alone is staggering. I suspected he was far more powerful than anyone ever realized.
No, I also suspect this.
Not powerful enough to escape death, that is for certain. Suffice to say, the work we began, we will finish today. Let the summoning commence.
Now remember that mission. You have to protect Kel'Thuzad till the summoning is complete.
Come forth, Lord Archimonde. Enter this world and let us bask in your power.
Tremble, mortals, and despair. Doom has come to this
That's
world.
Sargeras right there.
You have done well, little
I think that was Sargeras.
My plan worked perfectly.
Lord Archimonde, all the preparations have been made.
Very well, Tychondrius. Since the Lich King is of no further use to me, you Dreadlords will now command the Scourge.
As you wish, Lord Archimonde.
Soon, I will order the invasion to begin.
I never noticed that this chain, the circling Kel'Thuzad here, is one constant chain.
Their city into the ashes of history.
This has got to be a joke. What happens to us now?
Be patient, young Death Knight. The Lich King foresaw this as well.
The Lich King sees all.
You may yet have a part to play in his grand design.
Okay, yeah, I did remember that happened. And then there was this cutscene, which is at the end of the Undead campaign, which is the summoning of Archimonde. And this is where he destroys Dalaran, the Mage City. Did I draw all the lines on my glyph correctly? Dalaran.
Belar Sumaris, Azaratha, Rakas, Ilkula.
And I've always thought that this particular scene was pretty cool. He builds a little sand castle. And then he destroys a sand castle. And as such, destroys Dalaran.
Belanora, Mordanos Melar, Ilamur no Falos Kadar.
For thousands of years, the Sunwell meant everything to our people. Arthas dealt us a grievous wound when he defiled it. My faith was shattered when Silvermoon fell. I lost sight of who I was. But by the grace of the light, I found redemption before it was too late. Let this monument serve as a reminder of what it means to be Sin'dorei. that our every deed may honor the sacrifices of those who came before us. No matter how much pain we endure, we will not lose hope. In the face of darkness, look always to the eternal sun.
Okay, that's
The
actually in
sands
World of Warcraft.
time have run out, son of Duratan.
Oh, and now they're talking about the orc stuff. Okay.
You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destiny.
So this part right here actually happens before the human campaign, and all the stuff we saw with Arthas happened.
Seek me out.
And then the prophet flies away.
What kind of nightmare was that?
It was not a nightmare, young Warchief.
And then we saw this too. And he sends Thrall to Kalimdor.
It's been 3 days and this prophet has yet to show himself. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake by trusting him. Warrior, has there been any word from Hellscream? He and the Warsong clan were supposed to have been here
That's
by now.
Grom Hellscream. I pointed him out in the
Warchief. We
Warcraft
haven't
movie.
heard from Hellscream in some time. Damn it, Hellscream. Where the hell are you?
He was captured by humans, so we go and liberate him.
Hellscream, are you all right?
I'm fine, little brother. Luckily, they only injured my pride.
They're not actually brothers,
we're
but they're
getting
like,
out of
you know,
here now.
brothers in spirit.
We're leaving the human lands for good.
Finally, follow me.
Gromish
I have an
Hellscream.
idea.
We'll take the humans' own
We
boat.
can set sail on the humans' own ships.
Perfect. But we'll need to wait for the rest of the Horde.
The Horde is assembled, Warchief. We await only your command.
Now, go, young Thrall. Sail west to the lands of Kalimdor. It is there that you will find your destiny. It is there that your people's salvation will be assured.
It was lucky we happened onto this cove. I don't think our ships would have held out much longer.
This is
in
the
that
other half
storm.
of the prologue campaign.
Warchief, half of the ships are missing, and the rest are badly damaged.
We'd better get settled then. We may be on this island for a while. Someone is watching us.
It is you. I saw
Sinjin.
your arrival in a vision, especially you, the seer. Or is it just my old mind playing tricks on me?
Looks like this troll's been on the island a little too long. We're real enough, old one. My name is Thrall.
I be Sinjin, leader of the trolls. This island used to be ours alone, but no more. You and your friends must be careful. The humans established an outpost on this island some time ago.
Humans? Well, I'd rather find them first. We can't risk their patrols alerting the outpost about us. Loktar, my brothers. We're moving out.
Good luck, my friend. I got important matters to tend to, but I be seeing you soon. The vision told me you would lead my people.
So
off
this is where he
island.
finds the trolls.
You don't have much time, young one. Go.
But you and your people are coming with us.
It be too late. I'm already gone.
Those of you who wish to follow me will face many dangers. It will not be easy. But if you wish to join us,
We shall be going with you, man.
Yeah, man. Pretty soon there'll be nothing left here anyway. We come with you.
May
make peace with your gods, land dwellers. You cannot escape the currents of death so easily.
Where is that voice coming from? I don't know, but we have no time to waste. This cave is about to collapse.
Murlocs!
Sail on, land dwellers. Flee! The dark tide is coming to swallow you all, and once it begins, there will be nowhere to hide.
I don't know exactly what the witch was talking about, but I do know that our destiny lies elsewhere. For now, we set sail for Kalimdor. That is where our future will unfold.
So the orcs have now taken the survivors of those trolls into their little alliance, and now the horde consists of the orcs and the trolls.
War Chief, our ship sustained heavy damage when we passed through the raging maelstrom. It's unsalvageable.
All right, we're gonna pause right here. I'm gonna take a quick little break, and then I will be right back. Alrighty, we're back.
I knew it. Can we confirm our location?
Yeah, this is the first arrival of the
Kalendor?
orcs on Kalendor.
We traveled due west as you instructed. This should be it.
Very well. Has there been any sign of Hellscream or the other ships?
No, War Chief. Not since we got separated.
They arrived up in Ashenville.
Prepare to move out. If our comrades did make it here, we should be able to find them along the coast.
I am Cairn, Chief of the Bloodhoof
Ooh, I remember Cairn.
You greenskins fight with both savagery and valor.
We also have BlueSky.
I am intrigued.
I am Thrall, and these are my brethren, the orcs. We've come seeking the destiny promised to us.
Seeking destiny? It will find you in time, young one. However, there is an oracle far to the north which might be able to...
In Stone Talon.
But there's an army of the horsemen marching north.
What? No. My village is in danger.
Thunderbluff.
Your tribe is safe, Old One.
So we saved his village.
To you, young war chief. But the centaur drove off all the game in this region, and I cannot allow my people to starve. Soon we must head north to the verdant grasslands of
it wasn't Thunderbluff. Because Thunderbluff is the city they built in Mulgore.
Yes. The devil's speed cannot be matched upon the plains.
Well, if you tell us how to reach the oracle you spoke of, then my brethren and I will escort you on your march.
I am intrigued by you and your people, young thrall. You are more than welcome to join us.
This land is rugged and beautiful, much like the place from which my people originally come.
Yes. We Tauren have always held a great respect for the works of the Earth Mother. There are far worse fates than living freely upon the open plains, young Warchief.
Perhaps. But my people deserve a land to call their own, Cairn.
War Chief, we've spotted a herd of marauders bearing down on us.
Cairn, the Kodos are overburdened and must rest. Why don't you remain here and protect the caravan while we search for a suitable oasis?
There's no need to coddle me, boy. I may be old, but I'm not helpless.
Yep.
Cairn, the caravan will never make it in time. Let the fury of the Earth Mother deal with these wretches as they deserve.
Wow, they turned to skeletons real quick.
They will trouble us no more. And you, young war chief, are free to continue your quest.
To the Oracle. What is it?
Legends say that it saw the strands of fate as they were woven by the Earth Mother. It alone can show you your destiny.
Where will I find it?
Far to the north, near the shadowy base of Mount Hyjal, lies Stone Talon Peak.
Stone Talon, yeah.
You will find the Oracle within the peak's hollow. I will send my finest Kodos to aid you in your journey.
Thank you, Cairn. I will not forget you.
Go with honor, young war chief. May the Earth Mother smile upon you.
Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend. Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless.
Yeah, now we're talking about Grom. I pointed Grom out in the Warcraft movie.
It's only a matter of time.
He's one of the guys who got in front of Gul'dan. Pointed out, like, that's Grom Hellscream.
Gromash struck deep into Ogre land. This time, however, the Ogre warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
Okay, that's kind of badass.
Hail, mighty Manaroth. How goes the invasion?
Okay, so remember when I mentioned that the orcs were turned green because they drank the blood of a demon called Manaroth? That's Manaroth.
Well, unlike some others I could name.
He's talking about Arthas.
Mock me, Dreadlord.
Oh, what are you talking about? The orc?
Of the orcs' failure. When I find them, I will discipline them myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, actually, that's why I've come. I thought you might like to know that the orcs are no longer here.
What? Are you certain?
Certain as ever, Manaroth. My agents, at least, are always dependable. They tell me that the orcs have landed on Kalimdor.
Mm-hmm.
Kalimdor? But what could they be? Bah! The orcs are mine by right, and I will claim them wherever they choose to run. And you are mine, Manaroth. You do well to remember that fact. We will watch the wayward orcs and wait. Despite their failure, they may still prove useful to us.
Well then. Aww.
Ashenvale Forest. After 10,000 years, I still recognize this cursed place. This is the veil of our ancient enemy, the Night Elves' demigod, Cenarius.
Yes, the god of the druids.
Lord Archimon demands that Cenarius be destroyed before we launch the invasion of Kalimdor.
I would relish the chance to face him again in combat. But he is crafty and rarely appears in the open.
Fateful as it sounds, your pet orcs have recently despoiled these forest lands and incurred his wrath. Lord Archimond and I believe that the orcs are capable of killing Cenarius for us.
They would have little chance against Cenarius. If memory serves, his powers were quite formidable.
Yes, but so are yours. The blood pact that you made with the orcs long ago still binds them to you. You need only recharge their energies.
Just what are you suggesting, Dreadlord?
Spill your burning blood into this pool. Its corruption will lure the orcs to it. And once they've tasted your blood again, they will be unstoppable.
Oh no.
The pool emanates great power, but I smell the stench of a demon curse about it.
I am cursed already. If I must drink from these waters to defeat Cenarius, then I will.
No, that goes against everything the war chief teaches us. We can't let
Oh no, if I found a
overcome us
mysterious
again.
green water pool in the middle of a forest,
We must embrace it.
I
as
don't think I
never
would drink it.
before. We must become the vessels of destruction that we were meant to be.
I don't know, Grom, you kind of cursed everybody before when you had them drink Manorath's blood.
Yes! I feel the power once again. Come, my warriors. Drink from the dark waters, and you will be reborn. Hello again, Gramash. Manorath, it can't be. I've come to bring you and your brethren back into the fold. Though you orcs failed the Burning Legion before, you will now serve us once again. No, we are free.
Not anymore.
Stupid, pitiful creature. I am the rage in your heart. I am the fury of your thoughts. I alone empowered you to bring chaos to this world, and by the endless void you shall.
Orcs. I knew that we were being followed. Defend yourselves!
Stop! There will be no violence in this place.
That voice. You're no oracle. You're the prophet.
Very perceptive, son of Durotan. I am the prophet. And now that I have lured you all here, I will tell you what destiny holds.
What the hell is going on here?
Thrall, this is Jaina Proudmoore,
Survivors.
leader of the survivors of Lordaeron.
Survivors? What are you talking about?
He doesn't know what Arthas did.
The invasion of the Burning Legion has begun. Lordaeron has already fallen, and now the demons come to invade Kalimdor. Only together, united against the Shadow, will you be able to save this world from the flame.
Unite with them? Are you mad?
Have you heard nothing that I've said? The Legion comes to undo history and end all life. Thrall, your friend Hellscream has already fallen under the demon's influence. Soon he and your whole race will be lost forever.
No. I'll die before I let that happen.
Or he will.
Then you must rescue him immediately. He is the key to the destiny I promised you. However, you will need help.
Wait, this is insane. You can't possibly expect me to...
Destiny is at hand, young sorceress. The time to choose has come. For the fate of all who live, humanity must join forces with the Horde.
If the prophet was correct, then the Warsong encampment lies just over the ridge. We should ready ourselves for battle.
And now the
I know, Cairn. It's just that I never
Tauren,
thought I'd
Cairn's
live to see
people,
the day
have joined Thrall
when I had to
and
fight
his
my own
horde.
people.
Just remember, Thrall. This soul gem, you can capture your friend's spirit without hurting him. But you need to bring it back to my base immediately, so we can free Hellscream from the demon's control.
I appreciate your help, Miss Proudmoore. Yet another day I thought I'd never live to see.
That makes two of us.
I wonder
I'll
what
return to my
Cairn's
base and
spear
aid
is
you as
called.
best I can.
I know this is the Doomhammer.
Good luck. Gentlemen.
Gentlemen. An orc and a cow. Good luck, gentlemen.
Spirits rage around you, young war chief. I sense your anguish, your grief.
Hellscream is like a brother to me, Cairn. But he and his clan have fallen under the demon's influence. If I can't save him, then my people might be damned for all time.
Hellscream, you've got to come with me. And where would you lead me, boy? Destiny is at hand. Lord Manaroth is our master now. Who? You're not talking sense. Ah, Thrall. You always believed
Thrall wasn't
that the
there
demons
on
corrupted
Draenor.
our
He
race,
was just a
but
baby.
That's only half true.
His parents, he was
gave
actually born
ourselves
here
up
on
willingly
Azeroth
on Draenor.
by his parents
The
who
other
came through the
chieftains
Dark
and
Lord.
we drank Manaroth's blood, Thrall. We brought this curse upon ourselves.
Yes, and I mentioned this earlier as well, that Gul'dan had war chiefs drink Manaroth's blood to enslave the Horde to the Burning Legion. And it was actually Grom who drunk first.
And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything.
Hellscream?
Thrall, I see clearly now. I'm sorry.
I know this axe here is called Gorehowl.
To hell with your apologies. Right now, I need you to help me save our people. Manaroth. We must face Manaroth in the canyon.
Then let's go. I don't want to keep the bastard waiting.
I remember this cutscene.
So predictable. I knew you would come. And I see you brought the mighty Hellscream. His blood is mine. As is your whole misbegotten race.
They're all taken out so easily.
The boy believed you could be saved. But he didn't know what burns within your soul. Within your heart, you know we are the same.
I think he hit him. Or that looked like it hurt.
Thrall, the blood haze has lifted. The demon's fire has burnt out in my veins.
I mean, his eyes aren't glowing red anymore.
Have freed myself.
No, old friend. You've freed us all.
A fitting end for Cromwell's scream.
Your anger is misplaced. I have not insulted you.
You have cast me out, Cenarius.
No, you may remain here, but I will no longer be your teacher. If you wish to continue studying the wilds, you may do so with your brother.
So I must learn from a novice instead of a master?
You must learn respect. Malfurion will become the first druid, because he is a dedicated student. You are not. To walk this path requires sacrifice, Illidan. Something you have yet to understand.
Illidan really did get the raw end of the stick.
What have you done? You've killed them all, Illidan!
What would you have me do, Catullus? Simper and nod to our new Legion overlords as they turn our world to ash?
There is always a choice. We could have...
You are blind, Ravencrest. You are all blind. This was one invasion. They nearly killed everyone here and took Suramar. The best any of you can do is criticize my methods. My mages died saving our world. What have you given? What have you sacrificed?
He took that sacrifice
You're
lesson
a
to
damn
heart.
Fool, Ravencrest. No matter. I've learned all I can from you. We will never defeat the Legion so long as cowards hold the reins. Farewell, and good luck. Perhaps you may fare better begging them for your lives next time.
I mean, I really do see Illidan's point here. And I touched upon this a little bit when I was explaining Illidan right at the start. He made several sacrifices to save his people from the Burning Legion. When they broke through, they were completely overwhelmed by the Legion, and this was just a small invasion force. And the Legion immediately overwhelmed all their defenses and took over the nearest city, Suramar. Just like that. And everything that the elves were trying to do was not working. Illidan sacrificed his eyes, those golden eyes he had in that cutscene that were sacred among his people. He sacrificed those to the Legion to get a glimpse of their plan, and then betrayed the Legion and sacrificed all of the mages that worked for him to seal the their portal shut. And like, well, what were you going to do? You were losing. We were all losing. Like, you have no idea what sacrifice is. What were you going to do? Beg them to stop killing you? I mean, he has a really good point. When your enemy is winning and they're about to destroy the whole world, and you sacrifice the lives of a dozen elves in order to prevent that, like, that shouldn't be counted as an evil. That's like 12 people sacrificing themselves to save everyone else, even if they were doing it on Illidan's orders. But Illidan was not praised for that decision. He was condemned for it. Now, the elves are immortal, and that actually happened like 10,000 years ago. Like way in the past. What the elves did to Illidan, they imprisoned him right after that event and just locked him up. And he's been in prison since he did that. For the crime of saving his people.
Pardon, priestess, but you've been staring out across Ashenvale for hours.
I sense something dark stirring within the forest, Chandris. It feels as if it's heading this way.
The Greenskins who killed Cenarius?
Perhaps.
Tyrande and Chandris are both important characters in the upcoming lore as well. Tyrande and Illidan, I believe, were once in a relationship.
Presumed to run rampant through our lands. They will regret ever stepping foot into Ashenvale.
I know she has a relationship with his brother, Malfurion.
As they deserve.
And this is part of the Night Elf campaign. The third major campaign.
The undead are tireless. There's no way to outrun
Warcraft
them.
3.
You see, Lord Archimond, we need not fear the Night Elves. The Scourge can...
Archimond, after 10,000 years, how is it possible?
They're immortal too, Tyrande. I mean...
The Legion has returned to consume this world, woman. And this time, your troublesome race will not stop us.
About that.
Fools! You let her slip away! Find her, damn you! Find her and kill her.
I thought she lived longer than that.
The day we have long feared has finally come. The Burning Legion has returned. I must cross the river and warn the rest of my sisters before all is lost.
Tyrande, praise Elune, you've made it. The undead appeared out of nowhere and attacked our village without warning.
That was another random blood elf.
We have a greater problem. The undead were sent here by the Burning Legion, our ancient enemies of old. Against such might, we have only one option. We must awaken the druids. At last, the horn of Cenarius.
Those horns. Oh, I do
the horn has
remember
sounded,
this mission.
And I have come, as promised. I smell the stench of decay and corruption in our land. That angers me greatly. Come forth, you defenders of old. Crush these invaders, as you did in ages past. It has been 1,000 years since I last looked upon you, Tyrande. I thought of you every moment I roamed through the Emerald Dream.
My heart rejoices to see you again, my love. But I would not have awakened you unless the need was urgent.
The Emerald Dream.
In the dream, I felt our land being corrupted, just as if it were my own body. You were right to awaken me.
The Burning Legion has returned. Cenarius is dead, and Outlanders roam freely through our most sacred vales.
As was foretold.
Oh.
No doubt Archimond will make his way to Hyjal Summit and attack the World Tree. If he succeeds in draining the tree's energies, this world will be doomed.
Remember, the tree is the other half of the sun
to awaken you and the rest of the druids.
Planted on top of it.
The druids of the Talon reside within the Barrow Dens at the end of this valley. If we can reach them, we may have a chance to stop Archimond and his demons.
So, the Outlanders battle against the undead as well. They could prove to be powerful allies against Archimond and his ilk.
They are mongrels and nothing more. They are responsible for Cenarius' death. I will be damned before I stand with them.
Perhaps you are right, my love. We will establish our new settlement here. Keep your sentries alert. I doubt that we have seen the last of the Outlanders or the undead. These Barrow Deeps have remained untouched for nearly 3,000 years.
This mission.
Still, there's no telling what creatures
this mission in Warcraft is a pain.
After we sealed these tunnels shut.
There is nothing to fear in this place. The only enemy that has ever given me pause is now corrupting the lands above us. Let us be done with this business and get back to the surface.
This is Illidan making that pact with Sargeras.
This world fights. It will fall.
Arise. Deceive us. The army that marches on Azeroth is but a whisper of the Legion's true strength. Beyond this army is another, and another, and another. Even if we defeat them here, it will mean nothing. We are doomed. Unless we find another way to fight them. And I will find that way.
Oh no. How could I have forgotten?
What is behind this door that worries you, my love?
Illidan.
This door leads to Illidan's prison, Tyrande. We should go. Now.
Illidan? It's been 10,000 years. Could he still be alive? We should free him. He would be the perfect ally against the undead and their demon masters.
No, Tyrande. That beast must never be set free.
He's your brother, Malfurion.
He's your brother.
Yeah.
Be that as it may, he is far too dangerous. I forbid it.
Oh, you should never tell a woman that.
Only the goddess may forbid me anything. I will free Illidan whether you like it or not.
Yep.
Illidan.
10,000 years and he's been in this box that doesn't have a roof on it?
Tyrande, it is your voice. After all these ages spent in darkness, your voice is like the pure light of the moon upon my mind.
The Legion has returned, Illidan. Your people have need of you once more.
You could just do that the whole time.
Because I once cared for you, Tyrande, I will hunt down the demons. But I will never owe our people anything.
And you know, I can kind of get behind that because of what they did to him.
The demon's corruption spreads with every second we waste.
It has been an eternity, brother. An eternity spent.
He is mad.
Illidan, you were sentenced to pay for your sins. Nothing more.
And who are you to judge me? We fought the demons side by side, if you recall.
Enough of this, both of you. What is done. My love, with Illidan's help, we will drive the demons back once again and save what is left of our beloved land.
Have you even considered the cost, Tyrande? This betrayer's aid may doom us all before the end. I will have nothing to do with this.
I am free after 10,000 years. Yet still my own brother thinks I am a villain. I'll show him my true power. I'll show him that the demons have no hold over me.
Are you certain of that, Demon Hunter? Are you certain your will is your own?
Oh, I didn't know you met
Arthas. Human. You'll regret approaching me.
Come then. You'll find that we're evenly matched.
We could go on fighting like this forever.
I mean, you've only been fighting for like 10 seconds, man.
The Dreadlord who commands
Welcome
this
back,
undead
Lojo.
army is called Tichondrius. He controls a powerful warlock artifact called the Skull of Gul'dan.
It was Arthas that told Illidan about Gul'dan's
for
skull?
corrupting these forests.
And you wish for me to steal it. Why?
Let's just say that I have...
I hate that line, let's just say. But anyway, to get you caught up a little bit, there's been some things that's happened that you can see in the VODs. We've now met Illidan, the elf that I was talking about that sacrificed like a bunch of other elves to stop the Burning Legion before. That's who Arthas is talking to right there. We found out who the Lich King is. It's Ner'zhul. Remember the orc that was originally a shaman that was betrayed by the Burning Legion and tortured to death and then had his soul bound into armor? Yeah, armor and a sword, as it turns out. So the voice that corrupted Arthas, yeah, the super powerful orc that is now a super powerful Lich King in the suit of armor. Yeah, he's the one in the sword that corrupted Arthas. And Gul'dan, his apprentice, the one that betrayed him to the Burning Legion and originally like built the dark portal that we saw in the movie earlier, this is his skull. This is the skull of Gul'dan. Now Arthas is telling Illidan about Gul'dan's skull because if Illidan can get this, he can steal more demon power and be able to fight the Burning Legion. Who's the hooded guy that nobody was listening to at the beginning? That hasn't actually been revealed yet. We are still in the campaign of Warcraft 3. We have seen him. He managed to get Jaina to come with the survivors of Lordaeron to Kalimdor, and he got Thrall to come to Kalimdor. When Thrall came, he rescued the Trolls, and he's rescued the Tauren, and they both joined the Horde. And now Jaina and Thrall are working together to try and stop the Burning Legion. And it was that prophet that put all of that in motion. But his identity hasn't been revealed yet. So if you still have guesses on who this could be, it is somebody that we've talked about before. Anyway,
no
we
love
continue.
for Tichondrius. And the Lord I serve would benefit from the Legion's downfall.
Yeah, Ner'zhul doesn't like the Legion.
Why should I believe anything you say, little human?
My master sees all, Demon Hunter. He knows that you've sought power your whole life. Now it lies within your grasp. Seize it, and your enemies will be undone.
Uh-huh.
Now, at least the demons will no longer corrupt the forests. But if I destroy the skull and claim its powers as my own, I will become stronger than any of Archimonde's lieutenants. Yes, the power should be mine.
Illidan and his power grab.
Now I am complete.
Foul demon! What have you done with my brother?
It is I. This is what I've become.
No. Illidan, how could you?
The leader of the undead has been destroyed, and the forests will heal in time.
At the cost of your soul? You are no brother of mine. Be gone from this place, and never set foot in our lands again.
So be it, brother.
And once again, Illidan gets the short end of the stick. So, because last time he made a deal with the Burning Legion to see what their plan was, he then sacrificed about a dozen of his mages to seal away the portal and lock them out. When the Legion first came through that portal, they completely decimated the Night Elf forces. And he saw that this was just a very small part of their army. So he made a deal, sacrificed his eyes, which were supposedly gifts from the goddess, because they were gold, and only like 1 in 10,000 Night Elves or something have golden eyes. He sacrificed that to make a deal to see the Legion's plan, then double-crossed the Legion, and got 12 mages to work with him, who each sacrificed their lives to lock the Legion away so that they couldn't come and kill everybody on the planet. And because he did that, they locked him in a prison for 10,000 years, because he sacrificed 12 Night Elves to do that. And he saw that as a betrayal. He like, I stopped the Legion. What were you going to do? Ask them to not torture you to death? And they locked him away. And now the Burning Legion came back, and Tyrande sets him free. And what does he do? He does the same thing again. He makes a power grab, grabs part of the Legion's power, then takes that power, turns it against the Legion, and destroys their corruptive influence in the forest. And what does he get for this sacrifice? He gets banished from his homeland by his brother. Like, I can absolutely see why Illidan is so pissed at this point.
We have no time for this.
Illidan is a character that was he did the wrong thing with stealing the Legion power.
A great raven spoke,
but he did it for the right reason, and he used it for the right reason.
We were summoned here as well.
Who are you, Outlanders?
I am Thrall, son of Duratan,
War Chief
of the Horde.
Yeah.
And I
love Thrall.
am Jaina Proudmoore, leader of the human survivors
Jaina's okay
of
too.
Lordaeron.
You are not welcome here.
Tyrande's kind of a bitch. Not gonna lie, not a fan of Tyrande.
Peace, priestess. They've come to aid you against the Legion.
It was you in my dream.
Malfurion's kind of cool.
But who are you to make such an offer to us?
I am the reason for the Legion's return.
Now we're gonna find out who he is.
Years ago, I brought the orcs into this world, and by doing so, I opened a path for the demons as well. For my sins, I was murdered by those who I cared for most.
Yeah, Lothar and Khadgar.
Despite my death, war raged across the lands of the East for many long years, leaving entire kingdoms devastated in its wake. Now, at long last, I have returned to set things right. I am Medivh, the last guardian. I tell you now, the only chance for this world is for you to unite in arms against the enemies of all who live.
I'm sorry I'm late. It's just as we feared. Archimonde and his Doomguard are making their way towards the summit. He'll be here any moment.
10,000 years ago, we Night Elves defeated the Burning Legion. Though the rest of the world was shattered, we were left free to live out our immortal lives in peace, bound to the World Tree. We are its protectors, and
now the World Tree is so powerful
and power over nature.
because that the Well of Eternity, half of it was the Sun Well in Quel'Thalas, and the other half was underneath the World Tree. The tree was planted on top of it to protect it.
Our powers over nature will wane in time.
If pride gives us pause, my love, then perhaps we have lived long enough already. I will proceed to the summit and prepare our defenses there. Whatever comes, my love, remember, our bond is eternal.
And this is the final mission of the original Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos. Oh look, Elven Gates. I wonder how hard it is to get through those.
Night elves, the time for reckoning has come.
If you can provide our bases with support and keep us from being overwhelmed, Thrall and I will delay Archimonde's ascent.
Your plan is a bold one, girl. Perhaps I have misjudged you, Outlanders. May Elune shine upon you.
Remember Elune? We talked about her earlier too.
You are very brave to stand against me, little human. If only your countrymen had been as bold, I would have had more fun scouring your wretched nations from the world.
Is talking all you demons do?
Cheeky, Jaina. Okay.
Stormrage, show yourself. Or do you intend to have mortal girls do all your fighting?
I don't know if I would tease Jaina.
Archimonde's victory here has made him overconfident. He will not see the trap that I laid for him until it is too late.
You mean the glowy blue trap on the door? That trap?
The way to the World Tree is clear. Witness the end, you mortals.
Oh, yeah, I remember the trap. Okay, yeah. He puts all these sprites at the World Tree and then blows it up.
The Outlanders held him back as long as they could. Were you successful in planning the summit's defense?
Yes. Now our victory is assured.
Now, one of the reasons that I don't like the Night Elves that much is how hypocritical they are with what they're willing to do, specifically in their judgment of Illidan's Stormrage. Whoa, okay. Because wisps are living entities of the Night Elves, right? They are alive just the same way that people are. And look at how many wisps they were willing to sacrifice, and the life of the World Tree itself, to destroy one demon. And they're going to judge Illidan for sacrificing the lives of 12 mages to prevent the demons from coming in the first place? That is seriously hypocritical. And especially since it was Malfurion who did this, and Malfurion was the one that condemned his brother for sacrificing 12 people to do the same thing 10,000 years ago. And the rest of the Night Elves see no problem with that.
Elves discarded their old hatreds and stood united against a common foe. So did nature herself rise up to banish the shadow forever.
Not forever.
As for me,
you screwed up multiple times, Medivh.
Be a future, to teach the world that it no longer needed guardians. The hope for future generations has always resided in mortal hands.
Yet there is a guardian after Medivh. Khadgar takes up his role.
Take my place amongst the legends of the past.
Betrayer.
Oh, I remember this.
In truth, it was I who was betrayed.
This is the beginning of the expansion of Warcraft 3.
Still I am hunted. Still I am hated. Now my blind eye see what others cannot. That sometimes the hand of fate must be forced.
So he reaches out to an ancient evil. He reaches out to Queen Ashara. Naga. They were elves once.
Now go forth. Unleash the tides of doom upon all those who would oppose us.
These tracks are fresh.
Okay. So quick little aside about the Naga and kind of the evolutionary path of life on Azeroth. Humans are kind of an anomaly. I don't know where the humans came from, specifically. But I know the origin of the High Elves, the Blood Elves, the High Elves, the Night Elves, the Trolls, and the Naga. Technically, they're all the same race, right? The Trolls were the first life that evolved on Azeroth. Some of the Trolls started living next to the Well of Eternity, that big hole that I mentioned was leaking Titan essence when one of the old gods was ripped off by one of the Titans. And the Trolls that were living next to that eventually morphed into the Night Elves. When the Sundering happened and the Well of Eternity was destroyed and the continents split apart, and part of the power stayed in Kalimdor and part of the power went to the Eastern Kingdoms, the elves that went to Kalimdor became the Night Elves, or the Kaldorei. And the elves that went to the Eastern Kingdoms with the Sunwell became the High Elves, or the Sindorai. And they eventually became different looking. But then there was a group of elves that were still in the original part of the continent with the queen, Ishara. And they actually sank down to the bottom of the sea in stasis. And those elves turned into the Naga. So the Naga used to be elves the Kaldorei and the Sindarai used to be the same race, but they differentiated because they were living in by two different magical energies. And the elves themselves all used to be trolls, but were changed because they were living next to the Sunwell, and the rest of the trolls were not. As far the orcs come from Draenor, so that's where they come from. As far as the Tauren and the Centaur, I'm not entirely sure where they come up. The other Beastmen tribes, I don't really know where they come from either, or the goblins or stuff. But I know this about the elves, the Naga, and the trolls. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick little break, and then we'll be right back, and we'll get into the story of Mayev's Shadow Song, and where she came from, and why she wasn't in the last game for some strange reason when she should have been. Okay, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Oh, I need to hit the button again. Poof, there we go. And now...
But they split off in opposite directions.
Oh yeah, Mayev's Shadow Song. She is Illidan's jailer. Why she wasn't in the jail, you know, when Tyrande walked in there and broke Illidan out and then they just walked right out. I don't know. Maybe she only swings by like once every year to check that Illidan is still in there. But whatever. She apparently wasn't there that day. And now she's realized that Illidan has escaped and she's trying to track him down. Okay.
And must be getting help from someone.
Your orders, mistress.
You watchers split up into 2 parties. Scour the woods. Find what you can. We'll meet you further up the coast. Remember, sisters, if you find Illidan, do not attempt to take him without the rest of us. He is far too dangerous to tackle alone.
Yes, mistress.
The rest of you, follow me.
Quickly, you fools. The ships must be burned. The Master doesn't wish to be followed.
I cannot allow Illidan to escape again. We must slay those Naga before they burn the ships.
You are too late, little warden. The Master has already set sail for distant shores. However, he wished to thank you for the hospitality you provided during his imprisonment. He asked us to repay you in kind.
You're certainly welcome to try, monster.
Mistress, do you believe we can defeat Illidan even if we find him?
No, you cannot.
Illidan has grown powerful. Of that, there is no doubt. He consumed the energies of the skull of Gul'dan. Now he is neither night elf nor demon, but something more.
Mistress, why would the Naga harbor so much hatred for us?
We must trust time to reveal all things. Now,
oh,
hurry.
You screwed
Illidan
them
has
over
a considerable
too.
lead on us. We must capture him before he causes any more harm.
I believe the story there was that Ashara and her people
Mistress,
were left to
we
die
followed Illidan's course
by the
due
rest of the
east,
Night
as you
Elves.
asked. But these strange islands do not appear on any of our maps.
I suspected as much. These islands must have been formed only recently.
What makes you say that?
The ruins all around us, Naisha. I recognize them. This was once the great city of Suramar, built before our civilization was blasted beneath the sea 10,000 years ago.
But how could... Are you suggesting that these islands were somehow raised from the seafloor?
Perhaps.
Remember when I said Suramar was the first city that fell when the Legion came last time?
Islands from the deeps. Regardless, it's a mystery we'll have to solve later. We'd best head inland and set up a base camp. Once we're situated, we'll pick up Illidan's trail.
At last, the tomb of Sargeras is found.
Now, the tomb of Sargeras. Remember when I said that Medivh's mother fought the avatar of Sargeras and killed it? Well, they had to bury it somewhere, and this is where they did that.
My trusted servants must remain here and guard the entrance. If that wretched warden managed to reach this island, she'll certainly try to follow us.
Illidan. I knew we'd find him. We'll have to fight our way through the Naga's defenses in order to follow him.
We locked Illidan beneath the earth long ago. I intend to do so again.
Are you gonna lock Mefurian up right next to him? Because how many wisps did he sacrifice? And the world tree?
Now quickly, my sisters. Illidan must be stopped at all costs.
I have a bad feeling about this, mistress. It's too quiet. It feels as if we're walking into a trap.
Still, we must press on, Naisha. If Illidan finds whatever it is he's seeking, he could... Wait, look there.
blood symbols.
Strange. These are Orcish runes. They were written by Gul'dan when he first opened this tomb 20 years ago.
Did he sign his name?
What did they say?
Apparently, he logged his journey through the tomb's depths. These runes seem to depict that history.
Quickly, you fools! Fan out and search for the primary passageway. We must reach the Chamber of the Eye before the tomb's guardians awaken.
Gilroy, yes.
Spineless
Gul'dan was here.
Now, Sargeras, I will claim whatever's left of your power and bring this wretched world to its knees.
There's no telling what Gul'dan and his lackeys awoke in this foul place. We must be cautious. There, more of Gul'dan's glyphs. Interesting. They continue the Warlock's tale.
Gul'dan was here too.
Blasted, feeble-minded weaklings. They're all likely dead by now. Still, I must press on. My power alone should be enough to... That laughter... Is that you, Sargeras? You seek to mock me? We'll see who laughs last, demon, when I claim your burning eye for my own.
Again, he referenced this mysterious eye. What could it be?
An artifact, no doubt. It must have contained tremendous demonic power to lure Gul'dan as it did. What would you know of us or our justice, Naga witch?
Why, my dear, we Naga were once night elves.
Queen Ashara.
We were Ashara's chosen, the Highborn.
That's the Sundering that I was talking about.
Seas, when the Well of Eternity imploded around us.
Impossible.
Cursed, transformed. We have waited 10,000 years to retake our rightful place in the world. And now, with Lord Illidan's help, we shall.
Not while I draw breath.
Your courage is commendable, but it shall avail you nothing.
So, Warden Shadowsong, you've made it at last. I knew you would.
You have much to pay for,
Undead
Illidan.
Murloc.
I'm taking you back to your cell.
Naivete does not suit you. When I consumed the power of Gul'dan's skull, I inherited his memories, especially those of this place, and the dark prize he coveted.
Yes, the power of Sargeras. You would claim it as your own.
That power is beyond my reach, little warden. But this... the Eye of Sargeras contains all the power I'll need to rid this wretched world of my enemies once and for all. Ironic that you should be its first victim.
You're insane.
Isolation can do that to the mind. Now, after all the long centuries you kept me chained in darkness, it is only fitting that I bury you in turn.
I must reach Shadow's Stormrage and warn him of his brother's treachery. My power will allow me to escape. But I fear there is no way out for the rest of you.
Go, mistress. The goddess will light our path to the hereafter.
Once again, a night elf sacrifices the rest of her team so that she can escape.
Now I've got
which
to find
is
a way out before this
worse
cursed
than
tomb
what
is drowned by
Illidan
the
did.
seas.
But still, Illidan is the villain and they aren't. She just killed 3 of her party members because she blinked out and left them
Wherein
there.
Nari and the others?
They are lost. Illidan claimed the Eye of Sargeras and used its power to bury our sisters alive. Now he
and
intends
then
to
she
finish the rest of us
blamed
off.
her roaching
We
out
have no choice
on
but
Illidan.
to sail back to Kalimdor and warn Shondo Stormrage of
This
what
is
his
why
brother
I think the
intends.
Night Elves are the
It's too
most
late, Mistress.
corrupt race
Illidan's
in
forces
World of
have
Warcraft.
arrived. We cannot escape, but perhaps we can send for reinforcements.
Like, I see
Summon the runner.
nothing redeeming
She must
about
reach
these
the
people.
shoreline and sail back to Kalimdor. With any luck, Shondo Stormrage will reach us before we're overrun. Be swift, sister. Elune grant that she reaches Shondo Stormrage in time. If not, Illidan may never be stopped.
Nordrassil's roots seem to be healing well. I wish I could say the same for Felwood. I fear the Legion's corruption will scar the glade permanently.
Your druids will think of something. Perhaps Ysera or Alexstrasza could lend their...
No, but she
pardon,
probably could have
Shondo
done
Stormrage,
something to
Priestess
get
Tyrande.
the rest of her team out of there.
She insisted.
But her
that she
first
be
thing
allowed to see
that she
you.
came to was, oh, I can blink through this, but the
Who
rest
are
of my
you, girl?
people can't.
What is so
So they're
urgent?
just going to have to stay and die
I'm a
while I
servant of
leave.
the Warden, Maya
She didn't even
Shadowsong.
try to do anything
She
else.
pledged to hunt down the betrayer,
And a lot of other
Illidan.
people wouldn't have left
Explain
their
yourself.
people there.
Your
Everybody
pardon,
gets out or
Shondo,
nobody
but
gets
your
out.
brother has raised
Like
a
the
dark
orcs
army
would have
from
done
sea
that. The
and
humans
stolen
would
a
have
powerful
done that.
demonic artifact. Even
The
now,
Night
my
Elves?
mistress
No.
battles him
I
on
can
the
get out,
Broken
so I'm
Isles.
going to leave.
She requires
If you
immediate
guys get out, that's
reinforcements.
great. If you don't, you know,
I
goddess
will go.
wills, right?
I will lead the sentinels there myself.
That's the same as just
No, my
sacrificing your people.
The druids and I can handle.
I am the one who set him free. The responsibility is mine.
But and that's what
Then we shall
Illidan
both
did
go.
to stop the Legion.
If this girl's
But
tale
Illidan
is true, Maiev will
is-
need all the help she can get.
is condemned. But she just did the same thing, and she's not condemned. Malfurion did the same thing,
Goddess willing,
and
Shondo
he's not
Stormrage
condemned.
will come.
But Illidan, Illidan is condemned. Oh,
We've landed
Yeah.
safely, but a few of our ships may have run aground on the outlying islands. I hate to leave any of our forces behind, but we simply have no time to wait.
My owls have already scouted ahead of us and found Maiev's location. She and her forces are under attack, but we'll need to pass through the jungle to reach her.
Perhaps force of nature will speed our way.
We'd best make haste. I doubt Maiev's
yeah,
forces
like
can hold
I
out
can
much
see
longer.
her like prioritizing her own health among
I knew you would
above
come,
the rest
Shondo
of her team,
Stormrage.
which is what she did.
I'm glad we reached you in
But
time, Maya.
you know, many captains just go down with their
Priestess
ship.
Tyrande, I'm surprised you came in person. Are you here to absolve your guilty conscience?
Yet still she's
I did
blaming
what I had
other
to do,
people.
Maya.
They all
You are in
put the
no
blame on
position to
everybody
judge
other
me.
than themselves.
What you did was murder my watchers and set the betrayer free. It is you who should be locked in a
Says the
cage.
woman who just murdered 3 of her
Stop
own
this,
people.
both of you. We're not out of danger yet. Maiev, what's the situation here?
There are no resources left in this area, Shondo. We'll need to find a gold mine if we're to marshal more troops for an assault on Illidan's compound.
Very well. Let's get moving then.
I mean, the gall it takes to blame Tyrande for murdering Watchers
Show yourself,
when you
Illidan.
just left
It's
3 of
over.
them to die. They're no more important to you. Well, she just left them to
yet,
die.
my
That
little
means they were no
priestess.
more important to her
A
than they
pity
were
you
to
couldn't see things
Illidan
my
or
way.
Tyrande.
Now you and the whole world will understand just what I'm capable of. Ask her off. Brother, what are you doing here?
I've come to stop you, Illidan. Instead of banishing you, I should have returned you to your cage when I had the chance. I was weak then, but no longer.
I have sworn allegiance to a new master, brother. I have a great task to perform in his service. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to stand in my way.
Don't worry, my love. We'll find Illidan wherever he runs. We'll find him.
Our forces will be ready to move out soon. Although we
And I
still
should
know
point
next
out,
to nothing.
at this point, Illidan still hasn't done anything wrong. Who, with the power that he's taken, who did he attack? He attacked the Burning Legion and he attacked the Undead Scourge. And who's the enemy that he's going out after right now? The rest of the Undead Scourge. His enemies are their enemies.
Thing about this strange land Illidan has run to.
This land is called Lordaeron, Maiev. It is the homeland of the Alliance that aided us at the Battle of Mount Hyjal. I was told that its kingdoms, both human and elven, were consumed by the undead scourge. These forests have suffered grievously.
The north was, yes.
I must leave you both for a time. I will enter the woods and attempt to commune with the land itself.
While you're gone, we'll set out and try to pick up Illidan's trail.
I expect you both to stay focused on your task. You can settle your personal dispute after we've found my brother.
Of course, Shondo. We'd best get moving.
In World of Warcraft, this area is now called the Plague
This
Lands.
was an Alliance encampment. The attack must have come recently.
Strangers, my lord. They don't appear to be undead, but...
Ishnu Allah, Night Elves. I am Prince Kael'thas.
Kael'thas,
I must admit, I'm surprised to see your kind here. But whatever your business, I fear you will find only death and shadow in this cursed land.
Ishnu Daldiab, Kael'thas. I am Maiev Shadowsong, and this is Tyrande Whisperwind. We are hunting a powerful demon that arrived here recently.
Curious. I don't know about any demon, but something's riled the undead based at Dalaran. They've been hounding us day and night. We were about to abandon this post and seek refuge on the other side of the river Arabas.
Then we shall lend you our aid, young Kael.
Wait, we have no time for this.
Perhaps
Once
your
again,
people are safe, you will help us hunt the demon.
Once again, Maiev's thing is, screw all the other people, I've got to do my own thing and save myself. Like, I don't see any redeeming qualities in Maiev Shadowsong. I don't. Her first thing is, screw the innocent people, I don't care if they die, as long as I get my thing.
We seek.
That is a horrible person.
Milady. Ah, Pyrewood Village. The river Arabas lies just beyond.
Something doesn't feel right.
Yes. Perhaps we should keep the caravan moving.
We've driven them back, but the second wave is advancing.
We've run out of time. The caravan will not survive another assault.
Kael, get your caravan moving across the river. I will stay behind and hold the bridge.
That's very noble of you, priestess, but you're no match for a force that vast.
The goddess is my shield, Warden. Elune will grant me the strength.
And Maiev doesn't stay to help Tyrande.
It's working. She's holding them back.
Merciful goddess.
Moonfall is a kick-ass
We
spell.
must hurry to save her. That current will take her straight into the heart of the undead lands.
No, Kael. Tyrande is a soldier. She knew the
And
risks
once
she took.
again, Maiev is
We have
roaching
a
out.
greater mission to accomplish now, and our time grows short. Your people are now safe. You will uphold your end of the bargain and help me hunt the demon I seek.
There's nothing good about this character.
This forest has suffered as much as Ashenvale. The vile blight of the Scourge has deadened countless acres of trees. If only the druids could...
She's focused.
The earth is...
She's lawful
torn
stupid
apart.
is what she is.
The pain is excruciating. Ancient spirits of the forest, I implore you, show me what is hidden from my sight. Show me what troubles this earth.
I like how this guy is reaching out and pulling other media and stuff in
the very roof of the world.
To help tell the story in Warcraft
is
3.
Being split asunder. How can this be? What could cause such
something that's
devastation?
destroying Northrend?
It's working. Nothing can withstand the power of the Eye. Soon now, my master's enemies will be undone, and I will claim my just reward.
Thank you, great spirits. I know what must be done. I promise you, this treachery will not go unpunished.
Oh, for Illidan? No.
Maiev, we've got to move quickly. Illidan is weaving a spell that is splitting apart the roof of the world. We must... Wait. Where is Tyrande?
I'm sorry, Shondo, but the priestess has fallen. We aided a band of Alliance warriors against the undead. The priestess fought valiantly, but
and
I
again,
saw
she's
her
lying.
torn apart with my own eyes.
Torn apart. Tyrande, my heart. I should have been there.
You can still avenge her, Shondo. Let us attack Illidan together. He is the reason we even came to this forsaken place. He is the reason for your loss. Shondo, this is Prince Kael'thas, the ally I spoke of.
Greetings, Great Druid. My scouts have confirmed that this Illidan and his vile snakes are based at the ruined city of Dalaran. They are using a gem-like artifact to perform some strange ritual.
They must be using the Eye of Sargeras. But why would they strike at the roof of the world?
Yeah, why would they strike there?
It doesn't matter. They won't live long enough to finish their spell. Illidan must be stopped once and for all.
No, the spell is not done. It is not done.
It is over, brother. Your vile schemes end here.
Illidan's storm rage, for recklessly endangering countless lives and threatening the very balance of the world.
And now she's upped it to
hereby
death.
Sentence you to death.
Too much blood has been spilled on your account, Illidan. Even now, I can feel the lands of Northrend reeling from the spell you cast. Imprisonment will not be enough this time.
I will execute him myself.
Fools! Can you not see? The spell we channeled was meant to strike at the undead, our common enemy. My mission was to destroy the Lich King's stronghold of Icecrown.
And no heed to the cost! Because of you, Tyrande is dead!
What? Your pardon, Lord Stormrage, but the priestess may still be alive. She was swept downriver, but it's premature to simply assume that—
Silence, Kael.
You told me she was torn apart. You lied to me.
The betrayer's capture was our primary concern, Shondo. I needed your help. I knew you would go to her, and we—
And this right here starts a mission that has one of my favorite names ever. The mission that starts right here. Illidan and his brother Cenarius team up to go get Tyrande on this next mission, and it's called the Brothers Stormrage. And I think that is the most awesome name.
would lose our chance.
Just who is the betrayer now, woman? I must go to her immediately.
Believe me, brother. Despite all our differences, You know that I would never lead Tyrande to harm. Let me help you. My Naga can scour the river for us. Let me do this, at least.
Very well.
What? After all he's done, you would trust this?
Yeah, she's a lying liar who lies.
I will deal with you later. Let's go, brother.
I really dislike the
Prince
character
Kael'thas
of
said he
Maya.
saw Tyrande being
There's
swept down
nothing
this
redeeming
river.
about her.
If she is alive, my Naga will find her.
They had best return
She
with good
commits
news, brother.
all the crimes that
The very sight of
Illidan
them makes my
committed
stomach turn.
while
Where did you ever
condemning
find such
Illidan
loathsome creatures?
and lying to
Believe me,
everybody else
brother.
about what she did.
You do not want to know.
Lord Illidan, we have found your missing priestess. She and her warriors fight on against the undead, but I doubt they can hold out much longer.
Come forth, you mindless wretches, and taste the wrath of the Sentinels. Elun's light shall never falter.
You'd best hurry if you're to save her.
I remember this
Undead
mission as
strike
well.
force.
You're on a time limit the
ignoring
moment
us.
this mission starts
Tyrande.
to get to Tyrande before the undead
horrors
too.
fill the
If you
sky.
take too long,
It
you
would be
lose.
folly to send your flyers against them.
We cannot depend on them now. Illidan, you must hold the undead here and prevent them from assaulting Tyrande's encampment. I will journey downriver and...
No, brother. The Naga and I can reach her faster. I will go.
What you say is true, but I risk much by trusting you, Illidan.
I swear on my life that I will bring her back, my brother.
I believe you. Andethoris Sathil, brother.
Illidan, what trickery is this? Have you come to finish me off personally?
No,
No, Tyrande.
Malfurion
You must
destroyed the
believe
magic
me.
rock.
I've come to save you.
Save me?
Where could they be? He should have brought her back by now.
Hurry! This is our last chance.
You risked your life for me. I don't understand.
Whatever I may be, whatever I may become in this world, know that I will always look out for you, Tyrande.
Tyrande!
I knew you would not forsake me.
I thought I'd lost you forever, my love. If not for Illidan's aid, I may well have.
We have had much strife between us, my brother.
Those weapons that
I have known
Illidan
only
is holding,
ages of
they're
hate
called
for
the
you.
Warglaives of
For my
Azeroth.
part,
They are a
I wish
legendary
to
weapon
end
that is still in
from this
World of
day
Warcraft.
forward, let there be peace between us.
You have brought much suffering to the world, Illidan. For that, you can never be forgiven. However, you saved the life of my love. For that, I will let you go. But should you ever threaten my people again...
I understand, brother. Lordship over this world was never my aim. Only power. Only the magic. I've lingered here too long. I must go. By aiding you, I've betrayed my new master. If I am not careful, his wrath will be my end. Farewell, brother. Tyrande, I doubt our paths will cross again. In true Falena.
Fools! Have you no sense of justice?
Maiev, Illidan has atoned for his crimes. He is no longer a threat to...
It's no use, Tyrande. She has become vengeance itself, bound forever to the hunt. I only pray that in her zeal, she doesn't cause even more havoc than Illidan.
Now, let's go home, beloved. We've earned our rest.
Oh, they don't get the rest. There were 3 more campaigns added.
You are late, Prince Kael'thas.
In the
I thought
expansion.
you elves
That was the
prided
first one.
yourselves on punctuality.
It could not be helped, Lord Garithos. We ran into a group of night elves from across the sea, and...
I am not interested in your fanciful excuses. You elves are here to serve the Alliance, thus you will obey my commands to the letter. Is that clear?
Yes, Lord Garithos.
Now, the undead have begun a new offensive to retake Dalaran. Their primary strike force marched south through Silverpine, but we managed to halt its advance at the base of the mountains.
My men are ready to fight, my lord. When shall we leave for the front?
We will be leaving immediately, but your people will be staying here. Our scouts report that a second strike force may be heading this way from the east. I need you to repair the outlying observatories so that we can monitor that region.
But, my lord, we are warriors, not...
You have your orders, Prince Kael'thas. I trust your elven ears heard them clearly enough. Move out!
Insolent son of a... Let's get this over with.
Now, a lot of people wonder why the Blood Elves these elves were part of the Alliance in Warcraft 1 and 2.
We'll have to find a way across the lake to
and
reach the outlying gold
in the
mine.
first part of Warcraft 3, they were also
Naga,
working with the Alliance.
You fought for the demon Illidan.
But in World of Warcraft, they've joined the Horde. And a lot of people don't understand why the elves that were with the Alliance are now with the Horde. But this explains it.
You have nothing I need, witch.
I don't know, I guess they skipped this campaign?
I thought you might require boats to reach the observatories you seek.
And you would give these freely? Why should I trust you, my lady?
Our two races share a common ancestry, Kael. Now,
I explained that
against the
ancestry
undead,
earlier.
we share a common peril. These boats are merely a gesture of goodwill.
Then, I accept your offer. Thank you. Hail, Lord Garithos. The observatories have been repaired as you requested. We were just about to...
I received ill news from the front line. Is it true that you've consorted with the vile Naga?
Well, yes, my lord. They helped us cross the lake. I assure you they pose no threat to us, or to...
They are inhuman, and must be crushed like any other enemy. Be careful where you place your loyalties, Blood Elf. I will not tolerate treason in my ranks. Now I must return to the front. You will remain here and wait for further orders.
Mr. Racist.
Greetings, Prince Kael. I bring word from Grand Marshal Garithos.
What news from the front?
Apparently, the observatories you repaired detected a large undead force massing nearby. Lord Garithos has commanded that you crush the undead before they can march on Dalaran.
Thank you for the follow.
Unfortunately, your forces may be a little thin.
Did I say that right?
You see, Lord Garithos has also ordered that all foot soldiers, cavalry, and support teams report to the front lines immediately. You men, move out!
This is preposterous. Am I to assault the undead with nothing but sticks and harsh language?
The Grand Marshal has great confidence in your abilities. Be creative.
What am I supposed to use?
Garithos.
Sticks and harsh language?
I'm starting to hate that man.
Starting. So he once again teams up with the Naga.
This victory would not have been possible without your aid, though I fear I may have doomed myself by accepting it.
The human you served trusts no race but his own. His sense of honor runs no deeper than his tolerance.
Ooh, that's
loyalty
burn.
And duty that bind me to him, and to this failing alliance. But now those tenets seem as distant as our ruined homeland. All I know is that my brethren and I hunger for something more.
Then perhaps, young Kale, it is time to find a new path to power and glory.
I can't explain it exactly, but ever since our homeland was destroyed, my brethren and I have felt empty, almost drained of our spirit. There is a hunger now that has hardened our hearts.
I know this hunger, Kale.
Yeah,
like
they were
us,
addicted to the magic of the Sunwell.
Are addicted to magic. It flowed through your veins for over 10,000 years. And now, with the corruption of your land and the Sunwell that empowered you,
we have been cut off from our power, from our birthright. Without a new source of magic, my people will surely die.
Yeah, they're going through magic withdrawal.
There are other forms of power in this world, Kale. Demons, for instance.
You speak of madness, my lady. We will never be that desperate.
Your aversion is understandable, but still.
Prince Kale, Grand Marshal Garithos has arrived. He has brought a full battalion with him.
Damn. Bosh, you'd best leave. I cannot guarantee your...
Okay. The only ones that are that old are the elves. The original elves that were near... Okay, so... kind of the evolutionary history of the elves goes back to the trolls. So the first race that evolved on Azeroth were the trolls. And some, they evolved all over the place, which is why the trolls are all over the world. But when I was talking earlier about that old god, they got ripped off of Azeroth by one of the Titans, and it left a hole. That hole that was leaking out like Titan energy became what was called the Well of Eternity. And the trolls that settled around the Well of Eternity were changed by the magic and became the first race of Night Elves. And because they settled around that well, they were immortal. And then when Illidan started the process that ultimately destroyed the thing, the power that was in that spot, a large part of it stayed there, but part of it went off to Kalimdor, and part of it went to the Eastern Kingdoms. And the part that was in Kalimdor became something called the Moonwell, and they planted the tree of eternity on top of it. And the Night Elves that stayed around that tree called themselves the Kaldorei, and because they were staying next to the well of the Moonwell, they were immortal because it was giving them power to live forever. Now, on the other continent, the other elves stuck around what became the Sunwell, which is another part of that same energy. And because they were living next to the Sunwell, they were also immortal. But another part of the elvish contingent that was in that middle continent there sank to the bottom of the sea right underneath that original Well of Eternity. And those are the Naga that you see right here. They mutated into the Naga, being down there next to that, and the Well of Eternity kept them alive too. Now, it's interesting to note that all three of these races are no longer immortal, because Malfurion destroyed the Moonwell when he blew up the World Tree that was on top of it, and the Night Elves have lost their immortality. Because Arthas defiled the Sunwell by bringing Kel'Thuzad back to life, the Blood Elves can no longer draw their magic power from the Sunwell, and so they're no longer immortal either. And because Illidan raised Ishara and the islands of Suramar back up from the deeps, they are also no longer affected by the energy that was down there at the bottom. So they're also no longer immortal. So, like, all of these races have a long history of like 10,000 years, thousands and thousands of years. But now that history is in peril for all three of them, because in the Warcraft 3 story takes a span of about a year and a half. And in that year and a half, all three of those sources that were keeping them immortal were destroyed. That's how quickly the Burning Legion screwed up everything in their defeat the Burning Legion screwed up the world that bad. So yeah, and a lot of things go back to what happened 10,000 years ago when what was called the Sundering happened. But yeah, the Naga were there, and the Night Elves were there, and the Blood Elves were. All three of these races were there, and they haven't been robbed of their immortality until recently.
People's safety.
The humans, the Tauren, the dwarves, those races are like normal lifespan. They don't live forever.
Naga warriors.
Forget about them. So, Kale, you've shown your true colors at last. I knew you were in league with those serpents. Now I have all the proof I need to execute every traitorous one of you.
Please, my lord, spare my men. It was my decision to...
Save your breath. I never trusted you, vainglorious elves. It was a mistake to accept you into the Alliance in the first place. Now, at long last, you'll be dealt with appropriately. Take them away!
And now, after losing their homeland, losing their magic, they're no longer of any use to the Alliance. So what does the Alliance do to the elves? The elves that have helped them in the past 2 wars, they're imprisoned.
How could I have let this happen to my brethren? Locked in these cells, our thirst for magic will devour us.
It'll all be over soon, traitor. Lord Garithos plans to execute the lot of you at dawn.
Sunrise can't get here fast enough. These elves give me the creeps.
Don't worry. This prison was built by the Kirin Tor to keep their pets from getting loose. The elves' magic is useless inside those enchanted cells.
I mean, you could have looked behind you. Look, why was one of you not facing the other direction?
On the contrary, Vash, your timing is impeccable. Once again,
Lady Vash.
But even if we free my brethren, there is nowhere to run. Garithos' forces outnumber us 10 to 1.
You stand at a dangerous crossroads. You can either stay here and be slaughtered by human hands, or choose a darker path to freedom.
What is this darker path?
In the city above us stands a portal, a gateway that leads to other worlds. My master Illidan.
Now, I do want to point something out. You guys saw my World of Warcraft character earlier. The motif that I built my World of Warcraft character around is very much Kale right here, because the colors of the Blood Elves is red, gold, and green. And Kale has the 3 magical orbs floating above his head, the 3 green magical orbs. And my Warlock character has the same thing. I picked the outfit design of my character specifically to mirror the lineage of the Blood Elves.
Awaits us on the other side of that portal. Lead your people to him, and he will forge you a new destiny. He will sate your people's burning hunger.
So she's telling him to go to Illidan.
With a rogue demon, or lead my people to their certain deaths.
Karmic.
There is no choice here, Vash. We'll have to free my lieutenants first. They'll be able to rally the others while we assault the exit.
As you will.
You've gone as far as you're going to go, Prince Kale. Make it easy on yourself.
You served the Kirin Tor well, Kasan, but the old order has passed away. My people and I are leaving this damn prison, one way or another.
It's a shame to see a good wizard gone bad. Do what you have to do, lad.
All right, men, pull back! Back to the portal!
Now, young prince, we take one final step towards destiny.
What is this desolate place, Vash?
This shattered world is called Outland, young prince. It is all that remains of Draenor, the former homeland of the Orcish Horde.
Amazing. I remember when Khadgar led the Alliance expedition here years ago.
Doing Warcraft
he almost
2.
succeeded in wiping the orcs out for good. In an attempt to escape, Ner'zhul opened a number of massive dimensional gateways. But all they succeeded in doing was tearing the planet apart.
Yes. And now, amongst the ruins of this dead world, we have come to find the Master.
Illidan. Why here? What could possibly interest him in this barren wasteland?
This place is called Hellfire Peninsula.
Regardless, we should seek him out quickly.
Agreed. Actually, I'm anxious to meet him again. If he can cure my people of their hunger for magic, I will gladly pledge myself to his service. This place is unnerving. We've marched for 3 days and seen no signs of life.
Yeah, lovely vacation.
I can't shake the feeling that we're not alone out here.
You are not.
We aren't. I caught the scent just as the wind shifted.
The Janai.
Night elves. What could they be doing here?
Oh.
The Warden, Maiev, swore to capture Illidan at any cost. She must have brought her warriors here to hunt him.
Of course.
There, Illidan lies chained in that cage. The Night Elves must be taking him to their stronghold.
Then we must rescue him before they reach safety.
Lady Vash, your rescue was most timely. The thought of spending another 10,000 years in Maev's prison was not a pleasant one.
We could not forsake you, Lord Illidan, but you owe your freedom to them.
Who are they, Vash? The young elf looks familiar, but...
They call themselves the Blood Elves, my lord. They are the last mortal descendants of the Highborn, who served
This
you
is from
long
World
ago.
of Warcraft. This cutscene here.
Is Prince Kael'thas. He and his brethren have come to bask in your wisdom and pledge themselves to your will.
Kael'thas Sunstrider is his name.
You were right to come to me, Kael. I share the pain of your addiction, your hunger for magic.
Can you help us, Lord Illidan? Can you cure us?
There is no cure, young one. But there are ways to feed the hunger. Follow me, and I will grant your people more magic.
This is really making me want those Warglaives.
So be it. Lord Illidan, my fellow Blood Elves and I humbly pledge ourselves to your service.
Then arise, young Kael. You shall be my right
I've never
hand
actually
and
pursued the
harbinger
Warglaives of
wrath.
Azeroth.
What of
Although
your
I can
plans,
farm them.
Master?
Because I don't have a character
Many
that can
months
use
after the
them, or I
Legion's
didn't
defeat
at
at
the
Battle
time.
of Mount Hyjal, I was visited by one of the last great demon lords, Gil'jaeden.
Illidan, in the past you have been both friend and foe to the Burning Legion. But by consuming the skull of Gul'dan, you sealed our defeat in this world. I come to offer you a second chance to serve us.
What would you have me do, Great One?
My creation, the Lich King, has betrayed me.
Oh yes.
He dared to break the pact that binds him to my will. But his spirit still lies trapped inside the frozen throne of Ice Crown. Destroy it for me, and I will grant you your heart's desire.
The Lich King
It shall
is a
be done,
problem.
Great One. It shall be done. At Dalaran, I attempted to use the Eye of Sargeras to melt away the polar ice caps surrounding the Ice Crown Glacier. If the spell had succeeded, the Lich King would have been vanquished forever.
But the cursed Night Elves intervened.
And the spell went awry. Given my failure, I fled to this desolate place to evade Gil'jaeden's wrath. Now, if I am to remain here in exile, we will need to ensure that Gil'jaeden's agents have been cleansed from the land.
And so, having betrayed the Legion
Long ago,
again,
after Dranor's explosion, a brutal pit lord named Magtheridin rallied the surviving orcs and took control of Outland.
I remember Magtheridin too.
Since then, his forces have grown strong.
How, Master? If most of the orcs were killed when this world exploded, how has he bolstered his ranks?
By using the very portals that tore the planet apart. Many of Ner'zhul's dimensional gates still stand, young prince. Magtheridin lures scores of hapless demons through them daily.
Then we must seal them permanently.
Yes. We will seek out each of the gates, and I will close them myself. Once they have been sealed, we will move against Magtheridin's Black Citadel and claim Outland as our own.
And in World of Warcraft, the Black Citadel is the raid where you face Illidan Stormrage.
I am Akama, Elder Sage of the Draenei. Lord Illidan promised to rid us of our ancient enemies in exchange for our loyalty. These cursed orcs of Magtheridin, a terrible lord whose Black Citadel lies to the west. Under his command, the orcs hunted us to the brink of extinction. But now, with Lord Illidan behind us, we will fight back and retake our ancestral lands.
We've done it, Master. The dimensional gates are all sealed. There's no way for Magtheridin to call reinforcements now.
True, but his standing forces are still considerable. Assaulting his Black Citadel will not be easy, Kael.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Tempest Keep was merely a setback.
Our enemies draw near, Lord Magtheridin.
Warcraft, when you face them in Warcraft.
These upstarts are tiresome gnats, nothing more. The might of Magtheridin cannot be denied. I am the Lord of Outland. Those who dispute my rule will soon regret their folly.
Magtheridin has grown strong over the years, but he has had few real foes to contend with. He has become decadent and complacent. The boisterous cur cannot match our cunning or our will.
This will be a glorious battle, Master. Though Magtheridin's forces vastly outnumber ours, your warriors are prepared to fight to the end.
I am pleased by your people's zeal, young Kael. Their spirits and powers have been honed in this harsh wilderness. Their courage alone may be enough to...
Lord Illidan, new arrivals come to greet you.
We Draenei have fought the orcs and their demon masters for generations. Now at last, we will end their curse forever. We are yours to command, Lord Illidan.
As I promised, your people shall have their vengeance, Akama. By night's end, we will all be drunk with it. Vash, Kael, give the final order to strike. The hour of wrath has come.
I do not know you, stranger, but your power is vast. Are you an agent of the Legion? Have you been sent to test me?
I have come to replace you. You're a relic, Magtheridin. A ghost of a past age. The future is mine. From this moment on, Outland and all of its denizens will bow to me. Hear me now, you trembling mortals. I am your lord and master. Illidan reigns supreme.
Illidan takes over Outland.
What is this, Vash? Where did this storm come from?
Keep your head down, fool. Something terrible is drawing near.
Oh, yeah.
You failed to destroy the frozen throne as I commanded. And still you thought to hide from me in this forsaken backwater.
I thought you to be more cunning, Illidan.
Kil'jaeden, I was merely set back. I was attempting to bolster my forces. The Lich King will be destroyed. I promise you.
Indeed. Still, these servitors you've gathered show some promise. I will give you one last chance, Illidan. Destroy the frozen throne, or face my eternal wrath.
Perhaps hiding here was not the most prudent decision.
Probably not.
Still, the quest lies before us. Will you follow me into the cold heart of death itself?
The Naga are yours to command, Lord Illidan. Where you go, we follow.
The Blood Elves are yours as well, Master. We will drive the Scourge before us and shatter the frozen throne as you command.
The Dreadlords.
It's been months since we last heard from Lord Archimonde. I grow tired of watching over these rotting undead.
Yeah, you're not going to be hearing from Lord Archimonde for quite a while.
We were charged with overseeing this land, Deatherrock. It is our duty to remain here and ensure that the Scourge is ready for action.
True, though we should have received some kind of orders by now.
The Legion was defeated months ago. How could they not know?
Impossible to say. But the longer they remain in command, the more they run the Scourge into the ground.
What?
Now, I don't know if you were here when we discussed the story of Sylvanas Windrunner. But she was the Ranger General of Silvermoon, and her sister Ilaria was the one that went through the Dark Portal in Warcraft 2 to shut it from the other side. She ended up in the place where Illidan is now. Sylvanas was defending Silvermoon when Arthas came. And instead of killing her or stealing her soul, Arthas turned her into an undead banshee. And Arthas turned her into an undead banshee and enslaved her to the Lich King. So now she's working for the Scourge. She doesn't really have a choice in the matter.
Greetings, Dreadlords. I should thank you for looking after my kingdom during my absence. However, I won't be requiring your services any longer.
Prince Arthas, this land is ours. The Scourge belongs to the Legion.
Not anymore, demon. Your masters have been defeated. The Legion is undone. Your deaths will complete the circle.
Never. This isn't over, human.
But notice the three of them don't decide to stay and fight Arthas.
Return to us, Prince Arthas.
I have returned, Lich, but you will now address me as king. This is, after all, my land. Now we must secure the kingdom by scouring the last remnants of humanity from it.
But my king, the humans have begun to abandon their villages. They are fleeing to the canyon passes. If they escape into the mountains, it will be impossible to hunt them all down.
Then we must slaughter them before they escape. Their deaths will be a fitting tribute to Ner'zhul. The pain is unbearable. What is happening to me?
Danger draws near. Power is fading. Time is running out.
That's the armor that Ner'zhul's soul was bound into.
Do you need assistance?
No. The pain is past. But my powers are diminished. Something is terribly wrong here. At last, the
Now, it's interesting. Oh. One moment. In fact, I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Pre-world deprivation of it's a major theme in the storyline. It is a major theme with regards to the Scourge and the undead. I was saying about Arthas is one of the cool things that happens in this campaign is normally you start at level 1 and over the course of the campaign you level your hero up to level 10. In this particular campaign, Arthas starts at level 10, but because the Lich King is losing power, he levels down as the missions go on. So you're level 1 by the end of the second Undead campaign.
Science is finished. Once we round up the last stragglers, we should be... not again.
It is I, the Lich King. Danger draws near the frozen throne. You must return to Northrend immediately. Obey.
My king, you are not well.
Take me back to the capital. I have a long journey ahead of me.
Sylvanas.
Lady Sylvanas, we are pleased that you came.
How could I not? For some reason, I no longer hear the Lich King's voice in my head.
Oh, she's
my
broken
will is
free.
my own once again.
You Dreadlords seem to know why.
We've discovered that the Lich King is losing his power. As it wanes, so too does his ability to command undead such as you.
And what of King Arthas? What about his powers?
Though his Runeblade Frostmourne carries powerful enchantments, Arthas's own powers will fade in time. It is inevitable.
You seek to overthrow him, and you want my help to do it.
The Legion may be defeated, but we are the Nathrazim. We'll not let some upstart human get the best of us. Arthas must fall.
The Lich Kel'Thuzad is far too loyal to betray his master. But you, on the other hand...
Hate him. I have my own reasons for seeking vengeance. Arthas murdered my people and turned me into this monstrosity. I may take part in your bloody coup, but I will do so in my own way.
I, for one, do not trust her. Her heart is still elven. She will never side with us. Don't be too hasty. She has great spirit, but her hatred for Arthas will ultimately serve our cause.
Agreed. Well, if that's settled, let the festivities commence.
So the seizures have been getting worse?
Yes. With my powers drained, I can barely command my own warriors. The Lich King warned me that if I didn't reach Northrend soon, all could be lost.
Fear not, my king. Everything is being prepared for your departure. The ships are waiting at the coast, and...
There's been a change of plans, King Arthas. You're not going anywhere.
Assassins! It's a trap!
You should never have returned, human. Weakened as you are, we have assumed control over the majority of your warriors. It seems your reign was short-lived.
Was it now?
There are too many of them, my king. Flee! Escape from the city! I'll find my own way out and meet you in the wilderness.
All right, Lich. Good luck. We have no time for this. We must find our way out quickly. You have my thanks, ladies. But where is your mistress? Where is Sylvanas?
She sent us to find you, great king. We've come to escort you across the river. Once we cross it, we'll take
this was like a trap.
This is the place, sisters. We'll rest here, great king.
Why here? We've got to find Kel'Thuzad before we...
You have been deceived. Come to my side at once. Obey.
What is happening here? Sylvanas.
We walked right into this one, Arthas. It's time to even the scales.
Traitor! What have you done to me?
It's a special poisoned arrow I made just for you. The paralysis you're experiencing now is but a fraction of the agony you've caused me.
Finish me, then.
A quick death? Like the one you gave me? No. You're going to suffer as I did. Thanks to my arrow, you can't even run. Give my regards to Hell, you son of a bitch.
Back, you mindless ones! You shall not fall today.
This isn't over, Arthas. I'll never stop hunting you.
The effect of her arrow will wear off in time. All the preparations for your journey to Northrend have been made.
You have been a loyal friend, Kel'Thuzad. I don't know what the future holds, or if I'll even return. But I want you to watch over this land. See to it that my legacy endures.
I shall, King Arthas. I shall.
And in the original World of Warcraft, there was a raid called Naxxramas, which is an undead citadel, and the final boss was Kel'Thuzad.
Aren't you, sister? Only days ago we were the Lich King's slaves. We existed only to slaughter in his name. And now, we are free.
I don't understand, mistress. I thought you'd be overjoyed.
What joy is there in this curse? We are still undead, sister. Still monstrosities. What are we if not slaves to this torment?
Another famous line.
Greetings, Lady Sylvanas. My brothers and I appreciate the role you played in overthrowing Arthas. I've come to offer you a formal invitation to join our new order.
Wherein Nari. My only interest was in seeing Arthas dead. I have no time for your petty politics or power-mongering.
Careful, my lady. It would be unwise to incur our wrath. We are the future of these plague lands. You can either join us and rule, or be cast aside.
I lived as a slave long enough, Dreadlord. I won't relinquish my freedom by shackling myself to you fools.
So be it. Our reply will come soon.
Any final words, demon?
Sylvanas, spare my life. I beg you. I can be of service.
Well, that
I swear it.
Switched up.
Just like a demon.
Very
You'd sell
quickly.
your brethren out just to save your own skin. I'm listening.
I know what my brother's plans are. I know where their forces are based. Just let me serve you, and I'll help you defeat them.
All right, Wherein Nari. I'll let you prove your loyalty to me. But be warned, I'm keeping you on a short leash.
Northrend. It feels like a lifetime since I was last here. Something out there is threatening the Lich King. We must reach Icecrown quickly.
My king, we'll need to establish a base here first. But this island is nearly devoid of resources.
What the? They look like High Elves. What are they doing here?
Prince Arthas, we are the Blood Elves. We have sworn to avenge the ghost of Quel'Thalas. This dead land will be cleansed.
Northrend belongs to the Scourge, elf. You made a terrible mistake by coming here. Slay them!
Onward for the Scourge. Slay them in their
Dubarak.
Who the... Thanks for the assistance, Mighty One.
The Lich King sent me to aid you, Death Knight. I am
The Nerubian.
ancient king of Azure.
Yes, a lot of people
I welcome your
underestimate
aid in Ubarak,
Sylvanas.
but we have little time for pleasantries. We must reach Icecrown immediately.
You've done well, Wherein Nari. You've led us straight to Deathrok's stronghold. But tell me, who are those humans?
Deathrok used his telepathy to enslave a top-ranking human warlord. I believe his name was Garabon or Gilithos or something. Human names all sound the same to me. Instead of stamping it out, Deathrok has taken control of the last pocket of human resistance. They maintain their own army within the keep.
Your brother is more clever than I thought. His defenses are considerable.
Yes, and with this paltry force you've mustered, a direct assault on his walls would be suicide.
I have no intention of assaulting the walls.
Then let's go before he...
My banshees will possess those hapless humans. We'll use them to open the gates for us.
You realize we'll have only a short amount of time before he discovers what we're up to.
Of course. If we strike quickly enough, Netherrock will never know what hit him.
To arms!
Whom do you serve, human?
The Dark Lady. I am hers to command.
The patrol has returned.
The Banshee unit in Warcraft 3 was actually really cool because if you enslaved a peon or a worker unit from another race, you could build their entire tech tree in addition to yours. So if you're fighting the other races and you grab a human peon, an orc peon, and a night elf wisp, and you could build all of the units of all 4 races.
What is it you want, elf witch?
We have a common enemy. The last Dreadlord Balnazar currently controls the capital city of your kingdom. If you help me kill him, I'll see to it that you get your lands back.
Why should we trust you? You're part of the scourge that drove us out in the first place.
Not anymore. My only interest here is vengeance.
Very well. I'll rally what's left of my forces and meet you outside the gates.
Come now. You have no intention of giving them their lands back.
She does not.
Of course not. The humans are simply a means to an end.
I really like that they put her Warcraft 3 appearance in the game right here. This is what she looked, not Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft. This is what she looks like in World of Warcraft. That's her armor and everything.
The capital city is heavily defended. Balnazar is no fool, my lady. This battle can be won only through attrition.
What's the matter, demon? Are you afraid?
Watch your tongue, human dog. Your hollow bravado does not impress.
Stand down, gentlemen. Save your anger for Balnazar. Garithos, I'll lead my forces in a frontal assault while you attack the city from the rear.
An aggressive ploy, milady. So long as we get our capital back, I'll stick to whatever strategy you wish.
Give the order. Let the attack
I think
commence.
the Bruins are doing well. I can hear Narimam yelling in the background.
It's over, Balnazar. Varamathras.
Yes, my lady.
Kill him.
But it is forbidden for one of the Nathrazim to kill another. My defection was one thing, but this...
I require one last test of your loyalty, Dreadlord. Do it.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, he did.
There, your business is done. Now I want you wretched animals out of my city before I...
Kill him, too.
Gladly.
Kill him, too.
The capital city is ours, but we are no longer part of the Scourge. From here on out, we shall be known as the Forsaken. We will find our own path in this world, Dreadlord, and slaughter anyone who stands in our way.
And this city here is Lordaeron. The city where Arthas is
These
from.
elves are pathetic. It's no wonder we destroyed their homeland so easily.
Pity I wasn't there to stop you. It's been a long time, Arthas.
Prince Kael'thas, I haven't seen you since... You lead these elves?
This group, at least. What you faced here was merely a scouting force. Defeating Lord Illidan's army will be far more difficult.
Illidan? He's behind this invasion?
He is. Our forces are vast, Arthas. Even now they march upon the Ice-Crowned Glacier. You'll never make it in time to save
Illidan
your
is the
precious
reason
Lich King.
that the Lich King
Consider
is
this
losing
payment
power.
for Quel'Thalas.
Greetings,
Whatever
Pooh
he
Bear.
says.
Pooh Bear, Pooh Bear, Pooh Bear. Welcome, welcome.
Make haste. My enemies draw
near. I am doing a recap of Warcraft lore to get caught up.
You will, Death Knight.
My powers are weakening, but I'll be all right.
He will not.
He's right. We'll never reach the glacier in time.
There is another route we might take, Death Knight. The ancient shattered kingdom of Azul Narub lies deep below us. Though it has fallen on dark times, it could provide us a direct shortcut to the glacier.
We
all
have
here
little
for
choice.
it? Yes.
Lead on, Anubarak.
Now it's interesting. We see Azul Narub in Warcraft 3. There's two. It's a two-part mission that goes through there, and they had plans of putting Azul Narub in World of Warcraft as early as Wrath of the Lich King, because that's when we go back to Northrend.
We've got to quicken our pace. The Lich King is
didn't put it in
defenseless
Wrath. They were going to do it in Cataclysm, and they didn't do it in Cataclysm either. They were going to do it in Legion, and they didn't do that either. So, we've been teased with this for so long, but we don't know if or when they're ever actually going to put the Kingdom of Azul Narub into World of Warcraft.
Shouldn't there be Nerubians around here, undead or otherwise?
I've been wondering about that myself. Something must have driven them all off.
We did, you rotting bastards. We've been watching you all along.
Muradin's dwarves. Impossible. Doesn't anyone stay dead anymore?
Supposed to be Scottish.
We've been wandering this forsaken land ever since you killed Muradin.
No. Scourge Land. The Forsaken are in the Eastern Kingdom now. These are the rest of Muradin's elves that Arthas just left here.
Our leader, Baelgun, led us into the ruined city to survive. But there's no way we're letting you in.
We have no time for these games. Saphiron, attack!
Saphiron? He has a bone dragon.
I remember you, evil prince. You're the one that killed poor Muradin.
Get over it already.
Get over it already.
Through this door, traitor.
Spoiler alert, Muradin is actually not dead.
Things under the ice. Ancient, horrid things. We vowed to keep them locked where they are.
We'll take our chances, dwarf. We're going through that door, one way or another. The air smells awful in here. Something doesn't feel right.
If the dwarf's story was true, there's no
I think we did eventually get a dungeon that set us into this place.
Into the heart of the old Nerubian Empire.
But this empire is supposed to be a vast underground empire that spans all of Northrend.
You first.
You will die. It cannot be. A forgotten one. Look to your defenses, Death Knight. Fight as you've never fought before.
Was this in Warcraft 3?
We cannot take them all. Hurry, Death Knight. Up the stairwell.
Did they start setting up the old gods this early and I just completely forgot about it?
You are weak.
We're running out of time, Anubarak. How far are we from the exit?
Not far. We have entered the upper
So this would be Yogg-Saron's minions.
The exit should lead us to the base of the glacier itself. However, there are still
because it's Yogg-Saron that was banished into Northrend. He's underneath Ulduar.
The entire passage collapsed. There's no time to dig through this. I'll have to move quickly and find my own way out. Hopefully Anubarak and the others survived. You made it.
I see now why the Lich King chose you as his champion, Death Knight.
See,
few men could
Arthas, like, I can see him like just leaving the others there and like, fuck it, I need to survive. I don't care if the others survive. I expect that of Arthas.
Just beyond.
It'll be good to see the sun again.
Remember.
And frankly, the other undead expect Arthas to do that. Like, yeah, I would have done the same thing if it had been me.
Time we needed.
We've made it, Anubarak. Our forces are already assembled and waiting.
Greetings, King Arthas. You've arrived just in time. Illidan's Naga and Blood Elf forces have taken up positions at the base of the glacier and...
Arthas, my champion. You have come at last.
Master?
There is a fracture in my prison, the Frozen Throne, and my energies are seeping from it. That is why your powers have diminished.
But how?
The rune blade Frostborn was once locked inside the throne as well. I thrust it from the ice, so that it would find its way to you, and then lead you to me.
Behold, Muradin, our salvation. Frostborn.
So he set all of this up.
I dearly hope that there's a special place in hell waiting for you, Arthas.
We may never know, Uther. I intend to live forever. And I still feel no remorse, no shame.
No, you wouldn't dare.
Yeah, this is what he did to Sylvanas.
It pains me to even look at you, Arthas. He whispers to you through the blade you wield.
Sorry, Arthas. I can't let you do this.
Really think you can
So this was put together by the guy who made the video. Just kind of reminding you of all the things that Arthas has done.
Now you face a grave danger. My creator, the demon lord Kil'jaeden, sent his agent here to destroy me. If they should reach the Frozen Throne before you, all will be lost. The Scourge will be undone. Now hurry. I will grant you all the power I can spare.
I saw another vision of the Lich King. He has restored my powers. I know now what I must do. It's time to end the game, once and for all. Time's running out, Anubarak. We've got to get inside the throne chamber before Illidan does.
The throne chamber lies within the frozen peak at the center of the valley. It can only be opened by activating the 4 enchanted obelisks that surround it. Illidan's forces have already entrenched themselves near 2 of them. We'll need to drive them back and reactivate the obelisks ourselves.
How very video gamey this lock is.
Once the chamber is opened, we will destroy the frozen throne, as promised.
Then the hour has come at last. After today, the Scourge will meet its end. Can you hear me out there, Arthas? Its end!
Illidan has mocked the Scourge long enough. It's time we put the fear of death back in him.
Oh, the fear of death.
We've done it, Anubarak. The throne chamber is open. This is the hour of the Scourge. The frozen throne is mine, demon. Step aside. Leave this world and never return. If you do, I'll be waiting.
I have sworn to destroy it, Arthas. It must be done.
Never.
I'm curious to see how they did this cutscene in Reforged. Did they actually make a pre-rendered cutscene for this? Because there was an in-game cutscene in the original Warcraft 3. Arthas versus Illidan. Yep. Arthas kicked his ass. And this is the end of the main campaign for the Warcraft 3 expansion, The Frozen Throne. This is actually part of this cutscene. I remember these voices when he climbs his way up here.
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthur? Your young prince will find only death in the cold.
Return the blade. Complete the circle. Release me from this prison.
This is called the Helm of Domination. And the last we see of Arthas from Warcraft 3, he is sitting wearing the Helm of Domination with Frostmourne on top of the Spire of Icecrown in Northrend.
I did everything wrong.
been naive, my daughter.
Dalen. I won't let you do
Dalen
it, Father.
Proudmoore.
You don't understand.
I understand more than you suspect, my dear.
I wasn't strong enough.
Perhaps in time, you will too.
Dalen Proudmoore is Jaina's father.
Father!
That's Jaina. Much later in life.
I have wandered alone for many years, little Misha.
Okay, so it's interesting to note one more thing about Arthas. Technically, he is still the king of Lordaeron, but Lordaeron has now been taken from him by Sylvanas. So Sylvanas is ruling that kingdom now. He has greatly expanded his realm as he controls basically all of Northrend, most of Northrend at this point. Definitely all of Icecrown and like the western side of Northrend. But it's interesting when he put on the crown of domination, Ner'zhul said, "Now we are one." There is a book called Arthas, and one of the interesting things that people have been wondering about the Lich King is if it's Ner'zhul controlling Arthas, or if they're like two different entities living in the same body, and if Ner'zhul was destroyed, Arthas would come back. But there is a book called Arthas that specifically talks about Arthas's fall to the dark side, as it were. And there's a point in that book where Ner'zhul is talking to him, and he keeps using "we," like we are the Lich King. And at one point, Arthas just kind of stops him and says, "What is this we? I am the Lich King." And from that point forward, you never hear from Ner'zhul again. Everything after that is Arthas and him saying, "I am the Lich King." There's no more "we are the Lich King." From that point, you never hear from Ner'zhul again. And as far as I know, in the lore, after that, Ner'zhul is never heard from again. It's like Arthas completely killed him and took all of his power. Like what was left of him is gone now. All that's left of him inside the Helm of Dominion is the power of the Lich King. The consciousness of Ner'zhul is gone. And I think that is brought out more after the Lich King is destroyed, but that's in World of Warcraft later. So Warcraft 3 has a prologue to it that is this guy, Rexxar, coming back and the Horde founding their kingdom in Kalimdor.
Yet sometimes even I grow weary of this endless solitude. I have watched the other races. I have seen their squabbling, their ruthlessness. Their wars do nothing but scar the land and drive the wild things to extinction. No, they cannot be trusted. Only beasts are above deceit. A battle.
Come, you mongrels. Taste the steel of Mogren's axe.
Hold fast, stranger. You shall not stand alone.
Damned cowards.
Your stomach's been split open. I can do little to ease your pain.
I know. This would be a good death, if not for my failure.
Failure?
I was to deliver a crucial report to my chieftain in the lands below. But now, I have failed him. I have lost my honor.
I can peek.
I will deliver your message, Old One. For the sake of honor, I will uphold your charge.
Akamagosh warrior. Thank you. Seek out the city of Orgrimmar. Find War Chief Thrall. Tell him.
May the winds bear you swiftly to your ancestors.
That was a sudden and dramatic death.
Well, Misha, it seems we'll be seeing civilization after all. Let's get moving. A warrior city. I have not seen its like in many years. Stay close to me, Misha.
Shore up those supports. When the razor winds kick up again, they'll tear those roofs right off.
Yes, War Chief.
Work.
A moment, War Chief. I come to deliver a message.
How did you come by this report? Where is Mogren?
He fell in the wilds. His last wish was that you receive this message.
Who are you, warrior?
I am Rexar, last son of the Mok'Nathal.
Mok'Nathal? I've heard tales of your people. They had both orc and ogre blood in their veins. It is an honor. We've built this kingdom, Durotar, for all of our kind.
Durotar was Thrall's
Durotar
father's
is as much
name.
your home as it is mine, Rexar. Stay a while.
Stay a
Accept what
while
hospitality
and
we can
listen.
offer. It is the least we can do.
Perhaps I have spent too long in the wilds. Your offer is kind, Thrall, but I must carry my own weight. Just show me what needs doing and I'll earn my keep.
I understand. Founding a nation is tiresome work, and there are many around here that could use your help. Simply talk to them, and they will point you in the right direction. This is Rokan of the Darkspear tribe. He is one of my best scouts.
How you doing, man?
Like all the trolls are Jamaican.
You're one of the Mok'Nathal. I am Drekthar. I fought alongside your elders on Draenor many years ago. Still, if you've come to help, I do have a simple task for you. I've been concocting a special potion that will aid our warriors in battle. However, I'm missing a key ingredient. I require shimmerweed, but the rare herb can only be found in the valley known as Thunder Ridge. Normally, I would gather the herbs myself, but the thunder lizards for whom the valley is named have become increasingly hostile of late. If you retrieve 6 bushels for me, I will reward you handsomely.
Greetings, warrior. I am Nazgul, captain of the War Chief's security force. We've been having problems with the indigenous creatures attacking our borders.
Okay, yeah, so
Perhaps you
he's
can
like
help.
questing and
The
stuff.
Harpies of the northern foothills have been ransacking our supply caravans.
These quests are very
We
simple.
got city looking for underground wells. Problem is, we dug straight into a
Gaslow
den of
eventually
kobolds.
becomes a high-ranking
Now those
person
rat
with the
freaks are running
goblins.
willy-nilly all over our tunnels. I need you to hook up with my boys and seal those kobolds back in their hole. Yeah, just find the tunnel entrance outside of town, and my boys will set you straight.
The ghosts of my brethren now lie silent. Thank you, warrior. You
Yeah,
have
so
rid the
these
worlds
quests
of
at the end,
terrible evil.
there's like 3
I
missions,
feel
but
my
each
death
mission has like 5 or 6 little quests that you have to go on to actually clear the mission.
Items. Easier.
And so he's just
Pandaria.
questing right now.
I have traveled the wide world searching for.
Chin Stormstout is an interesting character. He was added in the Warcraft 3 expansion. Yes. Chin Stormstout is an interesting character. Back when Warcraft 3 first came out, they did an April Fool's joke that they were going to add a 5th race to the game called the Pandaren, a group of pandamen. They made a whole page for them on the Warcraft 3 website. They had units and buildings. They had a hero, the Brewmaster. And then the whole thing was revealed to be an April Fool's joke. And people were like super upset about it. People were getting legitimately hyped for the panda race. And then it's like, oh, it's an April Fool's joke. It's just messing with you. There's not really going to be pandas. But the fan backlash was so big that when they did the expansion, Warcraft 3, one of the things they added to multiplayer was a building on some of the maps that had independent heroes that were not part of any other race, so that you could go there and you could hire a specialty hero. And one of the specialty heroes that they put in there was the panda hero that they had teased in the April Fool's joke, Chin Storm Stout. And he's actually in the Orc campaign as part of the thing. And then later, they actually did add the pandas full on as a playable race in World of Warcraft. But the whole panda thing in WoW started as an April Fool's joke that the fans wouldn't let go of. Yes, this is the first panda guy here, Chin Storm Stout.
Exotic ingredients to use in my special brews. After all, good ale can solve all the problems of this world. Don't you agree? Say, if you're free, I could use your help in locating some special ingredients for my latest brew.
What the hell is that stuff? Are you trying to kill me?
Perhaps it needs some refinement. After all, we must learn to crawl before we can expect.
Okay, so Chin Storm Stout comes along.
The others tell me you've been a great help to them. I spoke to Thrall about the humans encroaching on our lands.
Okay, so here's where this part gets
interesting. Don't trust them at all. I'd like you to report to our outlying watchpost and meet with my lieutenant.
Decide to come over and take over an island just south of the coast near Durator. Because they can't let the orcs have their own land. They decide to come over here and try to take it and drive out the orcs, because having the Eastern Kingdoms
of an invasion
is...
There's far too many of them for me to handle alone.
Are you certain of what you saw, Rexar? I can't imagine that Jaina would send troops so close to our border.
Here's another thing.
This does not bode well at all.
That I dislike about the Alliance, and why I decided to join the Horde when I started playing Warcraft.
I heard about the human ships, War Chief. What are your
orders? The orcs left the human kingdoms and the Eastern Kingdoms entirely. We're not any more orc outposts left in the Eastern Kingdoms.
What if they're
when Thrall came over here? All of the orcs came with him.
The humans remain unharmed.
The humans were not content to have their own kingdom. They decided they needed to follow the orcs over here and take the orcish kingdom from the orcs.
Too late.
So a lot of the conflicts that happened after Warcraft 3 were started by the humans.
The human scum will pay dearly for this.
And this is where that started.
This anchor emblem on their shields. Have you ever seen it before?
Orcs! We've been followed! To arms, men! To arms!
Come, human dogs. Taste the wrath of the Horde. You did all you could, my warriors. Above all else, you kept Duratar safe. Yet this anchor sigil you described does seem oddly familiar. I just can't place it.
Pardon, bossman, but if the humans be coming from the sea, my tribe on the Echo Isles could be deep in the danger too.
Don't worry, Rokan. You have my word that I won't let anything happen to your people.
When you join the base race of the trolls in World of Warcraft, you start on the Echo Isles.
A serious threat to the trolls that live on the Echo Isles. I need you to take a zeppelin to the Isles and warn the trolls about what's happening. If you can, try to convince them to join us on the mainland.
There's no telling what dangers lurk on these isles.
I be Vol'jin, leader of the Darkspear tribe. It be good that the war chief send you when he did, man. Our villages already be under attack by the human fleet. We got no time to waste. Even now, the humans' battleships be blasting away at our coastal villages.
You have little chance of defeating such a force on your own, Vol'jin. You should evacuate your tribe to the mainland and unite with the war chief's forces.
Though I hate to be abandoning our homes, your plan be a wise one. However, we got to destroy those battleships before the evacuation can begin. Oh, these wily ones will serve you well, man. Their talent for destruction be mighty.
This is one of the new
We have no flying mounts, Vol'jin. We'll be useless on land.
Oh, won't be a problem, man. Now, this be feeling a bit strange. Whenever you want to get your legs back, just land in the ritual circle. Remember, you must destroy at least 5 of the human ships before we can commence with the evacuation. Well done, man. You saved my tribesmen. The outer villages be ready for the evacuation. They await only the signal to begin. In order to signal the evacuation, you gotta light the 5 signal braziers scattered across the islands. When you were right. Begin.
Okay.
Braziers scattered across for the mainland.
You've done well. My scouts have informed me that the Darkspear trolls have landed further down the coast. They'll be much safer under the Horde's protection.
Now we've saved the Darkspear.
Still, the situation with the humans has intensified. I've received word that they're sending an emissary to parley with me. We're to meet at Razor Hill around midnight.
I don't know, Thrall. It sounds like a trap to me. Let me go in your place.
I can't imagine that Jaina Proudmoore would ever set me up, Rexar. Even so, I'm not one to run from a fight.
Just trust me. If you're right, we'll have lost nothing. This is it. The meeting place lies just beyond. Greetings, humans. It's about time you showed
In
up.
World of Warcraft, there's a little
What is
village.
the meaning of this? This ogre cannot be the Orc war chief.
And you are not Jaina Proudmoore.
Jaina? Why would you think she would be? Ugh, enough of this drivel. We'd hoped to corner your wretched war chief, but you will have to suffice. Strike!
Assassins! I knew this was a trap! Tell me who sent you, human. Was it Jaina?
Foolish
It was
beast.
her father.
You
Galen.
have no idea what's coming for you. It is only just beginning.
You were right, Rexar. I should have trusted your instincts. Still, I can't believe Jaina would try something like this. Perhaps it's time we took a more direct approach. Rexar, I've written a letter to Jaina Proudmoore asking her to account for all this madness. I want you to infiltrate her base on Theramore Isle and deliver it to her, personally.
You can count on me, Thrall. But I may need help bypassing the humans' defenses.
I've chartered this Zeppelin to take you to the Darkspear tribe's new village. Once you get there, Vol'jin will see that you get all the help you'll need. Good luck, Rexar. The future of Durotar is in your hands.
And off they go.
Greetings, man. My tribe be honored by your visit, though I know you got big matters to be attending to. Sneaking onto Theramore Isle be no easy task. Luckily, there be one who can help you. He waits for you by the shipyard. To reach him, follow the road out of town. We heard reports that the human fleet patrols the channel between the mainland and Theramore Isle. Be wary, man. They could stand between you and the sorceress you seek.
Thromka, brother. I am Samuro. My humble skills are yours. Vol'jin entrusted me with a batch of explosive wards filled with an unstable concoction. If I can place them on some critical structures, I could create enough of a distraction to allow you to sneak across the channel in this boat.
Kaboom! You blew that place up.
Jaina Proudmoore, I am Rexar. I bear a message from War Chief Thrall, the same War Chief you tried to kill. He is curious as to why your warriors encroach on our lands and threaten us with war.
What are you talking about? I do not seek Thrall's death, nor do I have any intention of betraying the pact we made.
Perhaps. But the fact remains that your ships and your warriors have been raiding our encampments on the mainland. I had to bypass a large encampment just to reach you.
I assure you, I ordered no such attacks. Lead me to these troops, Rexar. I want to see them for myself. Rexar, those don't look like humans to me.
Those snake creatures. They must have destroyed the camp and slaughtered your brethren. We're too late. The serpents already killed them all.
Wait, this one's still alive.
Mistress Jaina, we found you at last. The Admiral will be overjoyed.
Is it even possible? We've got to get back to Theramore immediately.
But what?
Just trust me, Rexar. I'll explain when we get there.
Okay, this is a this cinematic here is part of a series of cinematics that were brought out, and it's interesting that they put this here because this happens with Jaina much later and leads to her turning against the Horde.
Those blood-soaked shores of Kalimdor, where sailors fought and died. The Admiral on the ocean breeze, as he sang, because beneath the tide she left his side.
Okay, so that wasn't all of that
Hopefully we've made it in
cinematic.
time. You've got to get word back to Thrall that
I don't understand. What's this all about?
those Marines, I know who they are, Rexar. They're... It's too late. He's here.
Jaina, bless the stars I found you at last. When I heard that Lordaeron fell, I despaired. But I knew you'd find a way to escape. What is this? An ogre?
Father, wait.
Father?
The Horde is no longer our enemy. The Orcs have their own kingdom now.
You have always been naive, my daughter. You aren't old enough to remember what these monsters did to our homeland. The Orcs and their kin cannot be trusted. They must be exterminated like the mongrels they are.
I won't let you do it, Father. You don't understand.
I understand more than you suspect, my dear. Perhaps in time you will too. Seize them all!
This should do nicely. Now all I have to worry about are the harbor gates. Proudmoore's Marines have closed the harbor gates. I'll need to bust them open before I can escape. If I can make it to the open seas, I should have no problem reaching the mainland.
I'm glad you escaped, Rexar. And don't worry, we'll send word to Thrall about the Admiral's fleet. If that human's planning on attacking Durotar, he'll find the warriors of the Horde ready to greet him. It'd be taking the war chief some time to amass the Horde's warriors. You gotta gather what allies you can find before the Admiral makes his move against Durotar. Take this Zeppelin and travel to Mulgore. The mighty Tauren who be living there will lend what help they can. Seek out the chieftain Cairn Bloodhoof. He will honor his oath to the war chief.
Who are you,
Okay. I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Let me hit the reset button. Ba-doop, and we will continue.
Traveler, why have you come here?
I come in the name of Thrall, war chief of the Horde. His lands are in danger, and he calls upon his old allies to aid him. I seek the one known as Cairn. Do you know him?
I am Cairn, but I can
Yes.
be of help to no one. Return to your war chief and tell him that I am dead, just as my heart is dead.
The barbarous centaur attacked our village recently. Our chieftain's only son, Bane, was taken captive. The centaur are cannibals and do not keep prisoners for long. We searched everywhere for a sign that Bane was still alive, but we found no trace of him. Without his wisdom and leadership, I fear that the centaur will
So they go and get...
brethren will aid you on your search.
One of those cages, but we'll have to fight our way to them. Time.
So we go rescue Bane
my
Bloodhoot.
son, I thought I'd lost you forever. I was an old fool to despair. Rexxar, by returning my son to me, you have given me new life. For that I will ever be grateful. Now, you said that your war chief was in trouble, that the Horde needed the Tauren once again. Well, Thrall did much for us in his time, and we will not fail him. My warriors will rendezvous with the war chief upon the battlefield, but I will be returning with you.
See that? See that? The Night Elves would not have done
returned
that.
just in time, Rexxar. Our scouts found this wounded ogre near the borderlands. Despite his wounds, he came all the way here seeking help.
Must help. New warlord conquer clan. Kill many warriors.
Yeah, they cut out all
Lead
the
clan
gameplay
to
parts in
ruin.
the middle.
Brothers not survive. Me seek help.
New warlord, huh? Don't worry, friend. I think I can help you. Have your witch doctors tend to his wounds, Vol'jin. I'm going to pay a little visit to his clan and meet this new warlord for myself. That must be the ogre's village. I should fit right in.
Now it's interesting that the ogres have never been invited to the Horde.
Look, I don't want any trouble. I just want to talk with your warlord.
You want talk, Korgal? You get past us. You fight good, half-breed. You Machnathal, have weak orc blood in veins. Still, you strong. Why you come here?
I've, come to join your clan. I want to be a stone mall, too.
You got some ogre blood. You got right to join. But do you got the strength? We see, half-breed. We see. So, you want join the Stonemaul clan? First, you take trial of strength. Need find the gauntlet. Harsh Valley full of big foes. Slay foes. Run the gauntlet. That proves strength to us. Go now, half-breed. We see if you return. You got strength after all, half-breed. You worthy
They
to
said
be
editing
Stonemaul.
again.
Now you in. What
Go,
you want
run
from
gauntlet.
Pat?
See if have
I
strength.
want
You got
and
strength
your
after
warriors
all.
to help the Horde battle the humans. The Stonemaul clan would be a great asset to the Orc war chief.
Stupid half-breed. We ogres split from Horde long ago. They weak, soft. We no owe them nothing. Long as I rule, Stonemaul's no help no orcs.
I mean, well, we can.
Then perhaps you've ruled long enough.
Yeah, Rexxar and I are of the same mind here.
As a member of the Stonemaul clan, I claim the right to challenge
Well,
you
then
for
perhaps
leadership.
you've ruled long enough.
He had no real challenge in long time, half-breed. Breaking you be fun. We both take trial of blood. Me and you. No tricks, no magic toys. Just muscle and skills. You think me dumb. You think me slow. Now you see why Korgal rules clan.
I underestimated Korgal's skills. I'll need to call upon my beasts to defeat him. I have defeated Korgal in single combat. I have passed the trial of blood. I rule Stonemaul clan now, and I command you all to war. You ogres arm yourselves and meet the Orc war chief upon the plains. Blood and glory to the Stonemaul clan!
You be tougher than I imagined, Rexar. The ogres be a great help when the battle begins. We just get word that the war chief and his forces set up the command post in the central basin. The Tauren and ogres you gathered going to be joining them soon. Check in with Thrall at his base. The battle against Admiral Proudmoore's forces could start up at any time.
Once again, you have done the Horde a great service, Rexar. I am in your debt. If you're willing, there's one last thing I need before the hammer falls. We've crafted a new standard for Durotar, a mighty banner bearing the symbol of the Horde. I want to place a shamanistic blessing on it, but I require a few items to complete my spell. Would you gather them for me?
Another fetch quest.
Of course, Thrall. I'd be proud to.
This was
There,
fetch
the
quest.
blessing is
the
complete. One last thing, Rexar. I want you to carry our standard into battle. I hereby name you Champion of the Horde.
It is an honor, War Chief. I will carry your standard with pride. Loktar Ogar!
Your efforts may have saved us all, Rexar. The Ogre and Tauren conscripts you've rallied could turn the tide in our favor. Proudmoore's forces have established a stronghold due north of our position. Our scouts report that he's mobilized all of his standing forces for an attack on Durotar.
War Chief, Admiral Proudmoore's forces have begun their advance. They'll be here any moment.
Let them come. They'll find the Horde to be more than they bargained for. Rexar, you've earned the honor of drawing first blood. I'll hold the defenses here, but I want you to lead the attack against Proudmoore's base.
Gladly. All right,
Gladly.
you warriors. The hour of victory has arrived. Come, you Tauren. Rise up, you ogres. Today, you stand united with the Horde. Loktar Ogar!
Run away. Well, they didn't make it.
Thromkar, War Chief. We've routed the human forces on the mainland, but it appears that Admiral Proudmoore and his Marines have pulled back to the safety of Theramore Isle.
I wish this was the end of it, Rexar. But so long as Admiral Proudmoore lives, he'll never stop hounding us. We must press our attack and lay siege to Theramore itself. I only pray that Jaina is safe. She had nothing to do with her father's agenda, but unfortunately, invading her citadel is the only option we have left.
War Chief, our troops are ready, but the Admiral's assembled a blockade of battleships around Theramore. There's no way we can match their firepower.
Damn it, I should have thought of this sooner. We've got to find some way to...
Thrall, Rexar, I come in peace. You must believe me, I had no part in my father's plans. I wish none of this had ever happened. I don't know what to do.
We've bled together on many battlefields, Jaina. We've faced untold perils as allies.
But your father threatens the security of our nation and the very future of my people. You know how this has to end.
I know, Thrall. Do what you must. There is a goblin shipyard on a nearby island that could provide you with warships of your own. With those, you could scatter the blockade surrounding Theramore. But please, spare my men if you can. My father will try to use them against you, but they're the only real family I'll have left when this is over. Please do this. For me.
We'll do all we can, Jaina. You have my word. Now you'd better make yourself scarce.
Now, for this battle, you have to get into Theramore. Get into the middle of Theramore.
Now or never.
And
see it done,
kill
Rexar.
Admiral Proudmoore
I'll meet you with Theramore.
without killing any of the other humans in the base.
The blockade
while
is
they all
broken.
try to kill you.
Board the transports quickly. We must land on Theramore and crush the Admiral's defenses.
You've done well, Rexar. You're a natural leader. You remind me of Hellscream in a way.
Thank you, War Chief. Now only one task remains. We must storm the Citadel and deal with Admiral Proudmoore once and for all.
Now, warriors, we must storm the Citadel. We must find Admiral Proudmoore and put an end to him. Only then will our nation be safe.
Loktar Ogar! For the Horde! For Durotar!
We are with you, Rexar. Lead on.
This is not the Horde you remember, old man. We have no interest in conquest or murder. We have paid for the sins of our forebears in blood.
Can your blood atone for genocide, Orc? Your Horde killed countless innocents with its rampage across Stormwind and Lordaeron. Do you really think you could just sweep all that away and cast aside your guilt so easily? No, your kind will never change, and I will never stop fighting you.
Father, why wouldn't you listen?
It's over. Stand down, humans.
Father, why wouldn't you listen?
Above all else, Jaina, he was a proud warrior. Remember him as such.
Durotar is now safe. We have no further quarrel with these humans. We will leave your isle in peace, Jaina. I pray we never have to come here again. Farewell, sorceress. You saved our nation, Rexar. For that, I can never repay you. Will you return to Durotar with us and make a new home for yourself?
I appreciate your offer, Thrall. But I am Mok'Nathal, a wanderer. I belong in the wilds amidst the beasts and elements of the land. But know this, brother. I will always be a part of the Horde. I will always be there when you need me. Farewell.
Four years have passed since the...
Alrighty. So now I think we are officially in the World of Warcraft territory. Okay, so I'm gonna go back over here now. What? Shadowlands, Battle for Azeroth, Legion, Mist, Cataclysm, Wrath.
Years have passed since the mortal races banded together.
So, that concludes what happened with Warcraft 3. Now, we can cover World of Warcraft and the Burning Crusade fairly easily, because there's not a whole lot of stuff that happened, especially in World of Warcraft, right? So, where we were in Warcraft lore when World of Warcraft launched was everything that we just saw. That's what all of us knew about Warcraft and the world and the story. Like that whole big lore dump that we just had. What was it? 6.5 hours of lore. Is where we were when World of Warcraft started. When we first heard that there was gonna be a World of Warcraft. And then they dropped this movie on us. And this right here is the original map of World of Warcraft. This is Kalimdor. This is the Eastern Kingdoms. Lordaeron is up here. The new human city Stormwind is down here. This maelstrom right here is the original location of the what's it called? The Well of Eternity. The one that blew up and then it blew all the continents apart. Originally, it was one mega continent with the center of the continent being right here and the Well of Eternity right here in the center. The sundering that shattered the continents created this big maelstrom right here where the Well of Eternity used to be. So that's what's going on right there in the middle. So we got this video that is the introduction video for World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft is set 10 years after all of the events that we just saw. So, the events that we just saw in Warcraft 3 took place over a span of about 2 years. And then World of Warcraft is set 10 years after that.
And stood united against the might of the burning race. 4 years have passed since the mortal races banded together and stood united.
I thought it was 10. Okay, maybe it was 4. I got my dates wrong.
Though Azeroth was saved, the tenuous pact between the Horde and the Alliance has all but evaporated. The drums of war thunder once again.
Okay, so it's 4 years later, not 10. 10 is too many years. Yep. Okay, so yeah, I got my... Switch that game there from Warcraft 3 to World of Warcraft. So this is a Dwarven Hunter. We have a Night Elf. And she shapeshifted, so she's a druid. We have a Forsaken. Who apparently has a demon pet, so that makes this guy a warlock. We have a Tauren, who's probably a warrior. Orc, who's probably also a warrior. And this human is quite obviously a maid. The reason I thought the Tauren was a warrior is because he just smacked a bear with a tree. And now the human is using ice. And then he crushes the camera with the tree.
Imprisoned.
That particular group of wacky companions is never seen again. So, World of Warcraft the original World of Warcraft doesn't really have any cinematics in it. It's got a couple of raids that continue small parts of the story. And we see a lot of we got to go and actually visit a lot of the locations that we saw in Warcraft 3. And I'm actually going to log in and take you to a couple of those locations momentarily. But this is the... so World of Warcraft was set 4 years later, which makes sense. They set it in real time because Warcraft 3 came out in 2000. The expansion, the Frozen Throne, came out in 2000. And World of Warcraft came out in 2004, so that is 4 years later. And then 2 years after that, The Burning Crusade came out. And this is the trailer for The Burning Crusade. And this got everybody super excited.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm.
You are not prepared. New race added to the game, the Draenei, and an uncorrupted version. We find out in this expansion that there are two forms of Draenei. There's the ones that were on Duatar that are corrupted, and then there's another version that escaped from their original homeworld that are uncorrupted. Those escaped Draenei find their way to Azeroth and join the Alliance. And when they join, they allow shamans, I believe, to come to the Alliance side. And this is obviously a Blood Elf lady. That's a mana worm. It used to be a mana worm. Now it's apparently just mana. And that Naga got cut in half. This is a troll hunter. And he's that Draenei paladin. Is that the same orc warrior from the first cutscene? I don't know. He died. Oh, she's apparently a priest. She brought him back to life. That's the same mage. That's polymorph. That might be the same warlock. That's called Hellfire, that move that he did. She's definitely a priest. We know this guy. Alas, poor Gul'dan. I knew him well.
You are not prepared.
The Burning Crusade. So naturally, all the people who were it's like the Fort Lauderdale of the universe. It very quickly becomes that. The Burning Crusade got everybody so excited. Because we're like, wait, they're finally touching upon something from Warcraft 3. That's Illidan. Illidan is gonna be in the Burning Crusade. Like, yeah. Everybody that played Warcraft 3, we were so hype for the Burning Crusade to see the Illidan storyline. And this is where this expansion right here, the first major expansion for WoW, is where the character that I'm currently have in World of Warcraft started. I started right at the end of the Burning Crusade. And I started back on World of Warcraft because of the next trailer. Like, the Burning Crusade was awesome. This is the end of the Burning Crusade. Actually, no, that's not the end of the Burning Crusade. This is the beginning of the Night Elf starting zone.
Demon hunters. With countless worlds burning in the Legion's wake, you
So this is what Illidan was doing.
Yet these mortals in their ignorance have come to
And that's the
destroy
raid on the
their
Black
own
Temple.
salvation. Our time is short. I will deal with these intruders. You must venture to Mardoom and retrieve the Sargerite keystone. Now go. But remember, should you fail, all worlds will burn.
And then Illidan is defeated at the Black Temple. And so, the end of the Burning Crusade saw the end of Illidan at the Black Temple, which he was talking about taking in Warcraft 3.
My son.
Then I saw this cutscene, this
born. The very forests
cinematic.
of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas.
And imagine back in the day, after everything we've seen from Arthas and Warcraft 3, seeing this cutscene, oh, we lost our minds when this cutscene came out. We're like, oh my god, it's gonna be Arthas! World of Warcraft had its highest player count ever during Wrath of the Lich King.
My child, I watched with pride as you grew into a weapon of righteousness. Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom and strength.
Because remember, it's been 6 years
You will show
since we've seen
restraint in
Arthas.
exercising your great power. Truest victory, my son.
Yeah, there's history with this dragon.
Of your people.
That's Sindri Ghost.
I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
Wrath of the Lich King. Okay. This is where we're gonna pick up the lore story stuff tomorrow. But before we end the stream today, I want to do a couple of things inside of World of Warcraft. To go to a couple of locations and show you a couple of the things that we experience inside the game. So this is some of the nerdy shit that got us like super excited. Okay, so now you should know the city of Orgrimmar that Rexxar helped build. This is that city. This is Orgrimmar. And the place out here, you can see out there in the distance, that little castle out there. That's Theramore Isle. That's where Jaina and her father were, and that last battle took place. You can see these little houses right here. That's Razor Hill. That's where that ambush took place. The place where Thrall was meeting with everybody, that's actually this little area right here. And then later they built this whole city back into the rock back here of Orgrimmar. That Zeppelin right there goes to Northrend. And there are portals that teleport us around all over the place. Sadly, we can't go to Lordaeron anymore. I mean, well, we can. I'm gonna show you what happened over there at Lordaeron. Hopefully they'll do something to let us get back into the city here. But this is the capital city of Lordaeron. Right here. This is where Arthas came back and got his whole grand like entrance and everything. The drawbridge that came down that he walked across when he was going to kill his father. The throne room is actually right there. So you remember they had this shot that looked down through a bell tower? That's this tower right here. And the place where the rose petals were falling, that's actually this area right here. But if you come down here now, you get poisoned because of something that happened in Battle for Azeroth. But interestingly enough, if you're down there on the ground and walk into the throne room, you can hear ghosts whispering of the cutscene that happened where Arthas killed his father. Like what he was saying, like, you don't have to bear the weight of rule anymore. I'm succeeding you, father. You can hear those whispers in the throne room down there. Or at least you could when you could go in there. Now, this poison will kill you very quickly. Because it does percentage damage. So, like, you can see I'm taking like a large amount of damage just being in the area of that poison down there. And yeah, just so being down there for any like severe period of time will just straight up murder you. But then there were the Plague Lands. This is Tearsfall Glades. Need to go this way. So a lot of the northern area up here have been recovered. But I'm gonna go show you the Plague Lands and what Arthas did to Silvermoon. Like where he killed Sylvanas and all of that stuff. All of that is like in the game. That's Scarlet Monastery right there. The Scarlet Monastery is an original raid in WoW, and that's the building right there. Yeah, this way. So that floating citadel right there, now it's called Ebonhold. But in the original World of Warcraft, that was Naxxramas. So when Arthas told Kel'Thuzad to stay here and guard this land for the Scourge. He was talking about the Plague Lands, which is this area right here. So this is the area that was destroyed by the Horde. Not by the Horde, but by the Scourge. You can see there's some of the undead ziggurats still here. The undead slaughterhouses are still here. The city that Arthas purged, Stratholme, that's this city. So yeah, this is the place where Arthas burned down. We can't fly over it because it's still coded like the old world. But there's an instance in here that you can go inside. But you can kind of see it still has not fared better. But being able to go to these actual locations is really cool. At least it was really cool for us. That is Light's Hope Chapel. It is one of the few like safe places in this whole area. And flying here is actually kind of new. We were given flight in the Burning Crusade expansion, but originally this area did not have flight. But this is the Ebon Hold. So now when you create a new Death Knight character, you start here. Because when Wrath of the Lich King launched, they added the hero class Death Knight, and they moved Naxxramas from the Plague Lands right here where it was to Northrend, and they reused the raid of Naxxramas in Northrend. I don't know if you can actually fly into the Ebon Hold. I think you can. Yeah. And it teleports me back to the chapel. Because only Death Knights are allowed to go in there. But you can totally fly up into the Ebon Hold. Okay, so I need to go over here. And there's the Ebon Hold up there. But that used to be Naxxramas. And there used to be a teleporter on the ground underneath it that would let you teleport up into Naxxramas when you wanted to do the raids. Now, the area of Silvermoon is north of here, right? And so it's that direction. But you can't actually fly over these mountains and just go into Silvermoon. Like, you can see there's a road up there and there's stuff, but you can't actually just go over these mountains into the Silvermoon area. Because on the map, it's not actually there. You have to fly through this instance portal, and then you get a Burning Crusade loading screen, and then you get the Ghostlands of the Burning Crusade. But if you notice, my mount can't fly in this area. Flying is restricted here. And it has been this way since the Burning Crusade. Even though they rebuilt the entire rest of the world, and now allow flying in every single zone, the areas that you can't fly in are the Ghostlands, Silvermoon, which is the Blood Elf starting zone, and the Draenei starting zones. They're restricted. You can't fly in those zones. And as you can see, everybody is running. Yeah, and people have asked him about this for a while, like, are they ever going to update these zones and allow flying? And everybody kept saying, no, they're never going to do that. That's too many resources. Why would they ever want to do that? In the next expansion, Midnight, guess what they're doing? They're updating these zones and putting them on the main player map. Now, the reason is because when you look at the Eastern Kingdom's map, this right here is there, but the original Eastern Kingdom's map just stops right here. And then these two are actually on the Outworld map. So Outland out here with Hellfire Peninsula and all of that. The Blood Elf starting area, Silver Moon City and all that, is actually on this map, way over here in this corner. And the Draenei starting area is actually also on this map, way down here in this corner. If you try to fly off the side, you're going to get into something called fatigue. And fatigue will kill you way before you actually get out there. But here's a secret for getting around fatigue, right? If you are losing your connection to the game doesn't kick you out immediately. It keeps trying to reconnect. But while it's trying to reconnect, nothing in the game loads, including fatigue. So if you are disconnecting from the server and you start flying through a fatigue zone, you can fly clear through the fatigue zone into another area, including across the Outworld map into the Silver Moon map. You can totally do that. And if you look right here, there's water right there. I don't think I can do it from my character. Wonder what, these are guys are level 30. Okay, so this area doesn't scale either. But I don't think they let you turn up the why does this guy aggro me? Is he actually level 80? No, he's level 30. Huh. That's weird. Because I'm level 80 and he aggroed me, and I'm not supposed to do that. Do the spiders aggro if I walk past them? Huh. No. Does this tiger aggro me if I walk past it? Why are you just on a cliff? You are hoisting the... So here's the thing. Way out there in the distance where we can't see, they're gonna dismount me when I go in the water. No, but it kinda, yes. I can do this. Okay, let's go back over here and get on top of the water. There we go. Now I got water walking active. And so eventually I'm going to go out here and I'm going to hit something called fatigue. Yes, I'm actually online right now. This is the live World of Warcraft. And this is my main character, yes. I have my view distance set as far as I can get it. You can see I'm in fatigue right now. I still can't fly. And now I'm hitting the wall. Okay, so let's turn around and go back. So yeah, like you can't make it actually all the way out there. But it is there. There's a barrier on this side that prevents you from going, that prevents flight. But from the other side, you can fly right up to that barrier and you can see the land here. Is it gonna... Okay, yeah, I'm back inside now. So you see how fast fatigue kills you once you get out there. It's very quick. They did not want players figuring out that these two things are on the same map. But eventually people figured out how to get out to the barriers on the fatigue zone. And when coming from Outland over here, there's no barrier. There's no barrier on the zone. You can fly right up to the starting lands if you get around fatigue. But this is going to change with the next expansion, because Midnight has a lot of stuff to do with Silvermoon and the Blood Elves. So they're finally going back and taking those Burning Crusade areas and adding them to the main continent. So we're finally going to get to just go over the Plagueland Mountains, which are the mountains way back there, and just fly straight into this area. And you can see all these abandoned buildings. This is where the Blood Elves used to live. They used to have this whole area. But then Arthas came. I need to go this way. And there's this place called the Dead Scar, which is this right here. And this whole area right here has kind of just been given over to the corruption. The elves have tried to like take this area back, but it's too far gone with the corruption of the Scourge. And like eventually that leads down to the Plaguelands, which is still a Scourge strong point. But when Arthas was coming through Silvermoon in Warcraft 3, when he killed, you can mine right there, huh? When he killed Sylvanas, this is the path that he took. Like this river, that bridge that Sylvanas destroyed to prevent him from crossing the river, that was this river right here. And like he just carved this path of destruction straight up through the zone. It's interesting that these guys are aggroing me sometimes. It destroyed meat wagons all over the place. That's new. Is that new? No, that might not be new. I might just not have been here for years and years and don't remember it. But this is the Blood Elf starting zone. And the Blood Elves ended up joining the Horde. Now, the reason that the Blood Elves joined the Horde was because the Alliance betrayed them. And then the elves that were left here were waiting for Kel'Thas to come back and cure them from their magic addiction. Well, Kel never came back. Kel'Thas stayed in Outland, and I'm gonna show him in a moment. But yeah, Kel'Thas stayed out there in Outland. He never came back. And this is the path that Arthas took straight into Silvermoon City, which is right up here. And Silvermoon is kind of cut in half now. Half of it is still like the actual Silvermoon City, which is over there. But then they have all these undead in this place called the Dead Scar, literally right on their doorstep. So it's really going to be interesting. And then where the Sunwell used to be is right through here. I don't think you can go through this way. You have to go around the other way to get into Falcon Wing Square, which is around this way. There's a gate right over here. But just trotting along here on a mountain, it's even longer if you actually have to walk. But yeah, The elves have retaken this little area right here. But that area in there where the Sunwell used to be, is still cordoned off. I wonder whose statue that is. Have I seen? I mean, that statue's probably been here the entire time. There's a new blood elf right there. That's a shiny little lamp thing. But yeah, like Silvermoon is cut in half, and there's this whole section of the city, like right here. So you got the ruins of Silvermoon over here. This is where the blood elves start. You start over here, and then you come through here, and then you go down through here. The main Silvermoon city is right here. The ruins are right there. And then the scar that Arthas basically cut the city in half when he was going through this place to get to the Sunwell. And I'm curious about some flight points that I unlocked. So there is flying through this area. You just can't fly on your personal mount in this area. But you can make use of flight points to get through this this area. And there's a flight master right here. And I was curious about some flight points I unlocked. A lighter shade of fell. I don't have any flight points through here because this is Alliance-held territory. Tranquillin Zulaman.
Farewell.
Let's go to the Shadow Sun staging area. So they're very careful when flying through this area that they don't like really fly you above the trees of that area back there. But then once you get out here, they start letting you see the tops of things a little bit. And the flight paths through here take you through fatigue water. So we're going to be going north of here, across the water to an island up here. And if you try to cross this water on your own, you hit fatigue zones. Oh, I'm on a flight point right now, so I can't fly with my personal mount through here. But there's set flight points that allow you to fly through this zone. And if you try to walk over this water right here, you hit fatigue water going across here. But if you get on the flight point can fly across this area without hitting fatigue water. But if you try to do this yourself, yeah, fatigue water all over the place. And this is the Isle of Quel Danas. And that right there is the continuation of Arthas' destruction. He came right through Silvermoon, and then right up through here. And a lot of the connection between this is now lost. But this island right here is actually where the Sunwell is. And for the majority of the Burning Crusade, this area was actually not accessible. And I think it was about halfway when they opened up the portals that let you come up here to Quell Danas. And then it was right at the end, the last patch that they put out for the Burning Crusade brought you up here to Quell Danas and gave you access to the Sunwell. So yeah, now we're up here and we've got Magister's Terrace and we have Sunwell Plateau. And you still can't fly here. No flight. What level are these guys? Level 30, huh? I'm curious if these are still if they scale with the thing. Sunwell Plateau is right here. I don't think I need anything in Sunwell Plateau. Okay, so let's go back to Orgrimmar, and I'm gonna take a quick little break, and then I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back in Orgrimmar. And now we're going to go to Outland. I'm going to show you Outland a little bit. I'm going to take us to Tempest Keep. And I'm going to test Tempest Keep as to whether or not it's still soloable, because I don't know if they went back and changed things. But there's a big room with 2 floors, and we go downstairs here, and we can find portals to a bunch of different places all around. And one of the places we can teleport to is Shattrath City, which is in Outland, the old Outland right here. That's a pretty cool effect. Alright. And now we can fly in this area. That's a doll, one of the Naru. Well, a lot of people don't know, you just fly right up through the spire right there. And then fly out of Shattrath. I think I remember the angle that I need to take. We want to go out to the Outland map here. I want to get up here to Netherstorm. And I can just fly straight across basically this direction to get straight to Netherstorm. And you can see right here, this is Helpar Peninsula. This is where Illidan and all of them were. You probably recognize the terrain. But if you look up, you can see that, yeah, we're in space, and what's left of this planet is actually in a little area that's nestled by the Burning Legion. And we've got a bunch of stuff up here. The Black Temple is actually down here in this area. But yeah, we're gonna walk through an old school raid. This particular raid is one that I've been running on and off, like ever since I could solo it, which I think was Cataclysm was the first time that I soloed this particular instance. And you see right now it says we're in the Twisty Nether, which is where the demons come from. So I'm flying between the zones on the map right now. As you can see right there, I need to be going more this direction. And then there's the zone that I'm going to. And then if I keep going, flying in this direction, I will hit a fatigue area, but then I will eventually hit the barrier for the Blood Elf starting zone. It's way out there. So these are like weird little communities, and there's the people that live out here are called the I can't remember what they're called. I think this is where I'm going. Yeah. It's been a minute since I've been out here, and there's like 4 different instances. But this place right here is Tempest Keep. And if you want to know what Kale did after the whole Illidan thing, this is where Kale ended up. Oh, there goes another person in the Tempest Keep. So this is one of the raids that was in let's see, how fast do you die? Oh, that fast, huh? Oh, look, I got stuff. So I'm just gonna run through here and I think it's better if I cast Immolate, because I think Immolate will hit everybody. Yeah. I love that you can just loot everybody all at once. And as you can see, like, this was for like 10 expansions ago, right? It is not exactly difficult to kill all of the people in here. And you can actually farm gold by doing this. And I've gotten a good bit of gold from this. Everybody insta dies. Oh, that guy survived, huh? I need more. Okay, and then we got more guys upstairs. I think you can walk on this, yeah. Did I get them all? Ooh, I got them all. Nice. Now this used to be a raid, so you would be coming in here with like 20 people. And you would have to like stand over in the doorway and pull one pack of those monsters into the doorway, and then it would take you like several minutes to kill them. And then you would come in and you would pull the other pack into the doorway. Now I want to get a Lar up there. Can I target Lar? I think I have to kill all these guys first. Did I loot this guy? No. Bark gloves of ancient wisdom.
I need to target something first.
Oof. And then a lot goes over there and lands. And then dies, question mark. He doesn't actually die. He's a phoenix. There he is. He's back. Alar has been defeated. Now I think he drops a version of himself. I've got the Claw of the Phoenix. Okay, he didn't drop it. I don't know if it drops off of him or if it drops off of Kael'thas. But Alar is a mount that drops in this raid. And it still drops. It's still in here. It's just a really rare job, and considering my history with rare things in this game, can I just do this and we'll speed up a little bit while I die? This lets me move faster, but it will kill me. As you can see, I am losing much health. I should probably turn this off. Now, let's gather everybody up. All you come with me. You come with me. You come with me. We're all going up here. Because we're in an instance, these guys will follow me like pretty much the whole way. So we'll just go over here and grab these guys. Come over here and we'll grab these guys. We're gonna take all of these guys all the way up to the top. I don't think they can actually do any damage to me, because my strength is like just so far beyond them all now. They can daze me. Oh, one of them hit me. That's interesting. Okay, and then we're gonna walk in here, and we're gonna walk over here. We're gonna grab these guys, and okay, I'm stunned now. Let's do this. Oh no, they all died. And now they're all dead again. And then look, it's Kael'thas. He's right there. He's got his little council. I'm gonna go ahead and murder these guys. I got my little infernals following me around. And then you come up here and you just kind of pick a fight with Kael.
Energy, power. My people are
And I actually just did his entire life bar in damage in that one hit.
The Sunwell was destroyed. Welcome to the future. A pity you are too late to stop it.
Now it's interesting, this guy right here, Lord Sangrenar, we'll be coming back to that momentarily. But yeah, look, there's Kael'thas. For some reason, he's like 20 feet tall now.
Prepare yourselves!
You know, I can just do this if you're gonna keep silencing me. Heck. There we go. Nah, I have an imp. Who's next?
Blood for blood.
So they let all of these moves hit now, which is interesting.
The Sindori reign supreme.
No.
Anara Balore.
Let's get them all like kind of. And you can loot these, and it's like, look, you got all these legendaries. No, they all go away at the end of this fight. These are not actually legendaries that you can get. They just they trick you with the idea, oh look, you got all these legendary weapons. No, they're not real. They're not real. They are fake. But because of that fight was supposed to take so much longer, we just have to wait for the next phase here. So yeah, which. Oh, I guess Nari Mom's team has won. 6-3. Ooh. But yeah, we're supposed to be taking our time and fighting all of the weapons, and it's gonna take a minute and everything. So we just have to wait now for the trigger of the fight to end. And there we are. So phase 1 is the advisors individually, and then you set to why you set to passive? He's defensive. There you go. No, I don't actually have to do anything. My imp is doing it for me. Everything that hits me, my imp will kill.
This is not
more perils.
My imp has killed 3 of them.
No.
4 of them.
Alas. Alas, sometimes one must take matters into one. I have not come this far to be stopped. The future I
Oh, is he actually hittable now? No.
Now you will taste
No, not yet. Something is happening. I don't think this is going his way. And he's done. Oh, did I get anything interesting? No, I didn't get the mount. So yeah, the mount is really hard to get. I've been after this mount for quite a while because flying around on a Phoenix would be really cool, right? But alas, no matter. Hey, more people I didn't kill. That's okay. None of the other bosses in here really drop anything I'm interested in. I am only really interested in getting that mount. Did they not even aggro me? Oh, no, they didn't aggro me. If there's a big enough power difference between you and enemies, typically the enemies don't aggro you. So. As you can see, there's 2 other bosses in this place, but the other bosses don't really drop anything I'm interested in. I'm interested in the Ashes of Alar, and I've not got it to drop yet. And I don't expect it to drop anytime soon, to be honest. Because considering how long it took me to get Thunder Fury, the Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, I'm not expecting this thing to drop anytime soon. We can go to the Black Temple. I don't know. Why am I running? Because I can do this. Like, I'm going back to Ogrimmar anyway. Like, why am I running out of here when I can just teleport? So the old school raids, there is one other thing that I want to show you guys. Remember when I was taking the scenic route. Remember when I said that I spent 10 years killing the same enemy, waiting for a job? I believe it's this side that goes to Stranglethorn. Yeah. Oh, and the boat is here. Lovely. So this is literally what I did for 10 years. I would get on this boat. I even had this mount, because I've had this mount since Wrath of the Lich King. This mount isn't in the game anymore. You could only get this mount for doing a specific achievement. Lich King Raid. All the Grand Crusader. Is it a legacy thing now? Ooh, I think it is a legacy. Yeah, right here. Glory of the Ulduar Raider, 25. I completed this in 2011. You have to do all of these things in Ulduar. And after Wrath of the Lich King was over, they took this achievement out of the game. So you had to do it in Ulduar while it was ready material, right? While it was like a current level thing, and then you got a special mount for it, and that's what this mount is from. So people can't get this mount in the game anymore. They brought back the weaker version of this, a 10-man version of this mount. They did bring it back, but they haven't brought back the 25-man version. So the only people who have the mount that I'm on right now, and as you can see, they've added a bunch of other areas to the map. But the only people that have the mount that I'm on right now are the people that cleared Ulduar on 25-man heroic. Okay, so now we're in Stranglethorn, and we need to go to Black Rock Mountain, which is over here. So, like, I made this flight every week for 10 years on this character. And I showed you guys earlier at the start of the stream that this character is 19 years old. Because this character, I made him in 2007. And I was grinding for Thunder Fury, the Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, for 10 years. I got all of the pieces that I needed for Thunder Fury, like, immediately. Like, back in Wrath of the Lich King, I went back in the Molten Core and I got all the pieces that I needed to do Thunder Fury. And that's where we're going right now. We're going to the Molten Core. And then I needed only one piece to complete it. And it took 10 years for this thing to job. And I'm going to go back in the Molten Core. We're going to go to that boss, and I'm going to kill that boss. And I swear, if it resets and fucking drops, yeah. It better not drop off of Geddon when I get in the core. It better not. With flying, getting in here is really easy. In Classic WoW, and this raid is one of the first raids. It might be the first. No, it's the second. I think it was the second raid that was released in Classic. The first was Blackwing Lair. And at one point I got so good at flying that I could just fly in here and never touch the ground. I'm stuck on the wall. Yeah, I'm stuck on the wall. Under the gate, under the gate. Oh, I touched the ground. Yeah, but the core is down here. And you have to come around that. You have to walk down this chain and then around this ledge to actually get to the Molten Lab. Falling off of everything. We'll just do this. And then there's an attunement you have to do. You have to talk to Riftwalker here and ask him to transport you into the Molten Core. And this is it. This is the Molten Core. And when I did one of my original streams, I streamed me running through the Molten Core like 10 years ago on one of my live streams. And normally you have to be careful. You have to fight these mobs like 1 or 2 at a time. You have to be careful about the roaming guy right there. There's a lot of cool stuff about this particular dungeon that's very interesting. None of these mobs are interested in fighting me because I'm just way above their level. But for 10 years, I came in here and I made this, I made the flight across over to right here. I came down here into the core. I walked down this path. Sometimes things would attack me and then my demon would insta-kill them. Like that, my demon just insta-killed that guy. That path over there leads to Ragnaros, but we're going like straight around here. And this is a pretty big place. And this was a 40-man raid. So you would come in here with 40 people who are max level and like super geared. And you had to be extremely careful. Now, one half of Thunderon's Eternal Prison, which is what you need to make the Thunder Fury, drops off of this guy, Gar. Go ahead, burn down the rest of these guys. He didn't drop it. And he might not drop it anymore because I've already collected it. But hey, I got some new stuff to add it to my appearance collection. That's nice. So one half of the prison drops off of that guy right there. Then you come over here through this area. You got this core hound right here. Oh, he's dead. Huh. Look, why can't I attack him? Oh, he's dead. And then there's Berengeddon. This guy, Shazra, is a boss. But this guy right here, Berengeddon. This guy is the guy. This guy right here. For 10 years I came in here and I looted this guy, trying to get him to drop the right half of Thunderon's Eternal Prison. It took 10 years of coming in here every single week and killing that boss before he dropped the damn thing. I can't get back to... We can go to Dalaran. My Hearthstone's on cooldown, so I have to teleport to a different area. Seemed like a spawn rate error. It's stupid, is what it is. It's stupid. Okay. In here. Then back to Ogrimmar. And I will show you what Thunder Fury looks like. I don't actually have it on me, I have it in my bank.
Well, spit it out.
What tab is Thunder Fury? Here it is.
Have a good one.
Okay. This is Thunder Fury. The Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. It's a huge sword, but it's a one-handed sword, and warlocks can equip one-handed swords. And so this is one of the only legendaries in the game that warlocks can actually use. Another one is Medivh Staff. Remember the staff with the raven on top that I was talking about earlier? That's called Atiesh, but that dropped out of Karazhan, and that was actually removed from the game. So I don't know if there are actually any other legendaries that would fit my class. I want to say that I think there was one in Northrend, but I'm not sure. So yeah, we will put my my weapon back on. And now I'll show you what I've done with most of the items. Can I learn this? No, that requires blacksmithing. Okay. So we're going to put this down here because I don't want anything to happen to that. And I've got tons and tons of outland materials. So I'll just come over here and start selling all of this outland stuff that I got. Skull of Stamina, don't need that. Draining water, don't need that. Okay, we need that. Okay, and then all this other stuff here I can sell. There. And I've made up a bunch of... I forgot to sell that feather.
What can I do for you?
No? Oh, that's a pet. Okay, I can sell that. So I will sell these two items on the auction house and make a little bit of money. And I'm going to go put Thunder Fury back in my bank.
Yeah.
Put this right there. Thordal the Star's Fury. I got the bow. I don't remember getting Thordal. Okay, apparently I got two. I don't think there's anything I can do because this is soulbound, isn't it? I went through a lot of trouble to get the Book of Highborn Hymns. It's about this appearance right here, and I wanted it for my Alphen. You need it to craft the pieces for this legendary here. Thunder Fury, the Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. It's one of the few legendary weapons that a warlock can equip. And you have to collect all of the pieces and build it yourself. Or get another blacksmith to build it. And it requires 10 elementium bars, a sulfuran ingot, which getting the materials for the elementium bars is supposed to be the hard part, but I gathered those up in like a week. The sulfuran ingot drops out of the molten core. I've had many of those. And then half of Thunderon's bindings drops off of Gar, who I showed in the molten core, and the other half dropped off Baron Geddon. Well, when I got the drop off of Gar, which was like my second time running the core, I went and I got all the other pieces for Thunder Fury that week. And then the next week I came back trying to get the other half, because what the piece that drops is called the bindings of the Thunderon's Eternal Bindings. And it's like the right half of his prison and the left half of his prison, and you need both. So I had the left half for 10 years, and I came back in there every week killing Baron Geddon trying to get the right half before it actually dropped. And I completed Thunder Fury. Be the strength. It's a legacy? Nope. Yeah. In 2018 is when I got it. And I started looking for it in 2008 in Wrath of the Lich King. It took me 10 years to get Thunder Fury. That's crazy.
What's up?
I'm gonna put Thunder Fury back in here now. I guess I'll drop this stuff in here too. I'll deal with that later. I'll put that in there too. I'll deal with that later. This is an artifact weapon from Legion. But you can't really use that anymore. The Legion stuff died with Legion. Do you have any idea how many people were able to achieve that? I'm not sure. I think a lot of other people got it a lot faster than I did. Oh yeah, there were people... Thunder Fury was added into the game in Classic. Filter by... Legion Remix. Beats of Strength. Raids. I don't think I have the achievement for Thorndal because I can't equip it. But there were a lot of people who were still in, like, World of Warcraft who had Thunder Fury. So it dropped for a lot of people way faster than it dropped for me. But you can only, like, those raid bosses only appear once a week. There's still a lockout on it. And I don't know... Ooh, that's a big green phoenix. What's that mount called? Let's look at that guy. See what his mount was? No, he's on a couple of... I'm going to look up that green phoenix. I might fly that green phoenix. Because green is cool. Yeah, when I say that I have extremely bad luck when it comes to these games, yeah, like, it's crazy how bad my luck was. There's some people over there dueling. That's what's going on there. But yeah, you can see my outfit is kind of loosely designed across the Blood Elf, like, motif. And I've got the floating things like Kael'thas has. Yeah. Anywho, that's going to be it for this stream for today. We've had 8 hours of lore talk with Warcraft. And I will be back tomorrow, earlier on, for another long stream talking about lore in World of Warcraft. We're going to start with Wrath of the Lich King and start moving up through expansions from Wrath and see how far we get. And then we're going to have Sunderfolk tomorrow evening with Lady. So yeah, we're gonna be covering World of Warcraft lore starting from Wrath of the Lich King tomorrow, and then moving up into things that I haven't seen yet. And then Sunderfolk tomorrow night with Lady. Let's see who's out here in Twitch right now that we can drop a raid on. Who do we know that is doing some fun things? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Oh, PT is streaming. We haven't seen PT online in a long time. He comes in here all the time and abducts me. So let's drop a raid over to PT Gaming Core. It looks like he's watching the Game Awards. So yeah, we're going to drop a raid onto PT. And I will be back tomorrow with more Warcraft lore. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for watching. And I will catch you on the flip side. Nari out.